Audio packet Folsom City Hall City Council Chambers, 1st floor 50, Natoma Street, Folsom, California, 95630 www.folsom.ca.us Tuesday, April 8, 2025, 6:30 p.m. Mike Kozlowski, Council Member Justin Rathel, Vice Mayor Sarah Aquino, Mayor Barbara Leary, Council Member Anna Rohrbaugh, Council Member Agenda Call to Order. Roll call. Council Members, Rathel, Rohrbaugh, Kozlowski, Leary, Aquino. The City Council has adopted a policy that no new item will begin after 10:30 p.m. Therefore, if you are here for an item that has not been heard by 10:30 p.m., you may leave, as the item will be continued to a future council meeting. Pledge of Allegiance Agenda Update. Scheduled presentations. 1. Proclamation of the Mayor of the City of Folsom proclaiming April 13 to 19, 2025 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in the City of Folsom. 2. Proclamation of the Mayor of the City of Folsom proclaiming April 22, 2025 as Earth Day, celebrated on April 26, 2025. 3. Proclamation of the Mayor of the City of Folsom encouraging the community to become involved in Arbor Day. 4. Proclamation of the Mayor of the City of Folsom proclaiming April 6 to 12, 2025 as National Library Week in the City of Folsom. 5. Presentation from Heart of Folsom, Homeless Assistance Resource Team, regarding the 2025 Homeless Winter Shelter. 6. Folsom Plan Area Semi-Annual Report. Business from the floor. Members of the public are entitled to address the City Council concerning any item within the Folsom City Council's subject matter jurisdiction. Public comments are generally limited to no more than 3 minutes. Except for certain specific exceptions, the City Council is prohibited from discussing or taking action on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. Consent Calendar. 1. Items appearing on the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by one motion. Council members may pull an item for discussion. 7. Resolution number 11351. A resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Folsom Lake Ford for the purchase of one Ford vehicle and appropriation of funds from the Park Capital Equipment Fund for the purchase and outfitting of said vehicle. 8. Resolution No. 11354. A resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding between the City of Folsom and the Folsom Police Officers Association, FPOA, Old Business. 9. Resolution No. 11341. A resolution of the City Council declaring results of the Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1 ballot proceeding and abandoning district formation proceedings, continued from March 25, 2025. New business. 10. Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority, SPTCJPA, Updated Joint Powers Agreement. I Resolution number 11352, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority. 2. Resolution number 11353, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the amended and restated continuing agreement to advance funds for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority. 11. Resolution No. 11355. A resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Bob Murray & Associates for executive recruitment services for the Public Works Director. City Manager Reports. Council Comments. Adjournment Notice. Members of the public are entitled to directly address the City Council concerning any item that is described in the notice of this meeting, before or during consideration of that item. If you wish to address Council on an issue, which is on this agenda, please complete a blue speaker request card, and deliver it to a staff member at the table on the left side of the Council chambers prior to discussion of the item. When your name is called, stand to be recognized by the Mayor and then proceed to the podium. If you wish to address the City Council on any other item of interest to the public, when the Mayor asks if there is any business from the floor, follow the same procedure described above. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Notice regarding challenges to decisions, pursuant to all applicable laws and regulations, including without limitation, California Government Code Section 65009 and/or California Public Resources Code Section 21177, if you wish to challenge in court any of the above decisions, regarding planning, zoning and/or environmental decisions, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public hearing, described in this notice/agenda, or in written correspondence delivered to the city at, or prior to, the public hearing. As presiding officer, the mayor has the authority to preserve order at all city council meetings, to remove or cause the removal of any person from any such meeting for disorderly conduct, or for making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, using profanity, or becoming boisterous, threatening or personally abusive while addressing said council, and to enforce the rules of the council. 2 persons interested in proposing an item for the City Council agenda should contact a member of the City Council. This meeting of the City Council is recorded with closed captioning. The recording will be cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV U-verse cable system, and will be shown in its entirety on the Friday and Saturday following the meeting, both at 9 a.m. The recording will also be video streamed at metro14live.saccounty.government. The city does not control scheduling of this telecast, and persons interested in watching the televised meeting should confirm this schedule with Metro Cable TV, Channel 14. The City of Folsom provides live and archived webcasts of regular City Council meetings. The webcasts can be found on the online services page of the city's website www.folsom.ca.us. In compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, if you are a person with a disability and you need a disability-related modification or accommodation to participate in this meeting, please contact the City Clerk's office at 916-461-6035, 916-355-7328, fax, or City Clerk Department at folsom.ca.us. Requests must be made as early as possible and at least 2 full business days before the start of the meeting. Any documents produced by the city and distributed to the City Council regarding any item on this agenda will be made available at the City Clerk's counter at City Hall located at 50 Natoma Street, Folsom, California, and at the Folsom Public Library located at 411 Stafford Street, Folsom, California during normal business hours. 3. Proclamation of the Mayor of the City of Folsom proclaiming April 13 to 19, 2025 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in the City of Folsom. Whereas, when our citizens experience crisis, the men and women of the City of Folsom Police Dispatch Center are responsible for answering their call and dispatching need emergency services and resources to help save lives and property, and whereas, Folsom Police Dispatchers are the vital link to our police officers, firefighters, crisis interventionists and our citizens, monitoring radio activity, traffic cameras, and other tools to aid in providing information and life-saving instructions while enhancing the safety of all, and whereas, the safety of our city's first responders is dependent on the quality and accuracy of information obtained and dispatched by our dispatchers who call, and whereas, in 2024, Folsom's public safety dispatchers handled 85,658 telephone calls, created and monitored 60,388 incidents, and whereas, in 2024, Folsom's communications dispatchers answered over 99% of all 9-1-1 calls in 15 seconds or less, and whereas, Folsom's public safety dispatchers contributed substantially to the relentless pursuit of criminal behavior and fostering of positive relationships with our citizens, and whereas, Folsom's public safety dispatchers exhibit care, compassion, empathy, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year. Now, therefore, I, Sarah Aquino, Mayor of the City of Folsom, on behalf of the Folsom City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of April 13 to 19, 2025, as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in the City of Folsom, and extend our gratitude to Folsom's communications dispatchers for their dedicated service to our community, their diligence and commitment to keeping our city and citizens safe. Proclaimed this 8th day of April 2025. Sarah Aquino, Mayor. Proclamation of the Mayor of the City of Folsom proclaiming April 22, 2025, as Earth Day, celebrated on April 26, 2025. Whereas, Senator Gaylord Nelson and student activist Dennis Hayes organized the first Earth Day rallies on April 22, 1970 across the United States, which signaled that protecting the environment is an important goal of the American people, creating the modern environmental movement and landmark pieces of environmental legislation in the United States, and whereas, Earth Day has evolved into the world's largest civic event, uniting people across 192 countries in a shared celebration of our planet. With this year's theme, Our Power, Our Planet, Folsom proudly joins the worldwide effort on April 26, 2025, and whereas, the city of Folsom recognizes that an environment free of pollution increases property values, enhances economic vitality, protects native species, maintains air and water quality, and beautifies our community, and whereas, the City of Folsom recognizes the efforts of city staff to comply with state and federal environmental regulations that protect our community and natural resources for future generations. The City of Folsom has adopted a 5-year strategic plan with specific goals of establishing a plan to transition to a full electric fleet by 2035 and conducting a full inventory of greenhouse gas emissions, and whereas, the City of Folsom desires to share information with the public about sustainability efforts and inspire stewardship of our distinct natural environment. Now, therefore, I, Sarah Aquino, Mayor of the City of Folsom, on behalf of the Folsom City Council, do hereby proclaim April 22, 2025 as Earth Day, which will be celebrated on April 26 with Earth Day volunteer opportunities and a community festival at Prospector Park, 4578 Sparrow Drive. Proclaimed this 8th day of April 2025. Underscore 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 on Sarah Aquino, Mayor. Proclamation of the Mayor of the City of Folsom encouraging the community to become involved in Arbor Day. Whereas, in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed that a special day be set aside for the planting and nurturing of trees, and whereas, in 1907, President Theodore Roosevelt proclaimed this as a national time to plant and nurture trees, and whereas, Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world and will be celebrated in Folsom on Saturday, April 26, 2025, and whereas, trees reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, lower heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature citywide, catch rainwater, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife, and whereas, trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community, and whereas, trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas, caring for our existing trees is one of the most important and often overlooked ways to foster a vibrant urban forest, and whereas, the City Urban Forester, in partnership with volunteers and the Sacramento Tree Foundation, will be nurturing a grove of sapling oak trees through the application of mulch along the Willow Creek Humbug Trail to ensure a healthy, viable future for our city's urban forest in celebration of Arbor Day. Now, therefore, I, Sarah Aquino, Mayor of the City of Folsom, do hereby proclaim April 26, 2025 as Arbor Day in the City of Folsom, and urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day by supporting efforts to protect our trees and woodlands, planting a tree of their own or joining in our City Arbor Day event. And, further, I urge all citizens to enjoy the cool shade of trees and promote the well-being of this and future generations as Folsom becomes a Tree City USA for the 19th year in a row. Proclaimed this 8th day of April 2025. Underscore 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 on Sarah Aquino, Mayor. Proclamation of the Mayor of the City of Folsom proclaiming April 6 to 12, 2025 as National Library Week in the City of Folsom. Whereas, the Folsom Public Library leads the County of Sacramento with the most visits, the greatest number of checked-out items, and the highest program attendance of any library location in the county, and whereas, Libraries spark creativity, fuel imagination, and inspire literacy, offering a space where individuals of all ages can explore new ideas and engage new possibilities, and whereas, libraries nurture young minds through story times, STEM programs, and literacy initiatives, fostering curiosity and a love of learning that lasts a lifetime, and whereas, libraries partner with schools, businesses, and organizations, connecting the dots to maximize resources, increase efficiency, and expand access to essential services, strengthening the entire community, and whereas, libraries empower job seekers, entrepreneurs, and adult learners by providing access to resources, training, and opportunities that support career growth and economic success, and whereas, libraries serve as vibrant community hubs, connecting people with knowledge, technology, and resources while fostering civic engagement, critical thinking, and lifelong learning, and whereas, libraries provide free and equitable access to books, digital tools, and innovative programming, ensuring that all individuals regardless of background have the support they need to learn, connect, and thrive. Now, therefore, I, Sarah Aquino, Mayor of the City of Folsom, do hereby proclaim the week of April 6 to 12, 2025 as National Library Week in the City of Folsom and extend our gratitude to the Friends of the Folsom Library and our dedicated volunteers and staff. During this week, I encourage all residents to visit their library, explore its resources, and celebrate the many ways it draws us together as a community. Proclaimed this 8th day of April 2025. Underscore 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 on Sarah Aquino, Mayor Folsom City Council Staff Report Meeting Date, April 8, 2025 Agenda Section, Scheduled Presentations Subject, Presentation from Heart of Folsom, Homeless Assistance Resource Team, regarding the 2025 Winter Shelter from City Clerk's Department Action. Heart Winter Shelter Director Bev Cease requested an opportunity to present the City Council with a summary of Heart's Winter Shelter, which was open from January 2 through March 9 this year. The Winter Shelter is a joint effort with local churches to offer temporary, emergency shelter for homeless people in Folsom. No action is requested of the City Council. Respectfully submitted, Krista Fremantle, CMC City Clerk 1 Folsom City Council Staff Report Meeting Date, April 8, 2025 Agenda Section, Scheduled Presentations Subject, Folsom Plan Area Semi-Annual Report from Community Development Department Recommendation / City Council Action. No action is requested of the City Council at this time. Background / issue. Community development staff will provide an update on the planning, engineering, and building activity in the Folsom Plan area south of Highway 50 during the 6-month period from October 1, 2024 through March 31, 2025. Submitted, _Pam Johns, Community Development Director 1 Folsom City Council Staff Report Meeting Date, April 8, 2025 Agenda Section, Consent Calendar Subject, Resolution Number 11351A Resolution authorizing the City Manager to execute an agreement with Folsom Lake Ford for the purchase of one Ford vehicle and appropriation of funds from the Park Capital Equipment Fund for the purchase and outfitting of said vehicle from Parks and Recreation Department. Recommendation / City Council Action. Staff recommends the City Council approve Resolution Number 11351A Resolution authorizing the City Manager to execute an agreement with Folsom Lake Ford for the purchase of one Ford vehicle and appropriation of funds from the Park Capital Equipment Fund for the purchase and outfitting of said vehicle. Background / issue. The Park Capital Equipment Fund, 452, was established to provide funding for new equipment that provides an increased level of service in park areas. Revenue in this fund comes in through impact fees. The current cash balance in the Park Capital Equipment Fund, 452, is $561,176 as of March 13, 2025. Policy / rule pursuant to FMC 3.02.030 Section H, the City Council may make supplemental appropriations during the course of the fiscal year provided that the City Manager certifies that monies are available. All such supplemental appropriations shall be made for the fiscal year by resolution, up to the amount of any excess money certified by the City Manager as being available. 1. Analysis. The Parks and Recreation Department added a new maintenance worker in the FY 2024-25 budget to support the growing number of assets and parks. This position was approved, however, the accompanying vehicle purchase was not appropriated. The department is requesting funding this purchase to enable the maintenance worker to work independently, thus expanding the areas that staff can cover each day. The Parks and Recreation Department is requesting appropriation of $60,000 from the Park Capital Equipment Fund, 452, to purchase and outfit one Ford F-150. Folsom Lake Ford provided the lowest quote at $42,876 and is the selected dealership for this purchase. Additional funding is necessary to install safety equipment, truck boxes, and associated vehicle-mounted equipment necessary to complete the work expected of this maintenance worker. Environmental review. This action is exempt from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Financial impact. The estimated cost to purchase the Ford F-150 and outfit the vehicle is $60,000. Staff is requesting the City Council authorize an appropriation of $60,000 from the Park Capital Equipment Fund, Fund 452, for the purchase, which has sufficient funding to cover the appropriation request. There is no impact to the general fund for this purchase. Attachments 1. Resolution number 11351, a resolution authorizing the City Manager to execute an agreement with Folsom Lake Ford for the purchase of one Ford vehicle and appropriation of funds from the Park Capital Equipment Fund for the purchase and outfitting of said vehicle. Submitted, Kelly Gonzalez, Parks and Recreation Director. 2. Resolution No. 11351, a resolution authorizing the City Manager to execute an agreement with Folsom Lake Ford for the purchase of one Ford vehicle and appropriation of funds from the Park Capital Equipment Fund for the purchase and outfitting of said vehicle. Whereas, the City of Folsom has hired a new maintenance worker in the Parks and Recreation Department, and whereas, the Park Capital Equipment Fund, Fund 452, was established to purchase new equipment to provide service enhancements in the Parks and Recreation Department, and whereas, the City of Folsom has not yet purchased a vehicle to support the new maintenance worker position, and whereas, staff have validated the need for the new vehicle to support increased levels of service, and whereas, sufficient funds are available within the Park Capital Equipment Fund, 452, to support the recommended purchase and outfitting without impact to the City of Folsom General Fund, and whereas, Folsom Lake Ford provided the lowest quote, and now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Folsom authorizes the City Manager to execute an agreement with Folsom Lake Ford for the purchase of one Ford vehicle, and be it further resolved that the City Council of the City of Folsom authorizes the Finance Director to appropriate $60,000 in the Park Capital Equipment Fund, Fund 452, for fiscal year 2024 to 2025 for the purchase and outfitting of one Ford vehicle. Passed and adopted this 8th day of April 2025, by the following roll call vote: ayes, noes, absent, abstain, Council Member, S Council Member, S Council Member, S Council Member, S underscore 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 on Sarah Aquino, Mayor attest. Underscore 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 on Krista Fremantle, City Clerk. Resolution number 11351, page 1 of 1. Folsom City Council Staff Report. Meeting date, April 8, 2025. Agenda section, Consent Calendar. Subject, Resolution number 11354, a resolution authorizing the City Manager to execute a Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Folsom and the Folsom Police Officers Association, FPOA, from Human Resources Department Recommendation/City Council Action. The Human Resources Director recommends that the City Council pass and adopt Resolution No. 11354, a resolution authorizing the City Manager to execute a Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Folsom and the Folsom Police Officers Association, FPOA. Background/issue. The existing Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the City of Folsom and the Folsom Police Officers Association, FPOA, expired on December 31, 2024. The parties began negotiations on a new MOU on September 24, 2024, and reached a tentative agreement on February 24, 2025. The FPOA ratified the tentative agreement on March 14, 2025. The new proposed successor MOU is being presented to the City Council on April 8, 2025, for consideration and approval. Policy/Rule. Government Code Title I, Division 4, Chapter 10, commonly known as the Myers-Millie-Brown Act, requires that representatives of the governing body of a public agency shall meet and confer in good faith regarding wages, hours, and other terms and conditions of employment with representatives of recognized employee organizations. Both parties shall endeavor to reach a tentative agreement within the scope of representation, and, if a tentative agreement is reached and ratified by the respective parties, they shall prepare a written Memorandum of Understanding. 1. Analysis and financial impact. A tentative agreement was reached by the parties, and the proposed successor Memorandum of Understanding, which will be effective January 1, 2025, contains the following changes that have some economic impact, as outlined below. The changed provisions are as follows. 1. The MOU term will be for 1 year, January 1, 2025, through December 31, 2025. 2. Effective January 1, 2025, a cost of living adjustment, COLA, is provided. All employees shall receive a 3% COLA. The cost of the COLA will increase salary and benefits approximately $594,000. 3. Effective January 1, 2025, a market adjustment will be made for the positions of police officer, corporal, and sergeant. Employees in the above classifications will receive a market adjustment in the amount of 2%. The cost of the market adjustment will cost approximately $360,000. 4. Educational incentive pay. Effective January 1, 2025, the educational incentive for police officers, corporals, and sergeants will increase from a maximum of 10% to 12.5%, through a combination of post-and/or education incentives. The cost of the increase in educational incentive pay will be approximately $110,000. 5. Veteran incentive. Employees who have successfully completed military service and have received an honorable discharge shall receive a 2.5% veterans incentive, not to be combined with educational incentive. 6. Longevity pay. Employees in classifications other than police officer, corporal, sergeant, and dispatcher are eligible for the longevity pay incentive after completing 10 or more years of full-time continuous city service. Upon eligibility, the employee will receive 2.5% of their base salary. The cost will be approximately $2,500. 7. Motor officer pay. Effective January 1, 2025, officers assigned to a motor officer position shall receive a motor officer differential of 5%. The cost will be approximately $55,000. 8. Standby duty pay. 2. Dispatchers assigned to standby duty will receive $70 per 24-hour period, up from $35 per 24-hour period. 9. Life insurance. Effective January 1, 2025, the city will increase life insurance coverage from $40,000 to $50,000. The cost will be approximately $2,500. 10. A variety of non-economical and clarification language changes were also agreed upon. Attachments. 1. Resolution No. 11354, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Folsom and the Folsom Police Officers Association, FPOA. 2. Proposed Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Folsom and the FPOA for the term of January 1, 2025, through December 31, 2025. Submitted, Alison Garcia, Human Resources Director. 3 Attachment 1 Resolution No. 11354, a resolution authorizing the City Manager to execute a Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Folsom and the Folsom Police Officers Association, FPOA, whereas, the City of Folsom and the Folsom Police Officers Association, FPOA, have met and conferred in good faith since September 24, 2024, and whereas, the parties reached a tentative agreement on February 24, 2025, and whereas, the members of the Folsom Police Officers Association, FPOA, ratified the tentative agreement on March 14, 2025, and whereas, the City Manager and the City's negotiation team recommend the City Council adopt the agreement now, therefore, BIT resolved that the City Council adopts the agreement between the City of Folsom and the Folsom Police Officers Association, FPOA, for the period of January 1, 2025 to December 31, 2025, and BIT further resolved that the City Council of the City of Folsom authorizes the City Manager to execute a Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Folsom and the Folsom Police Officers Association, FPOA. Passed and adopted this 8th day of April, 2025, by the following roll call vote: ayes, noes, absent, abstain, council member, S council member, S council member, S council member, S attest. Underscore 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 on Sarah Aquino, Mayor underscore 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 on Krista Fremantle, City Clerk. Resolution number 11354, page 1 of 1, attachment 2, FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 22 to December 31, 24, page 1, Memorandum of Understanding between City of Folsom and Folsom Police Officers Association January 1, 2025, through December 31, 2025. FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25. Table of Contents. Preamble. 4. Article I, Recognition and Coverage. 5a. Recognition. 5b. Total Agreement. 6c. Severability of Provisions. 6. Article 2, Management Rights. 6. Article 3, No Strike. 7. Article 4, Employee Rights. 8a. Union Bank Time. 8b. Non-discrimination. 8c. Access to personnel files. 8d. Documents in personnel files. 9. Article V, Salary and other compensation. 9a. Salary adjustments. 9b. Market survey. 10c. Salary ranges. 10d. Creation of salary range A and salary range B. 11e. Salary step placement. 12f. Clothing/uniform allowance. 12 Guarani's educational incentive pay. 13h. Tuition reimbursement policy. 16I. K-9 officers and motor officers. 18J. Night shift differential. 18K. Training differential, dispatchers. 19L. Training differential. 19M. Longevity pay. 19N. Bilingual pay. 20. Article 6, Retirement. 20A. Public Employees Retirement System, PERS, Formula. 20B. Public Employees Retirement System, PERS, Retirement Benefit. 21C. Retiree Health Insurance. 21D. Retiree Dental and Vision Insurance. 23E. Social Security Retirement Plan. 23. Article 7, Insurance. 24A. Health Insurance. 24. Page 2, FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25. BIRS 125 Reimbursement Account. 26C. Health Benefits Labor Management Committee. 26D. Dental Insurance. 26E. Vision Care. 27F. Life Insurance. 27 Guaranese Short-Term Disability Program, 27H Long-Term Disability Program, 27 Article 8 Hours of Work and Overtime, 27A Work Shifts and Work Schedules, 27B Daylight Savings Time, 28C Shift Rotation Schedule, 28D Shift Trade, 29E Minimum Staffing Levels, 29F Overtime, 29 Guaranese Overtime Rotation System, 29H Call-in Pay, 29I Telephone Standby/Court Preparation, 30J Compensatory Time Off, 30K Standby Duty Dispatchers, 30 Article 9 Leaves, 31A Annual Leave, 31B Sick Leave, 32C Holidays, 33D Use of Accrued Employee Furlough Time, 34E Maternity/Paternity Leave, 34F FPOA Catastrophic Leave Bank, 34 Article X Miscellaneous, 35A Fitness for Duty, 35B City Vehicle Use, 36C Probationary Period, 36D Permanent Part-Time Employees, 37E Voluntary Wellness Program, 37F Personal Leave Time, 38 Guaranese Mutual Aid Assignments, 39 Article 11 Grievance Procedure, 39A Definition, 39B Time Limits, 39C Presentation, 40D Procedure, 40 Page 3 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 Article 12 Discipline Procedure, 41A Policy, 41B Definition, 42C Persons authorized to initiate disciplinary action, 42D Application of Appeal Procedure, 42E Cause for disciplinary action, 43F Preliminary Notice of disciplinary action, 43 Guaranese Skelly Meeting, 44H Appeal of disciplinary action, 45 Article 13 Layoff, 45A Layoff, 45 Article 14 Term and Signature Clause, 48A Term of Agreement, 48B Signature Clause, 50 Attachment A Salary Schedule, 51 Attachment B Salary Step Placement, 52 Page 4 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 Preamble. This Memorandum of Understanding, hereinafter referred to as the Agreement, entered into by the City of Folsom, hereinafter referred to as the City, or the Employer, pursuant to Section 3500 ETSEQ of the Government Code of the State of California and the Folsom Police Officers Association, hereinafter referred to as the Association or FPOA, has as its purpose the promotion of harmonious labor relations between the City and the FPOA, establishment of an equitable and peaceful procedure for the resolution of differences, and the establishment of rates of pay, hours of work, and other terms and conditions of employment. It is understood and agreed that this Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, supersedes and replaces all previous such actions on these points by and between the City of Folsom and the Folsom Police Officers Association. Where ordinances and policies that may conflict with the Memorandum of Understanding exist, the Memorandum of Understanding will prevail. The term agreement as used herein means the written agreement provided under Section 3505.1 of the Government Code. Article I, Recognition and Coverage. A recognition, Folsom Police Officers Association is recognized as the exclusive representative, as provided in the city's employer-employee relations rules for all employees assigned to the police bargaining unit in the following classifications and any other classification which is agreed between the parties to be included in the police bargaining unit. Animal Control Officer, Community Service Officer, Communications Supervisor, Crime Analyst, Dispatcher I/2, Police Corporal, Police Officer, Police Records Technician, Police Records Supervisor, Police Sergeant, Volunteer Coordinator. Page 5 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25B Total Agreement. This Memorandum of Understanding constitutes a full and complete agreement by the parties and contains all of the matters upon which the parties have reached agreement. Therefore, except as provided herein, the City and the Association, for the duration of this agreement, each voluntarily and unqualifiedly waives the right, and each agrees that the other shall not be obligated to bargain collectively, with respect to any subject or matter referred to or covered in this agreement, as well as any subject or matter not referred to or covered in this agreement. C. Severability of provisions. Should any section, clause, or provision of this agreement be declared illegal by final judgment of a court of competent jurisdiction, such invalidation of such section, clause, or provision shall not invalidate the remaining portions hereof, and such remaining portions shall remain in full force and effect for the duration of this agreement. In the event of such invalidation, the parties agree to meet and confer concerning substitute provisions for provisions rendered or declared illegal. Article 2. Management rights. All city rights and functions, except those which are expressly abridged by this agreement, shall remain vested with the city. The rights of the city include, but are not limited to, the exclusive right to a. Manage the city generally and to determine issues of policy. b. Determine the existence of facts which is the basis of management decisions. c. Determine the necessity for an organization of any service or activity conducted by the city, and to expand or diminish services. d. Determine the nature, manner, means, technology, and extent of services to be provided to the public. e. Determine methods of financing. f. Determine types of equipment or technology to be used. g. Determine and/or change the facilities, methods, technology, means, organizational structure, and size and composition of the workforce, and to allocate and assign the work by which the city operations are to be conducted. Page 6. FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25. H. Determine and change the number of locations, relocations, and types of operations, processes, and materials to be used in carrying out all city functions, including, but not limited to, the right to contract for or subcontract any work or operation of the city. I. Assign work to and schedule employees in accordance with requirements as determined by the city, and to establish and change work schedules and assignments upon reasonable notice and good faith. Meet and confer. J. Lay off employees from duties because of lack of work or funds, or under conditions where continued work would be ineffective or non-productive. K. Establish and modify productivity and performance programs and standards. L. Dismiss, suspend without pay, demote, reprimand, withhold salary step increases, or otherwise discipline employees for cause. M. Determine minimum qualifications, skills, abilities, knowledge, selection procedures and standards, and job classifications, and to reclassify employees. N. Hire, transfer, promote, and demote employees. O. Determine policies, procedures, and standards for selection, training, and promotion of employees. P. Establish reasonable employee performance standards including, but not limited to, quality and quantity standards, and to require compliance therewith. Q. Maintain order and efficiency in city facilities and operations. R. Establish, publish, and/or modify rules and regulations to maintain order and safety and health in the city. The city agrees to meet and confer on any items that fall within the scope of Government Code Section 3500 ET. SEQS restrict the activity of an employee organization on the municipal property and on municipal time except as set forth in the city's personnel rules. T. Take any and all necessary action to carry out the mission of the city in emergencies. Article 3. No strike. FPOA agrees that during the term of this agreement, neither it nor its officers, employees, page 7. FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25. Representatives, or members will engage in, encourage, sanction, support or suggest any strikes, work stoppages, boycotts, slowdowns, mass resignations, mass absenteeism, or any other similar actions which would involve suspension of, or interference with, the normal work of the city of Folsom. In the event that FPOA members participate in such activities in violation of this provision, FPOA shall notify those members so engaged to cease and desist from such activities and shall instruct the members to return to their normal duties. Article 4. Employee rights. A union bank time. 1. Employees in the bargaining unit may, but are not required to, donate accrued annual leave, or holiday leave in no less than 1/2 hour increments, into a bank of hours from which designated FPOA representatives may draw time for the purposes of conducting association business, including but not limited to, training programs and seminars. Donated time will be transferred from the donating employee's accrued annual leave or holiday leave to the Union Bank as a one-time donation or from annual leave on a regular basis each pay period. 2. The FPOA president or designee must approve, fill out and submit a leave request slip for all employees using the Union Bank. The release of employees on Union Bank time shall be subject to the needs of the city, as determined by the police chief. 3. The FPOA shall submit a request to the police chief or designee for the release of employees on Union Bank time at least 7 calendar days prior to the desired time off or as otherwise approved by the police chief. B. Non-discrimination. The city agrees not to discriminate against any employee because of membership in the association or because of any activities on behalf of the association. The city further agrees not to discriminate, harass, or reprise against any employee as a result of their exercise of their rights under this agreement, or under Section 3500 ETSEQ, of the Government Code of the State of California. C. Access to personnel files. The city shall maintain only one personnel file on each person in the Human Resources Department. A duplicate personnel file shall be maintained at the Police Department. Both files shall be kept secured. Page 8 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 Upon request by an employee, the employee and/or his/her authorized representative may review the personnel files during regular business hours, except where denial of access is authorized by statute. Information contained in an employee's personnel file shall be confidential and available for inspection only to authorized management/administrative personnel and the supervisor of the employee, except, however, that information in an employee's personnel file may be released pursuant to court order, subpoena, or with a release signed by the employee. The department shall notify the employee of the existence of such court order, subpoena, or a motion for court order to gain access to the personnel file prior to the release of any information. No material which relates to the employee's conduct, attitude, work performance, or service will be included in his/her personnel file without being signed and dated by the author of such material. Before such material is placed in the employee's file, the department head shall provide the employee the opportunity to review the material and sign and date it. A copy of such material shall be provided to the employee. The employee shall have the right to insert in his/her file within 30 days of the employer placing the item in the file, supplementary material, and a written response to any item in the file. Such response shall remain attached to the material it supplements for as long as the material remains in the file. D. Documents in personnel files. Upon the request of an employee, and with the approval of the police chief, counseling memos and reprimands shall be removed from personnel files after 2 years. These items, along with disciplinary actions, i.e., suspensions, reductions in pay, and demotions, shall be removed and destroyed after 5 years in accordance with the city's records retention policy. Internal affairs investigations shall be kept in a separate file under the employee's name and shall be purged and destroyed after 5 years. Such files shall be maintained in the police department. Notwithstanding any other provision of this agreement, complaints and any reports or findings relating to these complaints shall be retained for a period of 5 years for records where there was not a sustained finding of misconduct and for 15 years where there was a sustained finding of misconduct. Article V. Salary and other compensation. A. Salary adjustments. Page 9 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 1. Effective January 1, 2025, all employees shall receive a cost of living salary increase of 3%. 2. Effective January 1, 2025, all employees in the position of police officer, corporal, and sergeant, shall receive a market adjustment of 2% increase, for a total salary adjustment of 5%. Note: market adjustment will be applied first, then COLA. Retroactive pay will be provided exclusively to employees who are actively employed with the city as of the ratification date of this MOU. B. Market Survey. The city agrees to conduct a market survey of the classes of police officer, police sergeant, dispatcher 2, and police records technician. The survey shall be concluded not later than 120 days prior to the expiration of this MOU. 1. The purpose of the study is to determine the relationship of the total compensation for employees in the job classifications identified above when compared to comparable job classifications in the following agencies: City of Elk Grove, City of Rocklin, City of West Sacramento, City of Sacramento, City of Roseville, City of Citrus Heights, and County of Sacramento. 2. Compensation, for purposes of this study, shall constitute the following elements: A. Base salary, top step in the salary range; B. Maximum contribution to health insurance; C. Uniform allowance, to include value of uniforms provided by employer; D. Maximum education/post incentive pay; E. Social Security. 3. Study results will identify the mean, average, and relative ranking of the base salary and total compensation, by classification, comparing the City of Folsom to those agencies identified in subsection 1 above. C. Salary ranges. The first-year salary range for each job classification in the police bargaining unit are set forth in Attachment A, Salary Schedules, of this agreement. The salary range for each classification includes salary increases, Article V, Section A above, and any market adjustment, Article V, Section B above. It is understood that page 10 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 implementation of any salary increase, or market adjustment may vary slightly due to rounding. Procedures for step advancement, promotion, demotion, transfer, and layoff as set forth in City of Folsom Personnel Rules and Regulations, and the MOU shall apply. Should unusual circumstances or rigid adherence to the current salary range structure cause an unforeseen inequity, the city manager may authorize a special salary adjustment appropriate to the circumstance. 1. Effective January 1, 2022, the classes of police officer, police corporal, police sergeant, communications supervisor, and dispatcher 2 shall have one salary range. Attachment A. The salary range for each classification shall consist of 9 steps, with 3% between steps. The highest step in the existing salary range, S, for each class shall constitute the highest step in the new salary range for each class. For all other classes in the FPOA bargaining unit, the current salary range structure shall remain unchanged. A. When converting to the new salary range, employee step assignment shall be equal to the salary step the employee is assigned on January 1, 2022. For example, an employee assigned to step 6 on January 1, 2022, shall be assigned to step 6 in the new salary range. 2. Employees in the classes of police corporal and police sergeant who are assigned to range A on January 1, 2022, shall convert to the new salary range, item D.1 above, on the first calendar day after December 31, 2024. Range A shall continue for employees who are assigned to Range A through December 31, 2024. Employee step assignment into the new range, item D.1 above, shall be equal to the Range A salary step the employee is assigned on December 31, 2024. Effective January 1, 2022, all new appointments into the classes of police corporal and police sergeant shall be appointed to the new salary range, item D.1, above. D. Creation of salary range A and salary range B, except for the class of police officer, police corporal, police sergeant, community services officer, communications supervisor, and dispatcher 2, each job classification shall have two salary ranges. Range A and Range B. Procedures for step advancement, promotion, demotion, transfer, and layoff as set forth in City of Folsom Personnel Rules and the MOU shall apply. Any unit-wide salary change shall be applied equally to Range A and Range B. Such salary changes may vary slightly due to rounding. Salary Range A Page 11 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 Where Salary Range A applies, Salary Range A shall be the salary range for employees employed by the city prior to February 6, 2014. Said employees shall be assigned Range A for city job classifications for the remainder of their continuous employment with the city. Salary Range B Where Salary Range B applies, employees who are hired on or after February 6, 2014, shall be assigned to Salary Range B. Said employees shall be assigned Range B for city job classifications for the remainder of their continuous employment with the city. For classifications with Salary Range A and B, the top step of Salary Range B shall be 100% of the top step of Salary Range A for each job classification. Except for the class of Community Services Officer, Salary Range B shall consist of 13 salary steps. Community Services Officer shall have a single salary range. The salary range for Community Services Officer shall consist of 12 steps. Dispatcher I is a 12-month probationary/trainee position and shall have a separate one-step salary range. Upon successful completion of the 12-month trainee opportunity as Dispatcher I, employees will be promoted to Dispatcher II. Salary step placement. Employee step placement in the salary range for each classification are shown in Attachment B, Salary step placement. F. Clothing/uniform allowance. 1. Plain clothes assignments. When the police chief assigns employees to a plain clothes assignment, for more than 3 months consecutively, such employees shall receive a clothing allowance of $1,000 per year. Plain clothes assignments are those assignments that require professional business attire. Other plain clothes assignments that do not require daily wearing of professional business attire may qualify for the allowance based upon individual written approval by the Chief of Police. Appropriate justification shall be made for such approval. Page 12 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 Employees assigned to a plain clothes assignment shall be responsible for the cleaning of their own clothing, except that employees in a plain clothes assignment may have their department-issued uniforms cleaned as needed based upon uniformed or overtime assignments. Clothing allowance shall be paid annually in conjunction with biannual shift changes, on or before January 20 and on or before July 20 of each fiscal year. Employees assigned to a plain clothes assignment in January or in July of each year shall receive the annual clothing allowance for the year, payable as described above. Employees assigned to a plain clothes assignment after shift changes will receive a prorated clothing allowance. 2. Sworn personnel. As provided in Section 4 below, the City agrees to provide the initial issue of uniforms to all sworn employees and the City shall pay for the cleaning and replacement of all uniforms. Any proposed change to the uniforms will only be done after meet and confer with the Association. For CalPERS Classic members, the City agrees to report to PERS the estimated value of $850 per fiscal year for each uniformed employee for purposes of cleaning, maintaining and replacing uniforms. 3. Non-sworn employees. The City agrees to provide the initial issue of uniforms to all non-sworn employees, consistent with department policy. 4. Uniform issuance/replacement. All employees. The City will provide the initial issue of uniforms to all employees of the department. The City shall replace any uniform or authorized equipment, which has been lost, stolen, damaged, or rendered unserviceable as a result of on-duty activity. Personnel will receive authorization for uniform replacement from their immediate supervisor. G. Educational incentive pay. 1. Effective January 1, 2025, employees shall be eligible to receive education incentive pay starting the first full pay period following submission of documentation showing they qualify for such pay. Page 13 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 2. Police officers, corporals, and sergeants will be entitled to receive educational incentive pay based on the following: police officers and corporals either, A. Police officers and police corporals who possess the following degree, S. from a recognized college or university. 1. Associate of Arts degree shall receive a salary increase of 5%. 2. Bachelor of Arts/Science degree shall receive a salary increase of 10%. 3. In no event shall a police officer or police corporal who possesses both an Associate of Arts degree and a Bachelor of Arts/Science degree receive more than 10%. Or, B. Police officers and police corporals who possess the following post certificates. 1. Intermediate post certificate shall receive a salary increase of 5%. 2. Advanced post certificate shall receive a salary increase of 10%. In no event shall an officer who possesses both an intermediate post certificate and an advanced post certificate receive a salary increase of more than 12.5%. Sergeants either, A. Sergeants who possess the following degree, S. From a recognized college or university, 1. Associate of Arts, AA, degree shall receive a salary increase of 5%. 2. Bachelor of Arts/Science, BA/BS, degree shall receive a salary increase of 10%. 3. In no event shall a sergeant who possesses both an AA degree and a BA/BS degree receive more than 10%. Or, B. Sergeants who possess the following post certificates. Page 14 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25. 1. Intermediate post certificate shall receive a salary increase of 5%. 2. Advanced post certificate shall receive a salary increase of 10%. 3. In no event shall a sergeant who possesses both an intermediate post certificate and an advanced post certificate receive more than 12.5%. 3. No police officer, police corporal, or sergeant who possesses an AA or BA/BS college degree, S, and post certificate, S, shall receive a total EIP salary increase of more than 12.5%. 4. Communications supervisors, dispatchers, police records technicians, community service officers, records supervisors, A. Dispatchers with the possession of dispatch post certification shall receive 7.5%. B. Records supervisor with the possession of post certification shall receive 7.5%. C. Dispatchers, community service officers or police records technicians with possession of Associate of Arts degree shall receive 2.5%. Bachelor of Arts degree shall receive 5%. D. With the exception of item 5 below, no dispatcher or technician who possess an AA or BA/BS college degree, S, and dispatch certification receive a total EIP salary increase of more than 10%. 5. Master's degree, employees hired prior to July 1, 2010, who are in possession of a Master's of Arts/Masters of Science degree receive an additional 5% incentive. Degrees shall be related to the field of law enforcement or public administration as approved by the Chief of Police. Employees hired on or after July 1, 2010, shall not qualify for an additional 5% for a Master's of Arts/Masters of Science degree. An employee receiving this incentive shall not exceed a total education incentive under this section of more than 15%. 15%. 6. Crime Analyst Certificate, page 15 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25. Employees in the class of crime analyst who submit evidence that they possess a crime and intelligence analysis certificate from an accredited institution approved by the city shall, one time only, be advanced in the salary range by an amount equal to approximately 10%. For employees assigned to range A, advancement shall equal 2 steps. For employees assigned to range B, advancement shall equal 4 steps. 7. Notwithstanding subsections 1 through 5 above, for the period beginning July 1, 2010, and ending June 30, 2011, employee advancement from one education incentive pay level to the next EIP level shall be frozen. Employees who would normally have advanced to a higher EIP level during this period shall advance to the next higher level 12 months from the date they would have otherwise qualified and shall not receive any retroactive payment. Age tuition reimbursement policy, with the advance written approval of the department and city and upon satisfactory completion with a grade C or better, the city shall reimburse an eligible, permanent unit member for the cost of tuition from a recognized college or university, on a course-by-course basis, for courses having a strong nexus to city law enforcement duties and benefit to the city. All classes will be taken on the unit member's own time. 1. Eligibility. A. In order to qualify for tuition reimbursement, a unit member shall have attained permanent status, successfully completed entry-level probation, as a unit member in Folsom. No reimbursement will be made for classes taken during the eligibility period or prior to attaining permanent status. Classes successfully challenged will not be eligible for reimbursement. B. Recognized colleges or universities are those institutions of higher learning accredited by one or more of the following accrediting organizations: Middle States Association of Colleges and Schools, New England Association of Schools and Colleges, North Central Association of Colleges and Schools, Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities, Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, and Western Association of Schools and Colleges. Page 16 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 2. Tuition shall be reimbursed as follows: 1a. For unit members who have completed a total of 60 or less undergraduate 2-semester units, the city will reimburse a unit member in the amount of the cost of per unit tuition for a resident student enrolled at a Los Rios Junior College District Community College. B. For unit members who have a total of 61 or more undergraduate semester units, the city will reimburse a unit member in the amount of the cost of per semester tuition for either a part-time student or full-time student, depending on the number of units carried by the unit member for the semester, for a California resident student enrolled at California State University, Sacramento, CSUs. C. For unit members who are enrolled in a graduate program, the city will reimburse a unit member in the amount of the cost of per semester tuition for either a part-time student or full-time student, depending on the number of units carried by the unit member for the semester, for a California resident student enrolled at California State University, Sacramento, CSUs. 3. In any one semester or quarter, the maximum reimbursement for Class ES required books in total shall be a maximum of $500 per semester. For approval of tuition reimbursement claims, approval of a claim for tuition reimbursement shall be as follows: A. Claims for tuition reimbursement will be denied for any course or class that has not received prior written approval by the department and city. B. Tuition reimbursement shall be on a course-by-course basis. 1. A college quarter system will be converted to a semester system. The semester system that coincides with that used at CSUs will be used. 2. Upon specific approval of the Chief of Police, a unit member who has completed a total of 60 or less undergraduate semester units, may be reimbursed at the CSU's rate referenced in B. For a lower division course if currently enrolled in CSUs in a 4-year course of study and the lower division units are part of that course of study. Page 17 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 C. All requests for tuition reimbursement, whether for a single class or a class that is part of an approved program, are subject to available funds as determined by the city. Approval for any program does not guarantee approval or available funds for any subsequent class. 1. In order to expedite tuition reimbursement, claim approval, a unit member may seek city approval to enter into a course of study for a specified degree or certificate. Degree or certificate program approval must have a strong nexus to city law enforcement duties as approved in writing by the department. A request for approval of a degree program or certificate shall include a current, full course description inclusive of mandatory core and elective course options. 2. For each selection of an elective option, the unit member shall obtain the approval of the department based upon the option most beneficial to the department and city. 3. If a course of study approval has been granted, the unit member may submit the previously granted approval and indicate the completed course description included in the approval. D. Tuition reimbursement is not authorized for coursework, unit credit, that applies to previous academic or professional experience. Nor is reimbursement authorized for coursework necessitated by a change in a course of study, major, a repetition of a course for any reason or other academic circumstance. Canine officers and motor officers, 1 officers assigned to the canine program will be compensated for 30 minutes each day, at time and 1/2, for time spent off-duty caring for their dogs. 2 officers assigned to a motor officer position shall receive a motor officer differential of 5%, 5%. J. Night shift differential. Dispatchers and sworn personnel who work night shift shall receive a night shift differential of $1 per hour. The department will designate which hours/shifts shall qualify for payment of night shift differential. Page 18 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 effective January 1, 2023, night shift differential shall increase to $1.25 per hour. Effective January 1, 2024, night shift differential shall increase to $1.50 per hour. K. Training differential. Dispatchers. City agrees to pay employees in the classification of dispatcher an additional 5% salary differential when assigned the responsibility for training newly hired dispatcher. S. L. Training differential. When an employee is assigned as a training officer to train another employee, he/she shall receive a pay differential of 5% for all hours worked while assigned to train another employee. Employees in the class of corporal shall not be eligible for a training differential. Any designated training officer reassigned to another shift to perform the duties of a training officer shall receive the 5% pay differential for the duration of that assignment. Such reassignments shall be made pursuant to current operating procedure. M. Longevity pay. 1. Subject to subsections 2 and 3 below, the City will pay employees in the classifications police officer, corporal, sergeant and dispatcher for their continued service based on the following formula. The longevity pay increments will be paid on a monthly basis. Additional 2.5% after 10 years of full-time city service, 2.5% after 15 years of full-time city service, 2.5% after 20 years of full-time city service. Longevity pay shall not exceed a total of 7.5% per month for an employee with 20 or more years of full-time city service. 2. Employees in classifications not eligible for the longevity pay incentive in subsection 1 above, are eligible for a longevity pay incentive as follows. A. Upon completion of 10 or more years of full-time continuous city service, the employee will receive 2.5% of the employee's base salary. 3. Any employee receiving a higher longevity incentive prior to the effective date of this agreement than they would receive under this agreement will. Page 19 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 continue to receive the longevity incentive they received prior to the effective date of this agreement. N. Bilingual pay. 1. The police chief may designate not more than 10 employees as eligible to receive a 2.5% bilingual pay differential. Employees eligible for bilingual pay must 1. Speak a foreign language as identified by the city, 2. Agree to utilize his/her bilingual ability on the job, and 3. Demonstrate bilingual proficiency satisfactory to the Director of Human Resources. Such assignments shall be in writing and must be renewed on an annual basis. 2. Employees shall maintain the necessary training and certification standards established by the City to continue to receive bilingual pay. All employees receiving bilingual pay shall have their bilingual performance included as part of the employee's City performance evaluation. Performance that falls below meets expectations may subject the employee to loss of bilingual pay. O. Veteran incentive. 1. Employees who have successfully completed military service and have received an honorable discharge, shall receive an incentive of 2.5%, 2.5%. An employee who qualifies for the veteran incentive and an education incentive under Article V, Section H, will only receive the education incentive. To qualify for this incentive, employees shall provide a copy of their DD-214 to the Human Resources Department to certify that they received an honorable discharge. The veteran incentive does not qualify as pensionable income pursuant to Rule 571. The veteran incentive will be paid the first pay period following submission to, and approval by, Human Resources. Article 6 Retirement. A Public Employees Retirement System, PERS, Formula. 1. Safety police employees hired on or prior to December 16, 2010, shall receive the retirement benefit of 3% at 50 Safety police employees hired on or after December 17, 2010, but prior to January 1, 2013, shall receive the retirement benefit of 2% at 50. Safety police employees hired on or after January 1, 2013, shall receive the retirement benefit of 2.7% at 57 or as specified in the California Public Employees Pension Reform Act of 2013, PEPRA. Page 20 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 2. Miscellaneous employees hired on or prior to May 16, 2011, shall receive the retirement benefit of 2.7% at 55. Miscellaneous employees hired on or after May 17, 2011, shall receive the retirement benefit of 2% at 55. All employees hired on or after January 1, 2013, shall receive the retirement benefit 2% at 62 or as specified in the California Public Employees Pension Reform Act of 2013, PEPRA. 3. Safety police employees hired on or prior to December 16, 2010, and miscellaneous employees hired on or prior to May 16, 2011, shall receive the retirement benefit based on the single highest 12 months of compensation. Safety police employees hired on or after December 17, 2010, and miscellaneous employees hired on or after May 17, 2011, shall receive the retirement benefit based on the employee's highest average monthly compensation during 36 consecutive months of employment as provided in state law pertaining to PERS B. Public Employees Retirement System, PERS, Retirement Benefit. 1. Safety police employees hired prior to January 1, 2013, shall pay 9% of the employee share of retirement. Miscellaneous employees hired on or prior to May 16, 2011, shall pay 8% of the employee share of retirement. Miscellaneous employees hired on or after May 17, 2011, shall pay 7% of the employee share of retirement. 2. The City agrees to continue Government Code Section 20691, Conversion of Employer-Paid Member Contributions, EPMC, for miscellaneous employees. 3. Safety police and miscellaneous employees hired on or after January 1, 2013, will pay the employee contribution as specified and adjusted by PERS C. Retiree Health Insurance. 1. Employees hired on or prior to May 8, 2007, who retire 1 from city service on July 1, 2007, or later may participate in the health insurance plans made available by the city for active employees. The amount of the city's monthly contribution shall be determined as set forth below. Any costs that exceed 1 employees are exclusively permanent and/or probationary employees of the City of Folsom on the date the addendum was approved by the Folsom City Council, May 8, 2007. Retire or retiree is defined as any classified city employee who, 1. applies for retirement with the Public Employees Retirement System, PERS, within 90 days after terminating employment with the city, and 2. receives a PERS retirement benefit. Page 21 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25. The maximum paid by the city towards retiree health insurance costs shall be borne by the retiree. Employees who retire with less than 5 years of service 1 shall not be eligible to receive any city contribution toward the cost of retiree health insurance. Employees who retire with more than 5 years of service shall qualify for a monthly city retiree health insurance contribution. 1. Subject to the maximum set forth in item 1.c below, the city retiree health insurance contribution shall be as follows. 2. Retiree only an amount equal to the city's contribution towards active employee health insurance for the category of employee only. 3. Retiree and 1 dependent an amount equal to the city's contribution towards active employee health insurance for the category of employee plus 1. 4. Retiree and 2 or more dependents, an amount equal to the city's contribution towards active employee health insurance for the category of employee plus 1 plus $100. C. The city's monthly contribution toward the cost of retiree health insurance shall not exceed the maximum monthly contribution paid by the city to active employee health insurance for the categories of employee only, for retiree only, employee plus one, for retiree plus one dependent, and employee plus $100, for retiree plus two or more dependents, as of January 1, 2012. 1. The January 1, 2012 cap for each category shall be adjusted each January thereafter by an amount not to exceed 3%, depending on the percent increase in the Consumer Price Index, CPI, U.S. Department of Labor, for November of the previous year, Index CPIW, Urban Wage Earners and Clerical Workers, Series number CWUR0400SA0, United States. Example: if the cost of living for the specified period increases by 2%, the cap shall be increased by 2%. If the cost of living for the specified period increases by 4%, the one service is defined as full-time, or equivalent, continuous permanent and/or probationary employment status with the City of Folsom. Page 22 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 cap shall be increased by 3%, cost of living increases in the cap shall be rounded to the nearest tenth. 2. The city shall contribute $25 per pay period into a health reimbursement arrangement for each probationary/permanent employee hired after May 8, 2007. D. Retiree dental and vision insurance, effective the first full pay period after approval of this MOU by the City Council. Employees who retire from city service must have at least 120 months of continuous service as a city employee to qualify for dental and vision insurance benefits provided to active employees. The city shall contribute 5% of the premium per year of city service, up to an 80% city contribution. E. Social Security Retirement Plan. Employees in the police bargaining unit shall maintain enrollment in the Federal Social Security System, FICA. F. Out-of-area health plan. 1. OAHP shall work in conjunction with the Health Reimbursement Arrangement, HRA, provided by the city to active employees. Each OAHP retiree will obtain a participant account. 2. Only retirees who, a. are not eligible for Medicare who reside outside of the service area as defined by the city health insurance carriers, b. qualify for retiree health coverage pursuant to Article 6, Section C, and c. agree to disenroll from the current group medical benefit plan for retiree health coverage may participate in OAHP. 3. Once a retiree opts to participate in OAHP, the retiree shall thereafter be prohibited from returning to retiree health coverage. 4. The city will contribute to the retiree's participant account on a monthly basis in an amount equal to the amount of the city's contribution for employee-only or employee plus one coverage, based on the retiree's marital status at the time of OAHP election. Eligible dependents not covered at the time of election will not be added at a later date. Annual confirmation of dependent eligibility will be required. The city's contribution would be used for premiums to obtain health coverage and other qualified out-of-pocket medical expenses. Under no circumstances shall the contribution be higher. Page 23 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 than the city paid premiums for similarly situated in-area employees. The retiree shall be responsible for administrative costs established by the HRA plan administrator. 5. Upon the death of, or marital dissolution from, the retiree's spouse on record at the time of election to participate on OAHP, the funding level will be adjusted to employee only. Subsequent spouse, S, from any subsequent marriage, S, i.e. post-initial OAHP election, shall not be eligible to participate and funding will remain at employee only. In the event of the retiree's death, surviving spousal benefits will conform to the city practices applicable to employees participating in city plans. Should the retiree obtain coverage from another source, e.g. coverage by spouse, the funding will cease and will not be reinstated. 6. Rules and procedures governing OAHP shall be determined and administered by the city's Human Resources Department. Disputes regarding OAHP shall be appealed to the city manager or designee and shall not be subject to arbitration. Article 7 Insurance. The city's obligation for health, dental, vision, life and disability insurance coverage is limited to plan contribution. Plan content, including eligibility criteria, is determined by the respective carriers. A health insurance, 1 beginning January 1, 2011, the city's maximum monthly contribution for active employee health insurance coverage shall be adjusted annually to an amount equal to 50% of the increase above the 2010 Kaiser monthly premium rate for employee-only category, $507.89, employee plus one category, $1,015.78, and employee plus two or more category, $1,320.52, rounded to the next whole number. Example, employee-only category, the 2010 monthly premium for Kaiser employee-only is $507.89 and the city's maximum monthly contribution is $486. If this premium increases by 10% for 2011, or to $558.68, the city's contribution for 2011 for the employee-only category would be computed as follows: $558.68, $507.89 equals $50.79, $50.79 x 50% equals $25.40, $486 plus $25.40 equals $511.40. After rounding to the next whole number, the city's maximum contribution for health insurance for the employee-only category, page 24 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 would be $511 per month. Employee plus one category, the 2010 monthly premium for Kaiser employee plus one is $1,015.78 and the city's maximum monthly contribution is $972. If this premium increases by 10% for 2011, or to $1,117.36, the city's contribution for 2011 for the employee plus one category would be computed as follows: $1,117.36, $1,015.78 equals $101.58, $101.58 x 50% equals $50.79, $972 plus $50.79 equals $1,022.79. After rounding to the next whole number, the city's maximum contribution for health insurance for the employee plus one category would be $1,023 per month. Employee plus two or more category, the 2010 monthly premium for Kaiser employee plus two or more is $1,320.52 and the city's maximum monthly contribution is $1,263. If this premium increases by 10% for 2011, or to $1,452.57, the city's contribution for 2011 for the employee plus two or more category would be computed as follows: $1,452.57, $1,320.52 equals $132.05, $132.05 x 50% equals $66.03, $1,263 plus $66.03 equals $1,329.03. After rounding to the next whole number, the city's maximum contribution for health insurance for the employee plus two or more category would be $1,329 per month. Two employees who select a health plan with higher monthly premiums than the maximum monthly premium paid by the city, Section A, Item 1 above, shall pay the difference through payroll deduction. Should employees select a health plan with lower monthly premiums than the maximum monthly premium paid the city's contribution shall be limited to the cost of the monthly premium. 3 high-deductible health plans. A. The city agrees to offer 2 high-deductible health benefit plans offered by the health benefit plan carriers. B. The city agrees to make available a health savings account, HSA, to eligible active employees who select either of the high deductible health benefit plans. C. Tax status of contributions, contribution amounts, and use of HSA funds shall be in accordance with federal and state law. 4. Health insurance cashback. Page 25 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25. A probationary or permanent employees, who certify to the Human Resources Department that they have group health insurance coverage with comparable benefits to health plans offered by city, may decline to participate in city health insurance coverage. B. Employees who decline to participate in city health insurance coverage shall receive a cashback payment from the city of $300 per month for each month the employee does not participate in city health insurance coverage. C. Employees who have declined to participate in city health plan coverage pursuant to this section may enroll in city health plan coverage only during the annual open enrollment period. D. This section shall be administered pursuant to procedures established by the City Human Resources Department. E. Employees who decline health insurance coverage shall continue to be eligible to participate in the city's vision and dental plans. F. An employee whose spouse is employed by the city and receives health insurance is also eligible to receive the cashback payment. B. IRS 125 reimbursement account. The city will provide access to an IRS 125 reimbursement account. Employees may participate in the account pursuant to administrative procedures established by the city. C. Health Benefits Labor Management Committee. The parties agree to participate in a citywide Health Benefits Labor Management Committee to review existing health benefit programs, plan changes, and cost containment. The Health Benefits Labor Management Committee shall be open to all employee organizations representing city employees. FPOA may select up to 2 representatives to participate in committee meetings. Employees who participate in committee meetings shall do so without loss of compensation. D. Dental insurance. Dental insurance will be provided by Delta Dental Plan. Effective the first full pay period after approval of this MOU by the City Council, the city will contribute 80% of the monthly premium for an employee and dependent, or employee. And page 26 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 family as set forth in the plan document. E. Vision Care. Vision coverage will be provided by Vision Services Plan. Effective the first full pay period after approval of this MOU by the City Council, the city will contribute 80% of the monthly premium for an employee and dependent, or employee and family as set forth in the plan document. F. Life insurance. The city agrees to continue to pay premiums to provide $50,000 life insurance coverage and $50,000 accidental death and dismemberment coverage for employees in the bargaining unit for the term of this agreement. Eligible dependents shall receive $2,000 life insurance coverage. G. Short-term disability program. The city agrees to provide a short-term disability insurance program as provided in the plan document, with the city paying 100% of the monthly premium rate for the weekly indemnity insurance program, short-term disability, of 60% of salary for 26 weeks. The waiting period for initiation of benefits under the plan shall be 12 calendar days. This program is for non-job-related injuries or illness. H. Long-term disability program. The city agrees to provide a long-term disability program for employees in the bargaining unit as provided in the plan document. The plan shall provide for a maximum benefit of 60% of salary, up to age 65. This program is for non-job-related injuries or illness. Article 8 Hours of work and overtime. A. Work shifts and work schedules. The police chief or designee shall establish work shifts and work schedules for all employees. Employees shall work shifts of 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12 hours based on the police department's needs. The police department may redefine the first and last day of any scheduled workweek for each shift. The redefined workweek will be implemented for each work schedule based on the police department's scheduling requirements. Page 27 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 Prior to any permanent change in work schedules, the department will give notice to the FPOA and, if requested by the FPOA, meet over the impact of such change. As a result of a scheduled shift rotation, should an employee be required to work a different shift with less than a 12-hour period off between the old shift and the new, that employee shall be granted up to one scheduled shift off or paid administrative leave to ensure adequate rest between shifts. An employee's regular days off prior to the shift change shall not be changed for the purposes to avoid this provision. All FLSA 7K exemptions for police officers will apply, e.g., hours worked and overtime provisions, unless modified by this Memorandum of Understanding. B. Daylight savings time, effective upon Council adoption. If the changeover from daylight savings time to standard time in the fall results in an extended workday, employees shall be compensated for the actual number of hours worked, including overtime compensation if appropriate. If the changeover from standard time to daylight savings time in the spring results in a reduced workday, employees will be compensated for the actual number of hours worked, except those employees shall be allowed to debit available annual leave, compensatory time, or holiday leave balances to offset any loss of pay that would otherwise occur. See Shift Rotation Schedule. 1. The shift rotation schedule for non-probationary police officers and sergeants shall be by seniority bidding. The Chief of Police or designee can alter shift assignments when it is in the best interest of the department under the following circumstances. The Chief will advise the FPOA President of his actions and reasons therefor. A. Deployment of probationary officers. B. Deployment of patrol officers/sergeants in special assignment positions. C. It is recognized by the Chief that there exists an issue of officer safety or the need to deploy a specific officer due to personal matters. 2. Shift rotations shall occur during the following time periods: patrol personnel, dispatch personnel, March and September. March and September. Page 28. FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25. D. Shift trade. A shift trade system is authorized wherein an employee scheduled for duty on a given day and shift can, with prior notice to the Chief of Police or designee, arrange to have another employee work for him/her. Shift trades may only take place between employees who are in the same job classification and within the same pay period. Example: a police officer may only make a shift trade with another police officer. A police officer may not make a shift trade with a police sergeant. Minimum staffing levels. Police department staffing levels shall be established by the Chief of Police. F. Overtime. Overtime may be required of any employee when the Chief of Police or designee determines it to be in the best interest of the city. Employees will be compensated only for overtime ordered or authorized by designated supervisory personnel. However, no employee may be required to work overtime during any scheduled workweek in which the employee is on unpaid status due to disciplinary action. Overtime will be paid for any hours worked outside an employee's scheduled hours of work. Time worked in excess of 8 hours in a day shall not count in determining whether an employee has worked in excess of 40 hours in a week. The overtime rate of pay shall be either 1/2 times the hourly rate of salary with respect to cash payment, or 1/2 hours for each hour worked with respect to compensatory time off, CTO. Compensatory time off hours shall be included on payroll stubs. G. Overtime rotation system. An overtime rotation system shall be approved by the Chief of Police, which provides an equal opportunity for all officers to assume overtime assignments when the overtime is discretionary. H. Call-in pay. 1. Any employee called into work with less than 24 hours notice shall be compensated at a minimum of 4 hours at the overtime pay rate, except as reflected herein. Page 29. FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25. 2. The city reserves the right to assign an employee to overtime work concurrent with the beginning or end of a shift, provided that an employee is given more than 24 hours notice. In such cases, the employee will be compensated hour for hour at time and 1/2. 3. Employees will be compensated with a minimum of 2 hours of overtime pay for departmental meetings and training held outside an employee's scheduled hours of work. I. Telephone standby/court preparation. 1. The city will pay a minimum of 2 hours of overtime for telephone standby for court, or cancellation of a court appearance within 24 hours prior to the scheduled court appearance. 2 employees scheduled to appear in court shall be compensated a minimum of 4 hours at the overtime rate if the employee reports for the appearance. Employees who report for a court appearance shall not be eligible to receive the 2 hours of overtime for court telephone standby or less than 24-hour court cancellation as set forth in item 1 above. J. Compensatory time off. Compensatory time off, CTO, may be accrued in lieu of overtime pay to a maximum of 160 hours. Employees may take CTO off at the convenience of the city and upon approval of the Chief of Police. One exception, events or training, which are subject to outside reimbursement, will be posted in advance if eligible for overtime pay only. These instances must be pre-approved by the Chief of Police or designee, and the overtime must be specifically posted as eligible for overtime pay only. 2. Effective the first full pay period after approval of this MOU by the City Council, employees may, within the first 30 days after ratification by the City Council, convert all accrued CTO to cash on an hour-for-hour basis. K. Standby duty dispatchers. 1. The city may assign a dispatcher to standby duty, as it deems necessary. Standby duty requires a dispatcher so assigned, A. to be ready to respond immediately to calls from the city and page 30 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 to be called into work, B. to be reachable by telephone/pager, C. to remain within a reasonable distance of the work location, and D. to refrain from activities which might impair their ability to perform any assigned duties. 2. Standby duty shall be for a 24-hour period. 3. Employees assigned to standby duty shall receive compensation of $70 per 24-hour period. 4. Employees assigned to standby duty and who are called into work shall be compensated at the overtime rate pursuant to Article 8, Section E, overtime, of the agreement. Article 8, Section G, call-in pay, of the agreement shall also apply. 5. Standby duty shall be assigned by the Police Department on an equitable basis based on the needs of the department. Article 9 Leaves. A. Annual leave. 1. Employees shall receive the following annual leave credits: non-shift personnel, 40-hour work week, length of service 0 5 years 5 10 years 10 15 years 15 plus years, annual leave allowance 16.34 hours per month 19.34 hours per month 22.34 hours per month 24.34 hours per month. Shift personnel, length of service 0 5 years 5 10 years 10 15 years 15 plus years, annual leave allowance 17.00 hours per month 20.00 hours per month 23.00 hours per month 25.00 hours per month. Page 31 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 2. Except as specified in Article 9, Section B below, employees shall not accrue sick leave. However, employees who have accumulated sick leave hours shall retain such hours and may use such leave credits pursuant to Article 9, Section B, below. 3. Annual leave credits may be used for any approved absence, including vacation, and illness or injury. When annual leave is used for vacation, it will be scheduled pursuant to city personnel rules. When annual leave is used for illness or injury leave, e.g., sick leave, purposes, it will be taken pursuant to Article 9, Section B of this MOU. 4. Employees with annual leave balances that exceed the annual leave caps of 400 as of the date of ratification of this MOU by City Council, may retain such balances until the annual leave balances are reduced to the new cap. A. To avoid exceeding the maximum of 400 hours of accumulated annual leave, the city may direct an employee to take time off on annual leave. However, in the event the city does not approve annual leave for an employee in an amount sufficient to reduce accumulated annual leave to 400 hours, the number of hours that exceed 400 hours shall be rolled over into sick leave until the annual leave balance is reduced to the cap. 5. Cash out of annual leave. A. Employees may cash out up to 40 hours of annual leave per fiscal year. B. Annual leave shall be cashed out pursuant to procedures established by the City Human Resources Department. C. Accrued annual leave shall be cashed out upon separation of employment with the city on an hour-for-hour basis. 6. Annual vacation requests shall be approved based on department policy as approved by the Chief of Police. B. Sick leave. 1. Sick leave may be used by employees for purposes enumerated in city personnel rules. 2. The city's contract with CalPERS permits sick leave to be converted to service credit for purposes of retirement, Government Code Section 20965. Page 32 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 3. Accrued sick leave shall not be cashed out. 4. There shall be no maximum on the number of hours of sick leave an employee may accrue, bank. C. Holidays. 1. Employees who are not assigned by the police chief to work shifts shall receive the following. A. The following holidays shall be observed by the city. 1. New Year's Day, January 1. 2. Martin Luther King Day. 3. President's Day, Washington's birthday. 4. Memorial Day. 5. Independence Day. 6. Labor Day. 7. Veterans Day. 8. Thanksgiving Day. 9. Friday following Thanksgiving Day. 10. December 24. 11. Christmas Day. 12. December 31. 13. 1. Personal holiday as set forth in Item E, below. B. If any holiday falls on a Saturday, the preceding Friday shall be observed as the holiday, and if any such holiday falls on a Sunday, the following Monday shall be observed as the holiday. C. If a holiday occurs on the employee's first normal day off, the employee shall take the preceding day as the holiday. However, if the holiday occurs on the employee's second consecutive normal day off, the employee shall take the following day as the holiday. D. Notwithstanding the above, eligible employees who are not able to take a designated holiday day off shall be credited with 1 additional day of annual leave, 8 hours, for each holiday not taken. Examples of this would include a non-peace officer assigned to work a shift whose regularly scheduled work day falls on a holiday, or a non-shift peace officer whose duties required him/her to work on a holiday. Page 33 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 E. As listed under Item A, above, employees shall be entitled to 1 personal holiday, 8 hours, per calendar year. The personal holiday shall be taken in the same manner and under the same rules as compensating time off, CTO, except that employees who have not completed their initial probationary period may not take their personal holiday until they have completed the probationary period. F. No holiday pay shall be accrued when an employee has been off work on unpaid status for more than 90 days. 2. Effective July 1, 2010, employees who are assigned by the police chief to work shifts shall cease accruing holiday leave time. Instead, such employees shall receive a 6% holiday pay differential. Holiday pay shall be multiplied by the employee's salary step. Employees with accrued holiday leave credits on the books may take such time off in the same manner as annual leave. Holiday pay shall be compensable for retirement, PERS, purposes. D. Use of accrued employee furlough time. Between March 2009 and June 2010, employees, except employees in the classes of Dispatcher I, Dispatcher II, and Communications Supervisor, had their salary reduced 2 hours per pay period in exchange for accruing 2 hours per pay period of furlough time. For those employees with accrued furlough leave on the books, the use of furlough leave shall be treated the same as annual leave, except that accrued furlough leave shall have no cash value. Maternity/paternity leave. The city and FPOA agree that the family leave policy will be to provide 4 months of maternity/paternity leave, without compensation, consistent with law. FPOA Catastrophic Leave Bank. 1. The purpose of the FPOA Catastrophic Time Bank is to enable employees to receive and donate accrued annual leave, sick leave, and compensating time off, CTO, credits to assist employees who have no leave and who will suffer a financial hardship due to a prolonged illness or injury to themselves or a member of the immediate family as defined in city personnel rules. The following conditions shall apply. A catastrophic leave will be available only to employees who have page 34 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 exhausted all of their own paid leave through a bona fide serious illness, injury, or FPOA defined catastrophic. B. The city shall administer the time bank. C. An employee may be on disability insurance and use the time bank credits in the same manner that sick leave is used to supplement disability insurance benefits. D. All donations are to be confidential, between the donating employee and the city. E. Employees donating to the time bank must have 40 hours of annual leave or sick leave available after making a donation. F. Donating employees must sign an authorization form, prepared by the city, and specify the employee who is to be a recipient of the donation. Employees relinquish all rights and claims to hours donated. Donor-specific time does not require exhaustion of accrued leave time by recipient. G. Donations shall be subject to applicable tax laws. H. Availability of catastrophic leave time shall not delay or prevent the city from taking action to medically separate or disability retire an employee. I. The city may require a physician's statement stating that the presence of the employee who is requesting catastrophic leave time to care for an ill or injured immediate family member is necessary. Article X Miscellaneous A. Fitness for duty. 1. The city may require an employee to submit to a medical examination by a physician designated by the city to evaluate the capacity of the employee to perform the work of the employee's position. The decision to require an employee to submit to such medical examination shall be based upon reasonable cause to believe, by the employee's department head or designee, that the employee is unable to perform the work of the employee's position. The city shall pay the cost of such examination. The physician shall make a written report to the city. Information provided by the city's physician shall be kept confidential. A copy of the physician's report shall be given to the employee. After consideration of the report and other pertinent information, the city will take steps in accordance with state and federal law regarding disabilities. If the city concludes the employee is unable to perform the work of his/her present position, the city may demote or transfer the employee to an page 35 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 appropriate position, including one of less than full-time. If it is concluded that the employee is unable to perform the duties of his/her position and the employee cannot be demoted or transferred to another position, the employee's employment with the city may be terminated. Any such action shall be considered non-disciplinary. An employee who is terminated because he/she is unable to perform the duties of his/her position shall be placed on paid administrative leave until the date of separation. An employee terminated pursuant to this section may elect, at the employee's cost, to an examination by a physician of the employee's choice. If the employee's physician finds the employee fit to perform his/her job duties, the employee shall have the right to submit the matter to binding arbitration, pursuant to Article 11 of this MOU. After weighing the evidence submitted by both parties, the employee may be reinstated if the arbitrator determines that the employee is fit to perform the duties of his/her former position. Reinstatement shall not require current eligibility on any city employment list. The arbitrator may elect to pay the employee for some or all of the time between the termination date and the date of the arbitrator's award. 2. This section shall not supersede any rights and/or remedies the parties may have pursuant to the California Workers' Compensation System and Labor Code. 3. The parties agree to meet during the term of this agreement to review policies and statutes that govern fitness for duty and ensure compliance with state law. B. City vehicle use. City vehicles shall be assigned at the discretion of the Chief of Police. C. Probationary period. 1. The city will require a 12-month probationary period for all classes in the police bargaining unit. All regular employees shall serve a 12-month probationary period upon appointment to a classification in the police bargaining unit, with the exception that employees appointed to the class of police officer shall begin their 12-month probationary period at the conclusion of academy graduation. Probationary periods may be extended consistent with city personnel rules. Page 36 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 2. Notwithstanding Section C, subsection 1 above, Employees in the class of crime analyst shall not complete the probationary period until the employee possesses the crime and intelligence certificate as set forth in Article V, Section J, subsection 6. Failure of any employee in the class of crime analyst to possess the crime and intelligence certificate prior to conclusion of the probationary period shall cause the employee to be released from employment in the class. 3. Notwithstanding Section C, subsection 1 above, employees in the class of Dispatcher I/2, if starting in the entry level of Dispatcher I, will serve a minimum 18-month probationary period. This involves 12 months in the probationary trainee position of Dispatcher I, followed by another 6 months of probation upon advancement to Dispatcher II. Failure of any Dispatcher I to attain post-certification prior to the conclusion of the 12 months Dispatcher I probationary period shall cause the employee to be released from employment in the class. D. Permanent part-time employees. Permanent part-time employees are employees hired off an eligible list and who work at least 20 hours per week and not more than 39 hours per week. The city agrees to pay 100% of the health, dental, and vision insurance premiums for the employee-only category for permanent part-time employees. Permanent part-time employees shall have the option to purchase dependent coverage through the city at rates established by the city's health, dental, and vision insurance carriers. When a permanent part-time employee purchases dependent coverage, the employee shall pay the difference between the amount paid by the city for employee-only coverage and the cost of the dependent coverage. Other benefits provided in the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the city and the FPOA shall be allocated to permanent part-time employees on a pro rata basis. Voluntary Wellness Program. The Police Department will implement a voluntary wellness program for employees in the classes of Police Officer, Police Corporal, Police Sergeant, and Community Service Officer. The purpose of the program is to encourage the proper physical conditioning and health of law enforcement personnel. The department shall determine specific procedures and policies, however, key elements shall include: 1. Regular exercise regimen. Employees shall be granted up to 4 hours, not page 37 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 to exceed 1 hour per shift, of release time per workweek to exercise, call load permitting. Such time shall be scheduled at the discretion of appropriate supervisory personnel. 2. Participation in an annual baseline physical evaluation conducted by the department. 3. The Chief of Police shall be authorized to implement program changes which benefit additional members of the FPOA. Those additions will be published consistent with department directives. Nothing in this section shall be deemed to interfere or infringe upon the right of the city to set work schedules and/or hours of work as set forth in Article 2, Section 1 of this agreement. F. Personal leave time. 1. Any personal leave time, PLT, earned by employees and still remaining on the books may be used by employees for time off on an hour-for-hour basis until the employee has exhausted the bank. Use of PLT time shall be subject to the following. PLT may be used by employees for time off on an hour-for-hour basis until the employee has exhausted the bank. Use of PLT time shall be subject to the following. A. Use of PLT shall be subject to the operating needs of the police department. B. Use of PLT shall not cause the police department to backfill behind an employee using PLT. C. PLT shall have no cash value and may not be cashed out. If an employee terminates employment with the city or retires, any PLT remaining in the bank shall be surrendered with no value to the employee. 2. At such time that the Chief of Police changes the work schedule for dispatchers from a 12-hour day shift to a 10-hour day shift, dispatchers shall accrue a one-time grant of 100 hours of personal leave time. Nothing in this section shall be deemed to interfere or infringe upon the right of the city to set work schedules and/or hours of work as set forth in Article 2, Section I of this agreement. Page 38 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 G. Mutual aid assignments. All personnel assigned by the Chief of Police to provide mutual aid to another public agency will be compensated, portal to portal, from time of assignment to their return to the police headquarters. While on mutual aid assignment, personnel will be compensated at their regular rate of pay during their normally assigned shifts. Personnel assigned to work on days off shall be compensated at the overtime rate. Specific policies and procedures applicable to mutual aid assignments shall be determined by the department. Lateral hire police officer/dispatcher. As a recruitment incentive for the lateral hire of a police officer or dispatcher, the city may, at its discretion, offer one or more of the following employment enhancements: 1. Accrual of annual leave pursuant to Article 9, Section A, at the rate consistent with the vacation accrual rate of the lateral hire's last place of employment as a police officer/dispatcher. 2. Training and education incentives pursuant to Article V, Section H3. Salary step placement consistent with the candidate's previous experience as a police officer/dispatcher. 4. Crediting of up to 40 hours of personal leave time, PLT. PLT shall have no cash value. PLT shall be taken in a manner consistent with department vacation policy. Should a lateral hire terminate employment with the city, any unused PLT shall be forfeit. Article 11 Grievance Procedure. A definition: the term grievance as used in this agreement is limited to a complaint or request of an employee, group of employees, or FPOA which involves the interpretation, application, or compliance with the provisions of this agreement or city rules. B. Time limits. Grievances not presented within the time limits established for each step of this procedure shall not be considered. Should the city fail to answer within the page 39 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 established time limits, the grievance may be processed to the next level and the failure to answer shall be given the appropriate weight by the arbitrator. When days are used in this article for the purpose of establishing time limits, those limits will be presumed to have been met when the appropriate forms are either personally delivered to the affected party or deposited in the U.S. mail, as evidenced by the appropriate postmark. Time limits may be waived by mutual agreement between the parties. As referred to in this article, all days are calendar days. See presentation. An employee and/or FPOA representative may present a grievance while on duty, provided such presentations and discussions do not disrupt city operations and are kept to a reasonable minimum. D. Procedure. All grievances as defined herein shall be processed in accordance with this procedure. All grievances, beginning at Step 2, shall be filed on forms provided by the city for that purpose. FPOA may refuse to represent a grievant and the city may refuse to consider a grievance in those circumstances where the aggrieved party has not followed this procedure. 1. Step 1. Within 15 days of the act, and/or omission, giving rise to the grievance or within 15 days of the time the employee or FPOA should reasonably have been aware of said act, and/or omission, the grievance shall be discussed informally with the person or persons most directly responsible for the circumstances which gave rise to the grievance. If the grievance is not resolved within 15 days of the date on which it is first presented at Step 1, the grievant may proceed to Step 2. 2. Step 2. Within 15 days of receipt of the Step 1 answer, or if no answer is given, within 30 days of the Step 1 meeting, the grievant, if still dissatisfied, shall file with the police chief a formal written grievance. Within 15 days of the receipt of the formal grievance, the police chief or designee shall meet with the grievant to discuss the matter. The police chief or designee shall respond to the grievant, in writing, within 15 days of the Step 2 meeting. The Step 2 response shall include the position of the police department and the reasons therefor, as related to the grievance. Page 40 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 3. Step 3. Within 15 days of the Step 2 response or, if no Step 2 response is received, within 30 days of the Step 2 meeting, the grievance may be presented in writing to the city's Employee Relations Officer. The Employee Relations Officer shall conduct such investigation as is deemed appropriate and shall issue a written determination within 30 days of the date on which the grievance is first presented at Step 3. If the Employee Relations Officer fails to issue a written determination within the prescribed period of time, or if the determination is not satisfactory to the grievant may request that the matter be submitted to binding arbitration. Matters involving the interpretation or application of this agreement may only be submitted to Step 4 by FPOA. Employees may submit matters of discipline to arbitration pursuant to Article 12 of this agreement. For Step 4, a request for binding arbitration shall be made in writing to the Employee Relations Officer within 15 days of the date which the grievant received a copy of the written determination of Step 3, or in the event that no Step 3 answer is received, within 45 days of the date of the Step 3 meeting. An arbitrator may be selected by mutual agreement between the parties. However, should the parties fail to voluntarily agree upon an arbitrator, the parties shall make a joint request to the American Arbitration Association or the Mediation and Conciliation Service of the State of California. The parties shall request a list of five qualified arbitrators. Each party shall alternately strike one name from the list, and the last remaining name shall serve as arbitrator. The first party to strike a name shall be determined by the toss of a coin. The arbitrator's decision shall be final and binding on the city, FPOA, and the grievant. The arbitrator shall have no authority to add to or delete from the terms of this agreement or city rules. All fees and costs of the arbitrator and court reporter, if any, shall be borne equally by the parties. In matters of discipline, which have not been submitted to arbitration by FPOA, all costs will be split between the parties to the arbitration and shall not include FPOA. Article 12 Discipline Procedure. A policy. It is the policy of the city that discipline of city employees be imposed on an appropriate and consistent basis. When an employee engages in misconduct or when job performance is unsatisfactory in the judgment of the city, disciplinary action may be initiated. This article modifies disciplinary procedures identified in City Page 41 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 Personnel Rules. B. Definition. As used herein, disciplinary action means written reprimand, suspension without pay, reduction in pay, demotion, or dismissal. C. Persons authorized to initiate disciplinary action. Discipline may be initiated by those authorized in the city personnel rules. D. Application of appeal procedure. 1. Permanent status. This article shall only apply to employees with permanent status with the city. 2. Probationary status. An employee in probationary status shall have no right to grieve or arbitrate release from probationary appointment. 3. Temporary employee. An employee in a temporary position shall have no right to grieve or arbitrate release from temporary appointment. 4. Temporary upgrade. Out of class. An employee in a temporary upgrade status shall have no right to grieve or arbitrate release from temporary upgrade status. 5. A written reprimand shall be appealable only to the city manager or his/her designee with the right to present the employee's position and supporting evidence, but no right to confront or cross-examine witnesses. The decision of the city manager or designee shall be final. 6. Upon the request of an employee, a written reprimand shall be removed from an employee's personnel file after 2 years from the original date of issuance, provided, however, that the employee has not been subject to disciplinary action during the 2-year period. 7. A counseling memorandum, letter of instruction or similar action shall not be considered formal disciplinary action. Such measures shall be considered corrective action. The police chief may issue general orders defining corrective action measures and identify those management personnel who can issue such measures. Corrective action may not be appealed beyond the police chief. Page 42 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 Cause for disciplinary action. 1. Discipline shall be for cause. Examples of conduct or performance deficiencies that may warrant discipline include, but are not limited to, more examples can be found in the city personnel rules. A. Misstatement of facts during the hiring process. B. Falsification of an entry on a city document, e.g., time card, expense report, C. Disclosure of confidential information. D. Insubordination or willful disobedience. E. Incompetence, inefficiency, or unsatisfactory job performance. F. Discriminatory, discourteous, or unbecoming behavior. G. Theft, misuse, or unauthorized use or possession of city property. H. Dishonesty. I. Misconduct, i.e., any behavior that brings harm or discredit to the city. J. Being under the influence of illegal drugs or alcohol or possessing illegal drugs while on city property or on official business. K. Conviction of a felony or misdemeanor that involves moral turpitude, or any other conviction or pleas of nolo contendere, no contest, or diversion for such offense, which adversely affects, or brings discredit to, the city. L. Excessive absence or tardiness. M. Absence without approved leave. N. Violation of a city rule, policy, or procedure. O. Soliciting outside work for personal gain during the conduct of city business, engaging in outside employment for any business under contract by the city, participating in any outside employment that adversely affects the employee's city work performance, and engaging in unauthorized outside employment. P. Loss or failure to maintain any license, certification, and/or clearance which is required as a minimum qualification or condition of employment for the employee's position. F. Preliminary notice of disciplinary action. 1. A copy of the preliminary notice of disciplinary action shall be served upon the employee either personally, or by first-class mail and certified mail, return receipt requested, to the last known address of the employee. The last known address shall be deemed to be the address that is within the employee's official personnel file. If notice is provided by mail, the employee should be deemed to have received notice 10 work days after the date of mailing. Page 43. FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25. 2. The preliminary notice shall include a statement of the nature of the disciplinary action, b. the effective date of the disciplinary action, c. a statement of the reasons for the disciplinary action citing the item S. under Article 12, Section E, General Orders, or the personnel rules which have been violated, d. any supporting material or documentation, e. a preliminary notice of disciplinary action shall be valid provided it contains a statement advising the employee of the right to request a Skelly meeting, the manner and time in which the request for a Skelly meeting must be made, and the required content of the request for a Skelly meeting, and f. the name and address of the person to whom all written communication regarding this Skelly meeting alternatively, matter shall be sent. G. Skelly meeting. 1. An employee who is subject to disciplinary action shall have the right, within 5 work days after receiving a proposed notice of disciplinary action to request a Skelly meeting by filing a written request for a meeting signed by the employee or the employee's representative with the employee's consent with the City Human Resources Director. 2. Failure to respond or inaction within the specified time will result in the waiver of the right to a Skelly meeting and the proposed discipline becoming final. 3. Upon a written request for a Skelly meeting, the city shall appoint a Skelly officer. The Skelly officer will meet with the employee, listen to arguments and receive documents presented by the employee. Within a reasonable time and in writing, the Skelly officer shall respond to the city, with a copy to the employee and the employee's representative, if applicable. The Skelly officer may recommend that the city dismiss, modify, or sustain the proposed discipline. 4. If the proposed discipline is sustained or modified by the city after the Skelly meeting, the disciplinary action shall be implemented. A final notice of disciplinary action shall be served in the same manner as the preliminary notice of disciplinary action, except that the final notice of disciplinary action shall include a statement advising the employee of the right to appeal the action, the manner and time in which the appeal must be made. The page 44 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 required content of the appeal, and the name and address of the person to whom all written communication regarding the appeal shall be sent. H. Appeal of disciplinary action. 1. Within 10 work days after receipt of the final notice of disciplinary action, disciplinary actions may be appealed to arbitration. Notice of the appeal must be filed with the Human Resources Director. If the employee fails to file a notice of appeal within this time period, the disciplinary action shall become final and there shall be no further appeal. 2. The decision of the arbitrator shall be final and binding on the parties. No appeal or review of the arbitrator's decision by writ or other mechanism before any court, administrative tribunal, or any other forum on any legal theory or basis shall be possible. 3. Appeals of disciplinary actions to arbitration shall be pursuant to Article 11, Grievance Procedure, of this agreement, except that on disciplinary appeals, an appeal of a disciplinary action is a complaint of a permanent employee of whether there was cause for the disciplinary action taken against the employee. B. The parties to the discipline hearing and to the selection of the arbitrator shall be the employee, who may be represented by FPOA, self-represented, or independent counsel, and the city, who may be represented by the Human Resources Department or counsel. C. The employee shall be entitled to appear personally at the hearing and produce evidence. D. The fees and expenses of the arbitrator, a court reporter and transcript if required by the arbitrator, shall be shared equally by the parties. Article 13. Layoff. A layoff when it becomes necessary due to lack of work, lack of funds, or in the interest of economy, to reduce the number of employees in the police department bargaining unit. The order in which employees will be laid off within each class affected by the layoff shall be based on seniority as provided in Section C1. Area of layoff, page 45. FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25. The city shall determine the area, and positions in which layoffs may occur, including the identification of the division, work unit, class, and specific position. When a list of the affected areas and/or positions has been prepared, the city will give notice to FPOA prior to implementation of the layoff, and upon request, shall meet with FPOA in good faith regarding the impact of the layoff, consistent with Section H. Unless agreed otherwise, the following layoff procedure shall be followed. A. Employees holding temporary, seasonal, part-time, probationary, or provisional appointments in the class shall be laid off first. Employees serving in a regular part-time position shall be laid off second. Employees who have completed probation, i.e. permanent employees, shall be laid off last. Employees off work on approved leave, workers' compensation, disability leave, etc., who are identified for layoff shall be laid off in the same manner as if the employee was on active duty. B. Should it become necessary to lay off permanent employees, the employees laid off shall be those with the least service credit within the identified classifications in the department. If two or more employees in this circumstance possess essentially the same amount of service credit, the police department shall determine which person shall be laid off. 2. Seniority defined. Seniority shall be defined by the date of the most recent appointment to the classification. Time served as a probationary employee in the class shall be included in determining seniority. 3. Notification. Employees to be laid off shall be given final written notification by the city of such action. Whenever possible, such notification shall be given a minimum of 30 calendar days prior to the effective date of the layoff. At its discretion, the city may also issue preliminary written layoff notices. 4. Right to demote. Any employee who is scheduled for layoff shall have a right to demote to a class in which the employee formerly held permanent status. Any employee scheduled for layoff in a class outside the bargaining unit shall bump into a page 46 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 class in the bargaining unit if they formerly held permanent status in that class. If there is no authorized position in the class to which the employee would otherwise have a right to demote, then the employee shall be laid off from employment. The right to demote shall be implemented as follows. A. If there is only one other lower salaried class in which the employee formerly held permanent status, the employee shall be demoted to that class. If there is no vacancy in that class and the demoting employee has less seniority than all other employees in that class, the demoting employee shall be laid off from that class and from employment. B. If there are two or more lower salaried classes in which the employee formerly held permanent status, the employee shall be demoted to that class in which the employee formerly held permanent status which has the highest salary. If there is no vacancy in that class, and the demoting employee has less seniority than all other employees in that class, the above process shall continue until the demoting employee either reaches a class in which the employee formerly held permanent status, in which there is a vacancy, or in which the employee is not the least senior employee in that class, or the employee is laid off from employment. C. An employee who is least senior in a class in which there is no vacancy and to which an employee demotes from a higher class shall be laid off from that class, and shall have the same right to demote as does any other employee who is laid off. D. An employee demoted under this procedure shall be deemed to have exercised the employee's right to demote and to have accepted each demotion, subject to the employee's right to resign from employment. E. An employee who is demoted from a class in which the employee holds permanent status shall be deemed for all purposes to have been laid off from each class from which the employee subsequently demotes or is displaced, including classes which the employee passes through because of the absence of a vacancy and insufficient seniority to occupy a position. 5. Reemployment. The names of employees laid off in accordance with provisions of this page 47 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 section shall be placed on a reemployment list. Names shall be placed on a reemployment list by classification in order of seniority. A reemployment list will be used to fill vacancies in the classification before any other eligible list that exists for that classification. In the event that a person on layoff declines reemployment to a vacant position in the classification from which the employee was laid off, or cannot be contacted through telephone and certified mail within 15 working days, such person's name shall be removed from the reemployment list. A reemployment list will remain in effect for 2 years unless specifically extended, or sooner if exhausted. Upon reinstatement, an employee will be eligible for all benefits acquired by the employee prior to the layoff, including prior annual leave accrual rates, health benefits provided in the current FPOA Memorandum of Understanding, retirement tier, as permitted by PERS law, and seniority. An employee shall not receive credit for time spent on layoff in computing time for any benefit entitlement. Rehire shall be subject to successful completion of pertinent psychological, medical, polygraph, and background investigations. 6. Appeals. Interpretations of the provisions of this section may be appealed through the grievance procedure, Article 11, of this agreement. Such grievances must be filed within 5 work days of final written notification of the proposed layoff. For the purpose of appealing interpretations of this section, grievances shall be filed directly with the city manager, Step 3 of the grievance procedure. The filing of a grievance shall not prevent the city from implementing the layoff. The reasons or necessity for the layoff shall not be subject to the grievance procedure or appeal. 7. Nothing in this section shall delay or limit the city's right to lay off employees. Article 14 Term and Signature Clause. A term of agreement. This Memorandum of Understanding incorporates all modifications regarding wages, hours, and other terms and conditions of employment. This Memorandum of Understanding shall be effective as of January 1, 2025, and shall expire December 31, 2025. Should either party desire to commence the meet and confer process for the next subsequent Memorandum of Understanding, that party shall notify the other in writing no earlier than 120 calendar days prior to the page 48 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 expiration date of the existing Memorandum of Understanding, and the meet and confer process shall begin no later than 90 calendar days prior to the expiration date of this agreement. Page 49 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25b Signature Clause. The terms and conditions of this Memorandum of Understanding are executed this _________________ day of __________________________________________ 2025 by the employer-employee representatives whose signatures appear below on behalf of their respective organizations. City of Folsom Police Officers Association ____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Brian Whitamier City Manager John Triplett President FPOA _ Allison Garcia Human Resources Director Larry Menth Labor Relations Consultant Richard Hillman Chief of Police Michael Grueneberg Board Member FPOA Vance Piggott City Representative Deidre McAuliffe Board Member FPOA Gabriela L. Cousineau Management Analyst HR Paul Rice Board Member FPOA Darren Prosa Board Member FPOA page 50 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 Attachment A Salary Schedule page 51 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 Attachment B Salary Step Placement page 52 FPOA Memorandum of Understanding January 1, 25 to December 31, 25 page 53 This page is intentionally left blank to facilitate double-sided printing and minimize paper use. Folsom City Council Staff Report Meeting Date, April 8, 2025 Agenda Section, Old Business Subject, Resolution No. 11341A Resolution of the City Council declaring results of the Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1 ballot proceeding, and abandoning district formation proceedings from Parks and Recreation Department recommendation/City Council action. A public hearing was held on March 25, 2025, and all ballots submitted before the close of the public hearing were tabulated. The results of the ballot tabulation indicate that the assessment ballots submitted in opposition to the proposed assessment exceed the assessment ballots submitted in favor of the proposed assessment, and therefore a majority protest exists in the ballot proceeding. Staff recommends the City Council adopt Resolution No. 11341A Resolution of the City Council declaring results of the Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1 ballot proceeding, and abandoning district formation proceedings. Background/issue On January 14, 2025, the City Council approved Resolution No. 11321, a resolution initiating proceedings for the formation of a landscaping and lighting assessment district to be known as the Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1. On January 28, 2025, the City Council approved Resolution number 11323, a resolution approving the preliminary engineer's report, declaring the intention to order the formation of the Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1, to levy and collect assessments, to provide notice of public hearing and direct the mailing of assessment ballots within the proposed district in the city of Folsom. 1. Pursuant to Government Code Section 53753, ballots were mailed to all current property owners within the proposed district. Along with the ballot, the property owners received a postcard describing the purpose of the new district. For fiscal year 2025-26, the proposed Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1 annual assessment will be $78.32 per special benefit point as described in the final engineer's report, as well as an escalator not to exceed 3% that would allow yearly adjustments if needed in the future. There are a total of 5,535.36 benefit points in the district. The assessment range is based on the benefit received by each parcel, and the range of rates for a single-family home is between $185.47 and $360.15, with an average single-family home rate of $258.45 annually. Under the provisions of Proposition 218, a public hearing must be held on the levy of new assessments at least 45 days after notice of the proposed assessment was mailed to record owners of each parcel in the new district. The public hearing was set in Resolution number 11323 on January 28, 2025, and the notice of public hearing was mailed to record owners on February 6, 2025, and published in the Folsom Telegraph on March 14, 2025. The public hearing was set for March 25, 2025, at 6:30 p.m. in the City Council Chambers, 50 Natoma Street, Folsom, California, 95630. The public hearing was held on March 25, 2025, and all ballots submitted before the close of the public hearing were tabulated. The results of the ballot tabulation indicate that the assessment ballots submitted in opposition to the proposed assessment exceed the assessment ballots submitted in favor of the proposed assessment, and therefore a majority protest exists in the ballot proceeding. Policy/Rule: The Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1 shall not be imposed due to existence of a majority protest under Government Code Section 53753, E. The Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1 shall be abandoned pursuant to Streets and Highways Code Section 22593. Analysis: The original Natoma Station Landscaping and Lighting District was formed by Resolution number 3024 on June 18, 1990, to maintain improvements within the district. These improvements include landscaping and associated improvements along Iron Point, Blue Ravine, Turnpike, Black Diamond, and Natoma Station, as well as the subdivision street lights, landscape lighting, irrigation systems, open space, monument entry signage, sound walls, mini parks, and art. This district was formed prior to Proposition 218 and therefore does not have an escalator built into the annual rate. Historically, expenses have exceeded revenues. The existing revenue from the collected assessments has been unable to fund the expected day-to-day unscheduled costs such as irrigation repairs and plant/tree replacements, as well as not being able to set aside funds for life cycle costs in the district. As a result, when the current fiscal year 2 closes on June 30, 2025, the district is projected to have a negative fund balance of $620,194. Expenses have exceeded revenues for several years, which highlighted the need for the additional assessment. Without a new assessment, the level of service must be substantially reduced to complete necessary work at the current assessment rate. Revenues versus expenditures. Revenues: expenditures actual 2020 to 21 $173,249, 274,656, 101,407. Actual 2021 to 22 $174,372, 246,858, 72,486. Actual 2022 to 23 174,084 338,710, 164,626, estimate 2023 to 24 176,817 222,312, 45,495, projected 2024 to 25 174,248,032, 74,032, as a majority protests exists, the City Council shall adopt Resolution No. 11341, a resolution of the City Council declaring results of the Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1 ballot proceeding, and abandoning district formation proceedings. The Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1 shall not be imposed due to existence of a majority protest under Government Code Section 53753, This will abandon the formation proceedings for the Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1 pursuant to Streets and Highways Code Section 22593. Financial impact: the district will not be formed, therefore there will be no fiscal impact on the City of Folsom General Fund. Environmental review: the formation of a landscaping and lighting district creates a financing mechanism to service existing landscaping and lighting improvements, is not a project under the California Environmental Quality Act. No environmental review is required. Attachment 1. Resolution No. 11341, a resolution of the City Council declaring results of the Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1 ballot proceeding, and abandoning district formation proceedings, submitted, Kelly Gonzalez, Parks and Recreation Director. 3. Resolution No. 11341, a resolution of the City Council declaring results of the Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1 ballot proceeding and abandoning district formation proceeding. Whereas, City Council, on January 14, 2025, initiated the proceeding to form the proposed Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1, the district, by adopting Resolution No. 11321, to which resolution reference is made for further particulars, and whereas, City Council, on January 28, 2025, declared its intention to order the formation of the district by adopting Resolution No. 11323, to which resolution reference is made for further particulars, and whereas, notices of such hearing accompanied by assessment ballot materials were mailed to each record property owner in the time, form, and manner required by the assessment law, a full hearing has been given, and at this time all assessment ballots submitted pursuant to the assessment law have been tabulated by the city clerk pursuant to the terms and provisions of the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972, Streets and Highways Code Section 22500. And following, the 1972 Act, Articles E.ed of the Constitution of the State of California, Articles E.ed, and the Proposition 218 Omnibus Implementation Act, Government Code Section 53750 and following, Proposition 218 and, together with the 1972 Act and Articles E.ed, the Assessment Law, and whereas, assessment ballots were tabulated following close of the public hearing on March 25, 2025, and whereas, the City Clerk has prepared and submitted to this legislative body a certificate of tabulation official and statement of assessment ballots submitted, the certificate of the tabulation official, a copy of which is attached as Exhibit A hereto and incorporated herein by this reference, which reflects the results of the tabulation of the assessment ballots, and whereas, the results of the ballot tabulation indicate that the assessment ballots submitted in opposition to the proposed assessment exceed the assessment ballots submitted in favor of the proposed assessment, and therefore a majority protest exists in the ballot proceeding. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Folsom that the Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1 shall not be imposed due to existence of a majority protest under Government Code Section 53753, BIT further resolved that the formation proceeding for the Natoma Station Maintenance Assessment District No. 2025-1 is hereby abandoned pursuant to Streets and Highways Code Section 22593. Passed and adopted this 8th day of April 2025, by the following roll call vote. Resolution number 11341, page 1 of 2 ayes, noes, absent, abstain, Council Member, S. Council Member, S. Council Member, S. Council Member, S underscore 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 attest. Underscore 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 on Krista Fremantle, City Clerk underscore 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 on Sarah Aquino, Mayor. Resolution number 11341, page 2 of 2. Folsom City Council Staff Report. Meeting date, April 8, 2025. Agenda section, Consent Calendar. Subject: Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority, SPTC-JPA, Updated Joint Powers Agreement. Resolution number 11352, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority 2. Resolution number 11353, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the amended and restated continuing agreement to advance funds for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority from Public Works Department. Recommendation/City Council action. The Public Works Department recommends that the City Council pass and adopt the following resolutions. Resolution number 11352, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority 2. Resolution number 11353, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the amended and restated continuing agreement to advance funds for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority 1. Background/issue: the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority, SPTC-JPA, was established by its member agencies, County of Sacramento, Regional Transit, County of El Dorado, and City of Folsom, in 1991 to oversee the acquisition and preservation of the Placerville branch of the Southern Pacific Railroad. In 1996, the SPTC-JPA completed the acquisition of 53 miles of railroad right-of-way extending from Sacramento to Placerville, milepost 94.3 to milepost 147.4. The corridor passes through the cities of Sacramento, Rancho Cordova, and Folsom, and the counties of Sacramento and El Dorado. The City of Folsom segment extends from Highway 50 at Folsom Boulevard through the City of Folsom, to White Rock Road at Old Placerville Road, milepost 108.83 to milepost 118.0. In 1996, the SPTC-JPA member agencies executed a Reciprocal Use and Funding Agreement, RUFA, which sets forth the rights and responsibilities of each agency with respect to the acquisition, ownership, use, operation, improvement, maintenance, and eventual disposition of the rail corridor. In accordance with the RUFA, the SPTC-JPA holds the title to the rail corridor, and each member agency has been granted an easement to use their allocated portion of the corridor. The RUFA also gives the member agencies reciprocal rights to use the rail corridor for its entire length. The RUFA has been amended 5 times from 1996 to date for various purposes, including modifying property rights within the rail corridor between member agencies. In addition to the original member agencies noted above, the SPTC-JPA board includes an at-large member that has historically been held by the City of Rancho Cordova. The SPTC-JPA and the City of Rancho Cordova have agreed to add Rancho Cordova as a member agency. Accordingly, the SPTC-JPA Council has amended both the Joint Powers Authority Agreement and Continuing Agreement to advance funds to clean up outdated language from over the years and to add Rancho Cordova as a member agency. On February 3, 2025, the SPTC-JPA Board adopted resolutions to amend the JPA Agreement and Continuing Agreement to advance funds and send them to the member agencies for approval. Policy/rule per the Folsom Municipal Code, the City Council is the sole authority to ratify agreements on behalf of the City of Folsom. Analysis I. The amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement redlined and clean copies of the amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement are included as attachments 3 and 4. Changes in the agreement are summarized as follows. Section 1. Authority and purpose. Since the original JPA agreement was focused on the acquisition of the Placerville Branch Railroad right-of-way from Southern Pacific Railroad Company, the statement concerning the JPA's purpose in this section has been modified to read as follows. 2. The purpose of this agreement is to provide for the ownership and coordination of public uses of the Placerville Branch, and to provide for such reciprocal use agreements and multi-jurisdictional use agreements as may be desired by the member agencies. Section 5. Duties. This section has been modified to reflect the fact that certain duties of the JPA have been satisfied already by entering into the 1996 Reciprocal Use and Funding Agreement, RUFA, and the 2000 Continuing Funding Agreement. Section 6. A. Governing Board Membership. The JPA used to have a non-voting director on its board. That is no longer true, so references to non-voting directors have been removed throughout the agreement. Section 6.d. 5. Contributions. This section has been modified to reflect the fact that member agency contributions to the JPA's budget are now governed by the Continuing Agreement to advance funds among the JPA and its member agencies. Section 8. Disposition of property and funds. This section has been modified to reflect the fact that the ultimate disposition of the real property comprising the Placerville Branch is now governed by the RUFA. Section 9. Indemnification. This section has been modified to include a reference to the indemnification provisions of the easement agreements between the JPA and the member agencies having allocated portions of the railroad right-of-way. Section 10. Withdrawal. This section has been modified to clarify that withdrawal from the JPA does not constitute withdrawal from the RUFA, for those member agencies that are subject thereto. Also, the former Section 10. B. Use of reports was intended to cover the scenario of a member agency withdrawing prior to the acquisition of the Placerville Branch and, therefore, is no longer needed. 2. The amended and restated Continuing Agreement to advance funds. Redlined and clean copies of the amended and restated Continuing Agreement to advance funds are included as attachments 5 and 6. Changes consist of adding Rancho Cordova as a member agency and increasing the maximum contribution limit to $35,000. If the city or any other member agency chooses to not execute the amended agreements, then the previous agreements would remain in place and the city of Rancho Cordova would not become a member agency and would not begin making financial contributions to the JPA in the upcoming fiscal year 2025/26. 3. Financial impact. The amended and restated Continuing Agreement to advance funds identifies an increased maximum contribution limit by each member agency of up to $35,000 annually, with a 2% escalator each year. The previous agreement had included maximum contribution limits of $30,000 annually, though the city has contributed $27,500 each year since 2014 without an increase. The proposed SPTC-JPA operating budget for fiscal year 2025/2026 does include an increase in member agency contributions to $29,200 per agency. The yearly contribution paid by the City of Folsom is included in the annual adopted operating budget for the Public Works Department, Fund 023, and sufficient funds for the FY 2025/26 payment will be included in the proposed FY 2025/26 budget in the Public Works Department. Environmental review. This action to execute the amended agreements with the SPTC-JPA does not call for the implementation of specific projects and only outlines the roles and responsibilities of the various parties and is therefore not subject to CEQA. Attachments 1. Map of the SPTC-JPA Corridor 2. Resolution number 11352, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority 3. Resolution number 11353, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the amended and restated continuing agreement to advance funds for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority 4. Amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority redlined version 5. Amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority clean copy 6. Amended and restated continuing agreement to advance funds for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority redlined version 7. Amended and restated continuing agreement to advance funds for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority clean copy submitted, Mark Rakoven, Public Works Director for Attachment 10 Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor 1.252.557.510 miles USGS. The National Map, National Boundaries Dataset, National Elevation Dataset, Geographic Names Information System, National Hydrography Dataset, National Land Cover Database, National Structures Dataset, and National Transportation Dataset, U.S. Census Bureau, Tiger/Line, here Road Data Attachment 2 Resolution No. 11352, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority. Whereas, the city of Folsom is a member of the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority, SPTCJPA, and whereas, the SPTCJPA is responsible for overseeing the use of the former Placerville branch of the Southern Pacific Railroad, part of which extends through the city of Folsom, and whereas, the SPTCJPA seeks to add the city of Rancho Cordova as a member agency of the Joint Powers Authority, and whereas, both SPTCJPA and city staff have reviewed the amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement and found it acceptable, and whereas, on February 3, 2025, the SPTCJPA Board voted to approve the amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Folsom approves the amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority. Passed and adopted on this 8th day of April 2025, by the following roll call vote: ayes, noes, absent, abstain, Council Member, S. Council Member, S. Council Member, S. Council Member, S. attest. Underscore 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 on Sarah Aquino, Mayor Krista Fremantle, City Clerk. Resolution number 11352, page 1 of 1, attachment 3. Resolution No. 11353, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the amended and restated continuing agreement to advance funds for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority. Whereas, the city of Folsom is a member of the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority, SPTCJPA, and whereas, the SPTCJPA is responsible for overseeing the use of the former Placerville branch of the Southern Pacific Railroad, part of which extends through the city of Folsom, and whereas, the SPTCJPA seeks to add the city of Rancho Cordova as a member agency of the Joint Powers Authority, and whereas, both SPTCJPA and city staff have reviewed the amended and restated continuing agreement to advance funds and found it acceptable, and whereas, the maximum contribution limit is identified as $35,000 annually, and whereas, funding for the annual contribution is included in the FY 2024-25 adopted operating budget for the Public Works Department, Fund 023, and will be included in the FY 2025-26 operating budget, and whereas, on February 3, 2025, the SPTCJPA Board voted to approve the amended and restated continuing agreement to advance funds, And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Folsom approves the amended and restated continuing agreement to advance funds for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority. Passed and adopted on this 8th day of April 2025, by the following roll call vote: ayes, noes, absent, abstain, council member, council member, council member, council member, attest. Underscore 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 on Sarah Aquino, Mayor Krista Fremantle, City Clerk Resolution Number 11353, page 1 of 1, attachment 4 marked to show changes from original JPA agreement and all amendments thereto, amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority for the acquisition and preservation of the Southern Pacific Placerville Branch Railroad right-of-way. This agreement is entered into as of underscore 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 2025, by and between Sacramento Regional Transit District, a public corporation, district, County of Sacramento and County of El Dorado, political subdivisions of the State of California, counties, and City of Folsom and City of Rancho Cordova, a municipal corporation, corporations organized and existing under the laws of the State of California, cities. Recitals A1. Effective October 8, 1991, District, Counties and City of Folsom entered into that certain joint powers agreement for the acquisition and preservation of the Southern Pacific Placerville Branch Railroad right-of-way, the original JPA agreement, creating the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority, the authority, for the purpose of acquiring Southern Pacific Transportation Company's Placerville Branch Railroad right-of-way, the Placerville Branch, and providing reciprocal use agreements for transportation and transportation preservation uses as desired by the agencies. B. The authority acquired the Placerville Branch on September 6, 1996. C. The parties to the original JPA agreement now desire to include the City of Rancho Cordova as a member agency and make certain other changes to the agreement. D. District, counties, and cities. City have the common powers to acquire real property and to preserve right-of-way for transportation and other lawful purposes. 2. District, counties, and cities. City have determined that the public interest will be served by the continued joint exercise of these powers through this agreement and the authority to preserve the Placerville Branch as a transportation corridor and coordinating other lawful uses thereof by the member agencies. Creation of a joint powers authority to acquire the Southern Pacific Transportation Company's Placerville Branch to preserve this right-of-way as a transportation corridor and for any other lawful purpose serving the agency's respective jurisdictions and spheres of influence. F. District, counties, and cities intend that this agreement shall supersede and replace the original JPA agreement and all amendments thereto. January 24, 25 Amended and restated JPA Agreement 1 Agreement 31. Authority and purpose. This agreement is made pursuant to Chapter 5 of Division 7 of Title I of the California Government Code, commencing with Section 6500, the law, relative to the joint exercise of powers common to district, counties, and cities. The purpose of this agreement is to provide for the acquisition of Southern Pacific Transportation Company's ownership and coordination of public uses of the Placerville Branch, and to provide for such reciprocal use agreements for transportation and transportation preservation uses and multi-jurisdictional use agreements as may be desired by the member agencies through the creation of a joint powers authority. The Placerville Branch and its approximate location, distance, and width is depicted on Exhibit A attached to this agreement and incorporated herein by this reference as if fully set forth herein. 42. Creation Continuation of authority and jurisdiction. There is hereby created the parties hereto hereby amend and restate the original JPA agreement that created the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor, SPTC, Joint Powers Authority, a public entity separate from district, counties, and cities, whose jurisdiction is as shown and depicted in Exhibit A 53. Term and termination. This agreement shall be effective as of the date first stated above. It shall remain in effect until the purposes stated in paragraph 3 are fully accomplished unless sooner terminated in the manner specified in paragraph 1210, or by the unanimous agreement of the respective governing bodies of the agencies in accordance with the law. 64 Powers. The authority shall have all powers necessary or reasonably convenient to carry out the purposes stated in paragraph 31, including but not limited to the following: A. Administration. 1. To secure administrative furnishings. 2. To contract for or employ administrative, technical, and support staff. 3. To lease, acquire and dispose of materials, supplies, and insurance of all types to effect or facilitate achievement of the authority's purpose. 4. To approve the annual budget. 5. All powers incidental to the above. January 24, 25 Amended and restated JPA Agreement 2B Placerville Branch Acquisition of real property. 1. To retain an MAI certified appraiser, S. To prepare an appraisal of the Placerville Branch real property in accordance with the laws of California pertaining to eminent domain. 2. To contract for or employ staff to conduct engineering studies and surveys, to prepare environmental reports pertaining to toxic and hazardous wastes and substances, and to prepare title reports and litigation guarantees. 3. To lease, acquire, or dispose of real property by negotiation, dedication, or eminent domain. 4. To lease, acquire, or dispose of materials, supplies, and insurance of all types to effect or facilitate the acquisition of the Placerville Branch real property. 5. All powers incidental to the foregoing. See Financing. 1. To accept, hold, invest, pursuant to Section 6509.5 of the law, manage, and expend monies for any legal purpose, administrative purposes, and for acquisition of the Placerville Branch. 2. To negotiate and enter into reimbursement agreements when monies to acquire one or more segments of the Placerville Branch are advanced. 3. To order formation of an assessment or special tax district. 4. To authorize the sale of bonds. 5. To make a financial commitment. 6. All powers incidental to the foregoing. D. Reciprocal use agreements. 1. To negotiate and enter into reciprocal use agreements between the agency's parties related to one or more segments of the Placerville Branch. 2. All powers incidental to the foregoing. 75 Duties. January 24, 25 Amended and restated JPA Agreement 3. The authority shall have the duty to do the following within the time specified or, if no time is specified, within a reasonable time. A. To retain legal counsel for all authority business, including litigation. B. To secure liability and errors and omission insurance, if available at a reasonable cost as determined by the governing board. C. To develop a formula for cost allocation among the agencies for acquisition costs and related expenses that may be incurred to purchase the Placerville Branch. D. To determine the amount of startup and ongoing funding required by the authority. E. To approve, within 3 months after retention of legal counsel, a memorandum of understanding between the authority and each member agency addressing the following matters. 1. Pursuant to California Government Code Section 895.4, the extent to which and circumstances under which a party to this agreement is entitled to contribution or indemnification from the other parties to this agreement for any liability arising out of the performance of this agreement, and 2. The methodology described in subparagraph C above and the manner in which title to real and personal property will vest in the authority, including provision for reversion of title to the Placerville Branch or segments of the branch to a member agency upon termination of this agreement or withdrawal of the member from the authority as provided in paragraph 12. 86 Administration. A. Governing Board Membership. 1. Voting members, directors and alternates. The authority shall be administered by a board of directors, board, consisting of 5 directors and 5 alternates. 1 director and 1 alternate shall be current members of the District Board of Directors. 1 director and 1 alternate, for each county, shall be current members of the county's boards of supervisors, and 1 director and alternate, for each city, shall be current members of the city's city councils. 2. General. Each director and each alternate shall be appointed by the Board of Directors, Board of Supervisors or City Council of which he or she is a member and shall serve at the pleasure of the appointing agency. Alternates shall serve as directors in the absence of the director representing the same jurisdiction as the alternate. References in this agreement to actions of directors includes the actions of alternates serving as directors in accordance with the foregoing sentence. The 4 directors so appointed shall appoint the 5th director and alternate, who shall be January 24, 25 amended and restated JPA agreement for public members at large serving for a fixed term of such duration as is provided by the board at the time of appointment. Each of the above directors is authorized to vote on any matter properly before the board. 2. Non-voting member. In addition to the 5 voting members enumerated in subparagraph 1 above, the District 3 Director of the California Department of Transportation shall serve as an ex officio and non-voting member of the board. B. Meetings. 1. Regular meetings. The board shall by resolution establish the number of regular meetings to be held each year and the date, hour, and location at which such regular meetings shall be held, provided, however, that the resolution shall provide for at least one regular meeting quarterly. 2. Special meetings. Special meetings of the board may be called in accordance with the provisions of Section 54956 of the California Government Code. 3. Conduct of meetings. All meetings of the board shall be held in accordance with Chapter 9 of Part 1 of Division 2 of Title 5 of the California Government Code, commencing with 54950, California Open Meeting Law. 4. Minutes. The Secretary of the Authority shall cause minutes of all meetings of the board to be kept and shall as soon as possible after each meeting, cause a copy of the minutes to be forwarded to each member director of the board and to the district, counties, and the cities. 5. Quorum. 3. Voting directors of the board shall constitute a quorum for the transaction of business, except that less than a quorum may adjourn from time to time. Except as provided in paragraph 97, actions of the board shall require the affirmative vote of a. 4 voting directors, if 5 voting directors are present, or b. 3 voting directors, if fewer than 5 voting directors are present. See Procedures. 1. The board shall elect a chair from among its membership to preside at meetings and shall select a secretary who may, but need not, be a member director of the board. January 24, 25 amended and restated JPA Agreement 5.2, the board may adopt by resolution rules of procedure not inconsistent with the provisions of this agreement to govern the conduct of its meetings. 3. Members of the Board of Directors shall comply with Title 9 of the California Government Code, commencing with 81,000, Political Reform Act of 1974. D. Fiscal Matters. 1. Treasurer and Auditor. A. Except as provided in B. below, the Treasurer and Auditor of the County of Sacramento are designated the Treasurer and Auditor of the Authority with the powers, duties, and responsibilities specified in Section 6505 and 6505.5 of the law. B. In lieu of the designations in A. above, the board may appoint one or more of its employees to either or both of the positions of Treasurer or Auditor as provided in Section 6505. 6 of the law. Such appointment shall supersede the designation made in A. above. The person, S. appointed by the board under this paragraph shall have the powers, duties, and responsibilities specified in Sections 6505 and 6505.5 of the law. 2. Custodian of property. The Treasurer and Auditor of the Authority shall be the public officers who have charge of, handle, and have access to the Authority's property and shall file with the Authority an official bond in the amount fixed by the district, counties, and cities. 3. Accounts and reports. The board shall establish and maintain such funds and accounts as may be required by good accounting practice. The books and records of the Authority shall be open to inspection at all reasonable times to the district, counties, and cities and their respective representatives. The Authority, within 120 days after the close of each fiscal year, shall give a complete written report of all financial activities for such fiscal year to the district, counties, and cities. The accounts shall be prepared by an independent certified public accountant employed by the authority. 4. Budgets. The fiscal year of the authority shall be July 1 to June 30. The board shall adopt an operating budget no later than June 30 of each year. 5. Contributions. Within 90 days of the effective date of this agreement, the district, counties, and cities shall make annual contributions of funds to the authority in accordance with that certain continuing agreement to January 24, 25 amended and restated JPA Agreement 6 advance funds among the authority, district, counties and cities, dated as of even date herewith, as the same may be amended from time to time. Contribute to the authority startup funds in the amounts determined by the board. The board may request additional amounts to be contributed in the future from the district, counties, and city, which amounts shall be allocated proportionately among the district, counties and city based on the methodology adopted pursuant to 7.c, above. 97 Voting notwithstanding paragraph 86.b.5, the following actions require the affirmative unanimous vote of all 5 directors. All voting directors, other than the directors serving as public members at large, must approve the following actions, with each director or alternate voting in accordance with the direction given by his or her appointing body: A. To order formation of an assessment or special tax district, B. To authorize the sale of bonds, or C. To make a financial commitment with a term of more than 1 year, D. To determine the amount of the initial contributions of startup funds, and to adopt or to amend the method of allocating contribution obligations under paragraph 8.d.5. 108 Disposition of property and funds at such time as this agreement is terminated and upon withdrawal of a party as provided in paragraph 1210, title to real and personal property to which a member agency has a reversionary interest shall vest in that member agency to the full extent of the authority's interest in such property. Title to real property shall be quit-claimed to each applicable member agency as provided in that certain reciprocal use and funding agreement among the authority and its then existing member agencies, dated as of August 31, 1996, as the same may be amended from time to time, the reciprocal use and funding agreement. Any property interest remaining in the authority following discharge of all obligations due by the authority shall be disposed of, and the proceeds or property shall be returned to the source from which funds or property were obtained. 119 Indemnification. The authority shall acquire such insurance protection as is necessary to protect the interests of the authority, the parties to this agreement and the public. The authority created by this agreement shall assume the defense of and indemnify and save harmless each party to this agreement and its respective officers, agents, and employees, from all claims, losses, damages, costs, injury, and liability of every kind, nature and description directly or indirectly arising from January 24, 25 amended and restated JPA Agreement 7. The performance of any of the activities of the authority, or the activities undertaken pursuant to this agreement. Notwithstanding the foregoing, in the event of any conflict between the foregoing indemnity provision and the indemnity provisions in the easement agreements executed by the authority pursuant to the reciprocal use and funding agreement made by and among the authority, district, counties, and city of Folsom, dated as of August 31, 1996, the indemnity provisions in said easement agreements shall control. 1210 Withdrawal. A notice. Any subject to the restrictions of paragraph 3, above, any party may withdraw from this agreement upon 90 calendar days prior written notice to the other parties, in which event the authority shall nevertheless continue to exist, but with membership adjusted to reflect such omission. If 3/4 or more of the parties to this agreement withdraw, this agreement shall terminate upon expiration of the 90-day notice given by the 3/4 party to withdraw from the agreement. Withdrawal from this agreement shall not constitute withdrawal from the reciprocal use and funding agreement for the parties that are subject thereto. B. Use of reports. If a party withdraws from this agreement, it may acquire by negotiation, eminent domain, or otherwise any segment or portion of the Placerville branch in the same manner had it not been a member of the authority, and in so doing, the withdrawing party may use any appraisal, engineering, environmental or other reports that were prepared for the authority and for which the withdrawing party has contributed its aliquot share of costs as provided in the Memorandum of Understanding. Prepared pursuant to paragraph 7d. 1311 Exercise of powers. The powers and duties described in this agreement shall be exercised and carried out subject only to such restrictions upon the manner of exercising such powers or carrying out such duties as are imposed upon the district in the exercise of similar powers or in carrying out similar duties as provided in section 6509 of the law. 1412 Debts and liabilities. The debts, liabilities, and obligations of the authority shall not constitute a debt, liability or responsibility of the district, counties, or the cities, either jointly or individually. 1513 Liberal construction. The provisions of the agreement, and in particular the provisions of paragraphs 6, 7, and 84, 5 and 6, shall be liberally construed as necessary or reasonably convenient to achieve the purposes of the authority. 1614 Severability. January 24, 25 Amended and restated JPA Agreement 8. Should any part, term, or provisions of this agreement be decided by the courts to be illegal or in conflict with any law of the state of California, or otherwise be rendered unenforceable or ineffectual, the validity of the remaining portions or provisions shall not be affected thereby. 1715 Amendments. This agreement may be amended only by the unanimous agreement of the parties to this agreement. 1816 Successor and assignment. This agreement shall be binding upon and shall inure to the benefit of the successors of the parties. No party may assign any right or obligation under this agreement without the consent of the others. In witnesseth whereof, the parties have entered into this agreement as of the day and year first above appearing. Signature blocks and exhibits. TBA January 24, 25 Amended and restated JPA Agreement 9 Attachment 5 Amended and restated Joint Powers Agreement for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority. This agreement is entered into as of ____________2025 by and between Sacramento Regional Transit District, a public corporation, district, County of Sacramento and County of El Dorado, political subdivisions of the State of California, counties, and City of Folsom and City of Rancho Cordova, municipal corporations organized and existing under the laws of the State of California, cities. Recitals A. Effective October 8, 1991, District, Counties and City of Folsom entered into that certain joint powers agreement for the acquisition and preservation of the Southern Pacific Placerville Branch Railroad right-of-way, the original JPA agreement, creating the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority, the authority, for the purpose of acquiring Southern Pacific Transportation Company's Placerville Branch Railroad right-of-way, the Placerville Branch, and providing reciprocal use agreements for transportation and transportation preservation uses as desired by the agencies. B. The authority acquired the Placerville branch on September 6, 1996. C. The parties to the original JPA agreement now desire to include the City of Rancho Cordova as a member agency and make certain other changes to the agreement. D. District, counties, and cities have the common powers to acquire real property and to preserve right-of-way for transportation and other lawful purposes. E. District, counties, and cities have determined that the public interest will be served by the continued joint exercise of these powers through this agreement and the authority to preserve the Placerville branch as a transportation corridor and coordinating other lawful uses thereof by the member agencies. F. District, counties, and cities intend that this agreement shall supersede and replace the original JPA agreement and all amendments thereto. January 24, 25 Amended and restated JPA Agreement 1 Agreement 1. Authority and purpose. This agreement is made pursuant to Chapter 5 of Division 7 of Title I of the California Government Code, commencing with Section 6500, the law, relative to the joint exercise of powers common to district, counties, and cities. The purpose of this agreement is to provide for the ownership and coordination of public uses of the Placerville branch, and to provide for such reciprocal use agreements and multi-jurisdictional use agreements as may be desired by the member agencies. The Placerville branch and its approximate location is depicted on Exhibit A attached to this agreement and incorporated herein by this reference as if fully set forth herein. 2. Continuation of authority and jurisdiction. The parties hereto hereby amend and restate the original JPA agreement that created the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority, a public entity separate from district, counties, and cities, whose jurisdiction is as shown and depicted in Exhibit A3. Term and termination. This agreement shall be effective as of the date first stated above. It shall remain in effect until terminated in the manner specified in paragraph 10, or by the unanimous agreement of the respective governing bodies of the agencies in accordance with the law. 4. Powers. The authority shall have all powers necessary or reasonably convenient to carry out the purposes stated in paragraph 1, including but not limited to the following: A. Administration. 1. To secure administrative furnishings. 2. To contract for or employ administrative, technical, and support staff. 3. To lease, acquire and dispose of materials, supplies, and insurance of all types to effect or facilitate achievement of the authority's purpose. 4. To approve the annual budget. 5. All powers incidental to the above. January 24, 25 Amended and restated JPA Agreement 2B. Acquisition of real property. 1. To retain an MAI certified appraiser, S. To prepare an appraisal of real property in accordance with the laws of California pertaining to eminent domain. 2. To contract for or employ staff to conduct engineering studies and surveys, to prepare environmental reports pertaining to toxic and hazardous wastes and substances, and to prepare title reports and litigation guarantees. 3. To lease, acquire, or dispose of real property by negotiation, dedication, or eminent domain. 4. To lease, acquire, or dispose of materials, supplies, and insurance of all types to effect or facilitate the acquisition of real property. 5. All powers incidental to the foregoing. C. Financing. 1. To accept, hold, invest, pursuant to Section 6509.5 of the law, manage, and expend monies for any legal purpose. 2. To negotiate and enter into reimbursement agreements when monies are advanced. 3. To order formation of an assessment or special tax district. 4. To authorize the sale of bonds. 5. To make a financial commitment. 6. All powers incidental to the foregoing. D. Reciprocal use agreements. 1. To negotiate and enter into reciprocal use agreements between the parties related to one or more segments of the Placerville branch. 2. All powers incidental to the foregoing. January 24, 25 Amended and restated JPA Agreement 3.5. Duties. The authority shall have the duty to do the following within the time specified or, if no time is specified, within a reasonable time. A. To retain legal counsel for all authority business, including litigation. B. To secure liability and errors and omission insurance, if available at a reasonable cost as determined by the governing board. C. To determine the amount of ongoing funding required by the authority. 6. Administration. A. Governing board membership. 1. Directors and alternates. The authority shall be administered by a board of directors, board, consisting of 5 directors and 5 alternates. 1 director and 1 alternate shall be current members of the district board of directors. 1 director and 1 alternate, for each county, shall be current members of the county's boards of supervisors, and 1 director and alternate, for each city, shall be current members of the city's city councils. 2. General. Each director and each alternate shall be appointed by the Board of Directors, Board of Supervisors or City Council of which he or she is a member and shall serve at the pleasure of the appointing agency. Alternates shall serve as directors in the absence of the director representing the same jurisdiction as the alternate. References in this agreement to actions of directors includes the actions of alternates serving as directors in accordance with the foregoing sentence. Each of the above directors is authorized to vote on any matter properly before the board. B. Meetings. 1. Regular meetings. The board shall by resolution establish the number of regular meetings to be held each year and the date, hour, and location at which such regular meetings shall be held, provided, however, that the resolution shall provide for at least 1 regular meeting quarterly. 2. Special meetings. Special meetings of the board may be called in accordance with the provisions of Section 54956 of the California Government Code. 3. Conduct of meetings. All meetings of the Board shall be held in accordance with Chapter 9 of Part 1 of Division 2 of Title 5 of the January 24, 25 amended and restated JPA Agreement for California Government Code, commencing with 54,950, California Open Meeting Law. 4. Minutes. The Secretary of the Authority shall cause minutes of all meetings of the Board to be kept and shall, as soon as possible after each meeting, cause a copy of the minutes to be forwarded to each Director of the Board and to the district, counties, and the cities. 5. Quorum. 3. Directors of the Board shall constitute a quorum for the transaction of business, except that less than a quorum may adjourn from time to time. Except as provided in paragraph 7, actions of the Board shall require the affirmative vote of a. 4 directors, if 5 directors are present, or b. 3 directors, if fewer than 5 directors are present. See Procedures 1. The Board shall elect a chair from among its membership to preside at meetings and shall select a secretary who may, but need not, be a director of the Board. 2. The Board may adopt by resolution rules of procedure not inconsistent with the provisions of this agreement to govern the conduct of its meetings. 3. The Board shall comply with Title 9 of the California Government Code, commencing with 81,000, Political Reform Act of 1974. D. Fiscal Matters 1, Treasurer and Auditor A, except as provided in B, below. The Treasurer and Auditor of the County of Sacramento are designated the Treasurer and Auditor of the Authority with the powers, duties, and responsibilities specified in Section 6505 and 6505.5 of the law. B. January 24, 25 amended and restated JPA Agreement in lieu of the designations in A, above. The Board may appoint one or more of its employees to either or both of the positions of Treasurer or Auditor as provided in Section 6505. 6 of the law. Such appointment shall supersede the designation made in A, above. The person, S, appointed by the Board under this paragraph shall have the powers, duties, and responsibilities specified in Sections 6505 and 6505.5 of the law. 5.2. Custodian of property. The Treasurer and Auditor of the Authority shall be the public officers who have charge of, handle, and have access to the Authority's property and shall file with the Authority an official bond in the amount fixed by the district, counties, and cities. 3. Accounts and reports. The Board shall establish and maintain such funds and accounts as may be required by good accounting practice. The books and records of the Authority shall be open to inspection at all reasonable times to the district, counties, and cities and their respective representatives. The Authority, within 120 days after the close of each fiscal year, shall give a complete written report of all financial activities for such fiscal year to the district, counties, and cities. The accounts shall be prepared by an independent certified public accountant employed by the Authority. 4. Budgets. The fiscal year of the Authority shall be July 1 to June 30. The Board shall adopt an operating budget no later than June 30 of each year. 5. Contributions. District, counties, and cities shall make annual contributions of funds to the Authority in accordance with that certain continuing agreement to advance funds among the Authority, district, counties and cities, dated as of even date herewith, as the same may be amended from time to time. 7. Voting notwithstanding paragraph 6.b.5, the following actions require the affirmative unanimous vote of all 5 directors, with each director voting in accordance with the direction given by his or her appointing body, A. To order formation of an assessment or special tax district, B. To authorize the sale of bonds, or C. To make a financial commitment with a term of more than 1 year. 8. Disposition of property and funds at such time as this agreement is terminated and upon withdrawal of a party as provided in paragraph 10, title to personal property to which a member agency has a reversionary interest shall vest in that member agency to the full extent of the Authority's interest in such property. Title to real property shall be quit-claimed to each applicable member agency as provided in that certain reciprocal use and funding agreement among the Authority and its then existing member agencies, dated as of August 31, 1996, as the same may be amended from time to time. January 24, 25 amended and restated JPA Agreement 6, the Reciprocal Use and Funding Agreement. Any property interest remaining in the authority following discharge of all obligations due by the authority shall be disposed of, and the proceeds or property shall be returned to the source from which funds or property were obtained. 9. Indemnification. The authority shall acquire such insurance protection as is necessary to protect the interests of the authority, the parties to this agreement and the public. The authority created by this agreement shall assume the defense of and indemnify and save harmless each party to this agreement and its respective officers, agents, and employees, from all claims, losses, damages, costs, injury, and liability of every kind, nature and description directly or indirectly arising from the performance of any of the activities of the authority, or the activities undertaken pursuant to this agreement. Notwithstanding the foregoing, in the event of any conflict between the foregoing indemnity provision and the indemnity provisions in the easement agreements executed by the authority pursuant to the Reciprocal Use and Funding Agreement made by and among the authority, district, counties, and city of Folsom, dated as of August 31, 1996, the indemnity provisions in said easement agreements shall control. 10. Withdrawal. Subject to the restrictions of paragraph 3, above, any party may withdraw from this agreement upon 90 calendar days prior written notice to the other parties, in which event the authority shall nevertheless continue to exist, but with membership adjusted to reflect such omission. If 4 or more of the parties to this agreement withdraw, this agreement shall terminate upon expiration of the 90-day notice given by the fourth party to withdraw from the agreement. Withdrawal from this agreement shall not constitute withdrawal from the Reciprocal Use and Funding Agreement for the parties that are subject thereto. 11. Exercise of powers. The powers and duties described in this agreement shall be exercised and carried out subject only to such restrictions upon the manner of exercising such powers or carrying out such duties as are imposed upon the district in the exercise of similar powers or in carrying out similar duties as provided in Section 6509 of the law. 12. Debts and liabilities. The debts, liabilities, and obligations of the authority shall not constitute a debt, liability or responsibility of the district, counties, or cities, either jointly or individually. 13. Liberal construction. The provisions of the agreement, and in particular the provisions of paragraphs 4, 5, and 6, shall be liberally construed as necessary or reasonably convenient to achieve the purposes of the authority. January 24, 25 amended and restated JPA Agreement 714. Severability. Should any part, term, or provisions of this agreement be decided by the courts to be illegal or in conflict with any law of the state of California, or otherwise be rendered unenforceable or ineffectual, the validity of the remaining portions or provisions shall not be affected thereby. 15. Amendments. This agreement may be amended only by the unanimous agreement of the parties to this agreement. 16. Successor and assignment. This agreement shall be binding upon and shall inure to the benefit of the successors of the parties. No party may assign any right or obligation under this agreement without the consent of the others. In witness whereof, the parties have entered into this agreement as of the day and year first above appearing. Signature blocks and exhibits. TBA January 24, 25 amended and restated JPA Agreement 8 Attachment 6 marked to show changes from original continuing funding agreement amended and restated continuing agreement to advance funds for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority. This continuing agreement to advance funds, the agreement, is made effective as of the first day of July 20002025 by and among the County of El Dorado, a political subdivision of the State of California, El Dorado, the County of Sacramento, a political subdivision of the State of California, Sacramento, the City of Folsom. A municipal corporation organized and existing under the laws of the State of California, Folsom, the City of Rancho Cordova, a municipal corporation organized and existing under the laws of the State of California, Rancho Cordova, the Sacramento Regional Transit District, a public corporation, RT, and the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority, a California Joint Powers Agency, JPA. El Dorado, Sacramento, Folsom, Rancho Cordova, and RT are hereinafter collectively and individually referred to as the member agencies. Recitals A. Effective October 8, 1991, the member agencies El Dorado, Sacramento, Folsom, and RT created the JPA by entering into that certain joint powers agreement for the acquisition and preservation of the Southern Pacific Placerville Branch right-of-way, the JPA Agreement. B. Effective July 1, 2000, the JPA, El Dorado, Sacramento, Folsom and RT entered into that certain continuing agreement to advance funds for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority, the original funding agreement. B. By entering into this agreement, the member agencies desire to provide for the ongoing funding of the JPA. The member agencies intend that this agreement shall supersede and replace the original funding agreement. Agreement 1. Annual funding. On or before the later of I. August 31st of each fiscal year, or 2. 30 days after the JPA Board of Directors adopts the JPA's budget for each the next fiscal year and invoices in connection therewith are delivered to the member agencies, each member agency shall pay to the JPA an amount equal to 1/45 of the amount budgeted by the JPA, up to the maximum contribution limit. For fiscal year 2000/2001-2025/2026, the maximum contribution limit shall be $35,000. Thereafter, the maximum contribution limit shall increase by 2%, per fiscal year January 24, 25 Amended and Restated Funding Agreement 1-2. Expenditure of funds. Each member agency agrees that said funds may be expended by the JPA in any legal manner authorized by the JPA's governing board. Each member agency further agrees that the funds so advanced shall not be restricted, conditioned, or otherwise limited in purpose or use. Each member agency warrants and represents that said funds are not so restricted, conditioned or limited. 3. Withdrawal. In the event any member agency withdraws from the JPA by giving 90 days written notice in the manner set forth in the JPA agreement, that member agencies' obligations under this agreement shall cease as of the effective date of such withdrawal. 4. Amendments. No supplement, modification, or amendment of this agreement shall be binding unless executed in writing by all of the parties. 5. Successors and assigns. This agreement shall bind and inure to the benefit of the respective successors and assigns of the parties hereto. 6. Counterparts. This agreement may be executed in any number of counterparts, and by different parties in separate counterparts, each of which, when executed and delivered, shall be deemed to be an original and all of which counterparts taken together shall constitute but one and the same instrument. In witness whereof, the parties hereto have executed this agreement effective as of the date first above written. Signature blocks TBA January 24, 25 Amended and Restated Funding Agreement 2 Attachment 7 Amended and Restated Continuing Agreement to Advance Funds for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority. This continuing agreement to advance funds, the agreement, is made effective as of the _________ day of _______ 2025, by and among the County of El Dorado, a political subdivision of the State of California, El Dorado, the County of Sacramento, a political subdivision of the State of California, Sacramento, the City of Folsom. A municipal corporation organized and existing under the laws of the State of California, Folsom, the City of Rancho Cordova, a municipal corporation organized and existing under the laws of the State of California, Rancho Cordova, the Sacramento Regional Transit District, a public corporation, RT, and the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority, a California Joint Powers Agency, JPA. El Dorado, Sacramento, Folsom, Rancho Cordova, and RT are hereinafter collectively and individually referred to as the member agencies. Recitals A. Effective October 8, 1991, El Dorado, Sacramento, Folsom and RT created the JPA by entering into that certain joint powers agreement for the acquisition and preservation of the Southern Pacific Placerville Branch right-of-way, the JPA Agreement. Be effective July 1, 2000, the JPA, El Dorado, Sacramento, Folsom and RT entered into that certain continuing agreement to advance funds for the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority, the original funding agreement. B. By entering into this agreement, the member agencies desire to provide for the ongoing funding of the JPA. The member agencies intend that this agreement shall supersede and replace the original funding agreement. Agreement 1. Annual funding. On or before the later of I. August 31 of each year, or 2. 30 days after the JPA Board of Directors adopts the JPA's budget for the next fiscal year and invoices in connection therewith are delivered to the member agencies, each member agency shall pay to the JPA an amount equal to one-fifth of the amount budgeted by the JPA, up to the maximum contribution limit. For fiscal year 2025/2026, the maximum contribution limit shall be $35,000. Thereafter, the maximum contribution limit shall increase by 2%, per fiscal year. 2. Expenditure of funds. Each member agency agrees that said funds may be expended by the JPA in any legal manner authorized by the JPA's governing board. Each member agency January 24, 25 amended and restated Funding Agreement 1 further agrees that the funds so advanced shall not be restricted, conditioned, or otherwise limited in purpose or use. Each member agency warrants and represents that said funds are not so restricted, conditioned or limited. 3. Withdrawal. In the event any member agency withdraws from the JPA by giving 90 days written notice in the manner set forth in the JPA agreement, that member agencies' obligations under this agreement shall cease as of the effective date of such withdrawal. 4. Amendments. No supplement, modification, or amendment of this agreement shall be binding unless executed in writing by all of the parties. 5. Successors and assigns. This agreement shall bind and inure to the benefit of the respective successors and assigns of the parties hereto. 6. Counterparts. This agreement may be executed in any number of counterparts, and by different parties and separate counterparts, each of which, when executed and delivered, shall be deemed to be an original and all of which counterparts taken together shall constitute but one and the same instrument. In witness whereof, the parties hereto have executed this agreement effective as of the date first above written. Signature blocks TBA January 24, 25 amended and restated Funding Agreement 2 Folsom City Council Staff Report Meeting Date, April 8, 2025 Agenda Section, New Business Subject, from, Resolution Number 11355, a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Bob Murray and Associates for executive recruitment services for the Public Works Director Human Resources Department recommendation. The Human Resources Director recommends that the City Council pass and adopt Resolution No. 11355, a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Bob Murray and Associates for executive recruitment services for the Public Works Director. Background: in December 2024, Public Works Director Mark Rakoven announced his retirement from the City of Folsom. His last day will be May 30, 2025. At the direction of City Manager Brian Wittamier, it was recommended that the City Council receive a presentation from the Human Resources Director to enter into a contract with an executive search firm for the Public Works Director recruitment. To attract and retain top-tier senior leadership, the City of Folsom recognizes the value of partnering with an executive search firm. These firms bring specialized expertise, strategic recruitment methods, and a broad talent network to identify candidates who not only meet professional qualifications but also align with the city's vision and values. Executive hiring demands a level of industry knowledge, outreach, and discretion that goes beyond the resources of the city's HR department. Furthermore, the HR team is unable to handle this executive-level recruitment due to their existing workload, which includes negotiations with multiple bargaining groups, conducting workplace investigations, and managing rank-and-file recruitments. These responsibilities require significant time, leaving limited capacity to execute a thorough and strategic executive search. Given the critical nature of executive hiring, which demands specialized sourcing, extensive screening, and stakeholder alignment, it would be more effective to engage external resources to ensure a successful outcome. Investing in an executive search firm is a proactive step toward maintaining strong, effective leadership for the city's future. One policy/rule in accordance with Section 2.36.080 of the Folsom Municipal Code, the contract award limit for the city manager as of January 1, 2025 is $75,049. The cost of engaging an executive search firm is within the scope of the city manager's signature authority. Analysis Human Resources consulted multiple executive search firms to assess their processes, capabilities, and costs. City staff received the following proposals from executive search firms for consideration: Bob Murray & Associates, MGT Gomez Partners, Inc. Sunshine Enterprises, Koff & Associates, WBCP. After evaluating the proposals based on experience, services provided, project approach, pricing, and overall fit, Bob Murray & Associates emerged as the best choice for Folsom's executive recruitment needs. While pricing was not the sole factor in the decision-making process, Bob Murray & Associates presented one of the more competitively priced proposals at $25,000, compared to other quotes ranging from $30,000 to $45,000. After partnering with Bob Murray & Associates, the city will collaborate closely with them to design a comprehensive and inclusive selection process. This will include forming both community and professional interview panels, ensuring diverse perspectives in evaluating candidates. The city may seek input from the council and community members, fostering transparency and engagement in selecting the best leader for this important role. We believe this process will not only identify the most qualified candidate but also strengthen public trust and confidence in the decision-making process. Financial impact: the total cost for Bob Murray & Associates services is not to exceed $25,000, covering all recruitment-related expenses, including development and distribution of recruitment materials and advertising, candidate screening and interviews, background checks and reference verification, consultant travel for in-person meetings. Sufficient funding for this contract is budgeted and available in the FY 2024-25 General Fund, Fund 010, Non-Departmental Budget. Attachments 1. Resolution No. 11355, a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Bob Murray & Associates for executive recruitment services for the Public Works Director. 2. Bob Murray & Associates Proposal 3. Gomez Partners, Inc. Proposal 4. Koff & Associates Proposal 5. MGT Proposal 6. Sunshine Enterprises Proposal 7. WBCP Proposal 2 submitted, Allison Garcia, Human Resources Director. 3. Attachment 1, Resolution No. 11355, a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Bob Murray & Associates for executive recruitment services for the Public Works Director. 4. A resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Bob Murray & Associates for executive recruitment services for the Public Works Director. Whereas, the City Council recognizes the importance of recruiting highly qualified candidates for executive-level positions within the City of Folsom, and whereas, the City Council acknowledges that a professional executive search firm possesses the expertise, network, and resources necessary to identify and attract top-tier candidates, and whereas, engaging an executive search firm will enhance the recruitment process and ensure the selection of the most qualified individuals to lead the City of Folsom, and whereas, staff recommends that Bob Murray & Associates conduct the City of Folsom recruitment process for the Public Works Director, and whereas, sufficient funding for this contract is budgeted and available in the FY 202,425 General Fund, Fund 010, Non-Departmental Budget. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council hereby authorizes the city manager to enter into an agreement with Bob Murray & Associates in a form acceptable to the city attorney and proceed with the recruitment process for the Public Works Director. Passed and adopted this 8th day of April, 2025, by the following roll call vote: ayes, noes, absent, abstain, Council Member, S. Council Member, S. Council Member, S council member, S attest. Underscore 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 on Krista Fremantle, City Clerk Sarah Aquino, Mayor 5 Attachment 2B Murray and Association I8's experts in executive search. A proposal to conduct an executive recruitment for the position of Public Works Director on behalf of the CITI of IFCO, ILCO, M. Distinctive by Nature 1544, Eureka Road Suite 180 Roseville, California, 956619116, 784-9080916, 784-1985 Fax February 6, 2025 Brian Whittamier, City Manager City of Folsom 50, Natoma Street, Folsom, California, 95630 submitted via email to agarcia@folsom.ca.us. Dear Mr. Whittamier, Bob Murray and Associates is pleased to submit a proposal to conduct the Public Works Director recruitment for the City of Folsom. The following details are qualifications and describes our systematic yet flexible method of identifying, recruiting, and screening outstanding candidates on your behalf. It also includes a proposed budget, timeline, and guarantee. At Bob Murray and Associates, we pride ourselves on providing quality service to local governments, non-profit agencies, and private firms. Our recruitment process helps you to determine the direction of the search and the types of candidates you seek while capitalizing on our decades of experience and vast network of contacts to reach those candidates. Our expertise ensures that the candidates we present to the City of Folsom will match the criteria you have established, be a positive placement for your organization, and be outstanding in their field. Current and recent Public Works Director recruitments we have completed similar in size and scope to your upcoming search include the following: 2024 Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, Land and Facilities Manager, current City of Petaluma, CA, Public Works Director, City of Petaluma, CA, Director of Water Resources and Utilities, City of Calistoga, CA, Fairgrounds Revitalization Director, City of Newark, CA, Public Works Director, City of Belmont, CA, Public Works Director, City of Eugene, or, Public Works Director, City and County of San Francisco, CA, Streets Division Director, City of San Ramon, CA, Public Works Director, City of Hayward, CA, Deputy Director of Public Works, 2023 City of Colton, CA, Electric Utilities Manager, City of Montebello, CA, Public Works Director, City of Montebello, CA, Assistant Director of Transportation, City of Vancouver, WA, Public Works Director, City of Watsonville, CA, Director of Public Works and Utilities, Coachella Valley Water District, CA, Assistant Director of Operations Sanitation, 2022 City of Cupertino, CA, Public Works Director, City of Milpitas, CA, Public Works Director, City of Montebello, CA, Director of Transportation, City of Napa, CA, Deputy Director of Public Works, Limited Scope, City of Orinda, CA, Public Works Director, City of Vacaville, CA, Public Works Director. We work as a team on every search at Bob Murray and Associates. Your project lead would be Valerie Gata Phillips, Gary Phillips, or Stephanie Dietz, who would not only direct and supervise the project team from beginning to end but also serve as the recruiter for the project as well. To learn firsthand of the quality of our services and why the majority of our engagements come from repeat and referred clients, we invite you to contact the references listed on page 13 of the attached proposal. We look forward to your favorable consideration of our qualifications. Please do not hesitate to contact us at 916-784-9080 with any questions. Sincerely, Valerie Gata Phillips, President, Bob Murray and Associates. Table of Contents: the recruitment process. 2 Step 1 Develop the candidate profile. 2 Optional service, community and staff involvement. 2 Step 2 Design/distribute brochure and advertisements. 2 Reaching diverse candidates. 3 Step 3 Recruit candidates. 3 Step 4 Screen candidates. 4 Step 5 Conduct preliminary interviews, 4 Step 6 Search public records, 4 Step 7 Make recommendations, 4 Step 8 Facilitate final interviews, 5 Step 9 Conduct background and reference checks, 5 Step 10 Assist in negotiations, 5 Complete administrative assistance, 6 Costs and guarantee, 7 Professional fee and expenses, 7 Optional services, 7 Guarantee, 8 Recruitment schedule, 8 Firm profile, 9 References. 13 The recruitment process. Bob Murray and Associates recruiters are specialists in finding positive placements and providing security and fairness to candidates and clients while ensuring the integrity of the search process. Outlined below are the steps in our proven recruitment process, refined through our 30-plus years of experience in executive recruiting. Step 1 Develop the candidate profile. Our understanding of the City of Folsom's needs will be key to a successful search. Valerie Gata Phillips, Gary Phillips, or Stephanie Dietz will meet with the city manager and key stakeholders to learn as much as possible about the ideal candidate for the Public Works Director position. We want to become familiar with the values and culture of the organization, as well as to understand the current and future issues, challenges, and opportunities in the City of Folsom. Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz will review and help define the city's wish list regarding the ideal candidate's personality, management style, knowledge, skills, and abilities, and will work with the city to identify expectations regarding education and experience. The city manager and Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz will discuss compensation, benefits, and other key information necessary to ensure that outstanding candidates are attracted to this opportunity. The profile we develop together at this stage will drive subsequent recruitment efforts. Optional service, community and staff involvement. We find that many of our clients value a recruitment process that opens the opportunity for community members, business leaders, organization representatives, and employees to provide input regarding the ideal candidate. Our recruiters are skilled in designing and facilitating forums, town hall meetings, and online surveys that allow equitable involvement from a variety of constituencies and in consolidating feedback into a cohesive narrative of common themes. If the City of Folsom desires, we will work with the city manager to create a customized community and/or staff input process. Step 2 Design/distribute brochure and advertisements. Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz and your dedicated recruitment coordinator will use the candidate profile developed with the City of Folsom to create a professional recruitment brochure, with the assistance of our professional graphic designer. The 4-page, full-color brochure will describe the community, organization, position, ideal candidate, and compensation, and will include pictures provided by the City of Folsom that you feel best represent your organization and your community. Upon your approval, Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz will send the brochure by postal mail and email to a targeted audience, personally inviting potential candidates to apply for the Public Works Director position. We will also place the recruitment brochure on our website, which attracts over 11,000 unique hits weekly and is a trusted resource for candidates seeking Executive Bob Murray and Associates proposal for the City of Folsom Page 2 and professional positions. 2 sample brochures are included in this proposal package for your reference. Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz will also design an effective advertising campaign appropriate for the Public Works Director recruitment. Our broadest outreach comes through our active social media involvement on Facebook, LinkedIn, and X, formerly Twitter, where upcoming and current positions are posted. Sources such as Western City Magazine, Public CEO, and the Careers in Government website will be used to reach an extensive local government audience, while position-specific postings will be chosen to attract candidates who have built their careers in and are committed to the Public Works Director field. Suggested Public Works Director-specific advertising sources for the City of Folsom search include American Public Works Association, League of Women in Government, California City News, Society of Women Engineers. Bob Murray and Associates does not typically place ads with job aggregators or general job posting sites such as CareerBuilder, Monster, or Indeed, as we have found that the broad reach of these sites does not necessarily lead to quality candidates for executive and professional positions. Reaching diverse candidates. Bob Murray and Associates, a woman and minority-owned business, is proud of its commitment to attracting and placing diverse candidates. Not only do we place advertisements with websites designed to attract minority and female candidates, but our president, Valerie Phillips, is a member herself of many diversity-focused organizations including the Local Government Hispanic Network, the League of Women in Government, the Professional Women's Network, Mexican Professionals, and Women Leading Government. She networks frequently with fellow members to gain insight into which potential candidates are leaders in their field. Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz will seek to reach candidates in communities and organizations with demographic profiles and populations served like that of the city of Folsom, to maximize the potential for individuals from a wide variety of backgrounds, cultures, and life experiences to be considered for the Public Works Director position. Step 3. Recruit candidates. The strongest candidates are often those who are successful and content in their current positions and need to be sold on a new opportunity. Our extensive network of contacts, developed through over 1,400 successful placements, is a primary source for identifying and obtaining referrals for these candidates. Our in-house database of 40,000 current and former executive and professional candidates is a valuable resource that can only be built over time that we have invested into perfecting our process for finding the right candidates for our clients. Our aggressive outreach efforts are focused on phone calls to personally invite potential applicants, answer questions, and Bob Murray and Associates proposal for the City of Folsom. Page 3. Allay any reservations, and these efforts are essential to the success of the Public Works Director recruitment. Step 4. Screen candidates. Following the closing date for the recruitment, Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz will screen all resumes we have received, using the criteria established in the candidate profile as a basis upon which to narrow the field of candidates. Internal candidates receive sensitive consideration, and Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz will discuss with the city manager how the City of Folsom wishes to proceed with these candidates. Step 5. Conduct preliminary interviews. Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz will personally interview the top 10 to 15 candidates from the resume screening, with the goal of determining which candidates have the greatest potential to succeed in your organization. To reduce travel-related expenses to our clients and increase efficiency in the search process, these interviews are typically conducted via Zoom, Skype, or other convenient video conferencing applications. Step 6. Search public records. Under the direction of Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz, your dedicated recruitment coordinator will conduct a review of published print and online articles for each recommended candidate. Sources include LexisNexis trademark, Google, social media, and our contacts in the field. This will alert Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz to any further detailed inquiries we may need to make before our recommendations are finalized. Step 7. Make recommendations based on our findings during the preliminary interview process. Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz will recommend a limited number of candidates for your further consideration. Your recruiter will make specific recommendations and will help facilitate discussions regarding the candidate pool, but the final determination of those to be considered will be up to you. We typically recommend 6 to 8 candidates that we feel will best match your expectations, and we prepare a detailed written report on each candidate. This bound report provided to each member of the decision-making body includes candidate list with recommended finalists identified in Group 1 and Group 2, primary and secondary recommendations, as well as internal candidates' summary of experience and education for each recommended finalist candidate, complete cover letter and resume for each recommended finalist candidate, list of other applicants, those who did not meet minimum qualifications or were otherwise unsuitable, based on our screening process. Bob Murray and Associates maintains all search records for a period of 7 years following each recruitment, and we are happy to forward cover letters and resumes for each applicant by postal mail or email as soon as the recruitment closes to new applications. Bob Murray and Associates proposal for the City of Folsom. Page 4. Step 8. Facilitate final interviews. Our years of experience will be invaluable as we help you develop an interview process that objectively assesses the qualifications of each candidate. We will work with the City of Folsom to craft and implement an interview approach that fits your needs. This may include individual and panel interviews by the city manager and key stakeholders, community/employee interview panels, writing and presentation samples, meet and greets, or another specialized process element. Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz helps the City of Folsom to design. Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz will be present on site during the interviews to facilitate as necessary during the process and to guide discussion to consensus regarding final candidates. Bound interview books will be provided to each interview panel member containing recruitment brochure with candidate profile, interview schedule, suggested interview questions, experience summary, cover letter, resume, and rating form for each candidate, ranking forms for use during the panel interview process. We will work closely with your staff to coordinate and schedule interviews. Our goal is to ensure that each candidate has a very positive experience, as the way the entire process is conducted will influence the final candidate's perception of your organization. Step 9. Conduct background and reference checks. Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz and your recruitment coordinator will conduct detailed reference checks for up to three final candidates. To gain an accurate and honest appraisal of the candidate's strengths and weaknesses, we will talk candidly with people who have direct knowledge of their work and management style. In addition to gaining a 360-degree view of candidates from the perspective of their supervisors, subordinates, and peers for the past several years, we will make a point of speaking confidentially to individuals who may have further insight into a candidate's abilities but who may not be on their preferred list of contacts. Your recruitment coordinator will work with candidates in our professional backgrounding firm, Hire Right, to conduct credit, civil litigation, and motor vehicle record checks and verify candidates' degrees. Step 10. Assist in negotiations. We recognize the critical importance of successful negotiations and can serve as your representative during this process. Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz knows what other organizations have done to put deals together with great candidates and what the current market is like for public works director positions in organizations like the City of Folsom's. Your recruiter will be available to advise you regarding current approaches to difficult issues, such as housing and relocation. We will represent your interests and advise the chosen candidate and you regarding salary, benefits, and employment agreements, with the goal of putting together a deal. Bob Murray & Associates proposal for the City of Folsom, page 5, that results in the appointment of your chosen candidate. With our proven experience and vested interest in a positive outcome, we can turn a very difficult aspect of the recruitment into one that is straightforward and agreeable for all parties involved. Complete administrative assistance. We receive many unsolicited testimonials each year from clients and candidates alike noting our prompt, considerate, accurate, and professional service during the search process. Throughout the recruitment, in time intervals that suit the City of Folsom, we will provide you with updates on the status of the search and attend to all administrative details on your behalf. Candidates receive immediate acknowledgement of their applications, as well as personal phone calls and/or emails, as appropriate, advising them of their status at each critical point in the recruitment. Candidates who receive preliminary or final interviews and are not chosen to move forward in the interview process will receive personal calls from Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz on behalf of the City of Folsom. It is our internal company standard that all inquiries from clients and candidates receive a response within the same business day whenever possible, and certainly within 24 hours if the inquiry is received during the work week. Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz will be available to the City of Folsom by office phone, cell phone, and email at any time to ensure a smooth and stress-free recruitment process. Bob Murray & Associates proposal for the City of Folsom, page 6. Costs and guarantee. Professional fee and expenses. The fixed, flat professional services fee for conducting the Public Works Director recruitment on behalf of the City of Folsom is $20,000. Services provided for in this fee consist of all steps outlined in this proposal, including a meeting on site. The professional fee does not limit the amount of time invested by Bob Murray & Associates in promoting a successful outcome for this project. In fact, our mission for this project is to ensure we assist in identifying the right candidate for the City of Folsom. Therefore, Ms. Gata Phillips, Mr. Phillips, or Ms. Dietz will contact the City at the first anniversary of the placement to confirm an effective transition has occurred. The City of Folsom will also be responsible for reimbursing expenses Bob Murray and Associates incurs on your behalf. We estimate expenses for this project not to exceed $5,000. Reimbursable expenses include, but are not limited to, such items as the cost of recruiter travel, clerical support, brochure development, placement of ads, credit and civil background checks, education verification, and public records searches. Postage, printing, photocopying, and telephone charges are allocated costs and included in the expense estimate. In no instance will expenses exceed this estimate without prior approval from the City of Folsom. Expense reimbursement for candidate travel related to on-site interviews will be the responsibility of the City of Folsom. Professional fees and reimbursable expenses. Professional services, fixed flat fee. Reimbursable expenses. Example costs and approximate amounts include, brochure design and printing, $1,275, advertising, $2,000, background checks 3 candidates, $750, consultant travel, $200, other expenses. Supplies, shipping, clerical, $775, not to exceed total $20,000, $5,000, $25,000. Optional services. Community/staff input forum, $1,500/day, plus travel expenses. Online survey, $1,000. Surveys include formatting questions and preparing survey link. Services do not include summaries or analysis of data. Additional on-site meeting days, $1,500/day/recruiter, plus travel expenses. Additional background checks, $250/candidate. Additional reference checks, $500/candidate. Additional hires, $6,500/candidate. Other services, $250/hour or $1,500/day. Bob Murray and Associates proposal for the City of Folsom. Page 7. Guarantee: should a candidate recommended by our firm for a position resign or be terminated within the first 12 months of employment, we will provide the City of Folsom with professional services to secure a replacement. Services will be provided at no cost, aside from expenses incurred on the City of Folsom's behalf during the new search. We are confident in our ability to recruit outstanding candidates and do not expect the City to find it necessary to exercise this provision of our proposal. Recruitment schedule: we are prepared to start work on this assignment upon receipt of a signed professional services agreement or other written, authorized notification. A full search can be completed in 13 to 16 weeks from the date of initial meetings with our client. The final recruitment schedule will be determined in collaboration with City of Folsom. A typical timeline of tasks and events is included here for reference. Bob Murray and Associates proposal for the City of Folsom. Page 8. Firm profile: our staff. Bob Murray and Associates is a small firm focusing exclusively on executive search services. We have a team of 15. Bob Murray, founder Valerie Gata Phillips, President Gary Phillips, Executive Vice President Joel Bryden, Vice President Yasmin Beers, Senior Executive Recruiter Adele Fress, Senior Executive Recruiter Stacy Stevenson, Senior Executive Recruiter John Lewis, Executive Recruiter Stephanie Dietz, Executive Recruiter Melanie Richardson, Executive Recruiter Jeff Morey, Executive Recruiter Alexandria Kopak, Recruitment and Operations Kathy Lolas, Senior Recruitment Coordinator Grace Marshall, Senior Recruitment Coordinator Steph Souza, Recruitment Coordinator Manager. Please see your lead recruiter's biography below. Valerie Gata Phillips, President and Recruiter. Ms. Gata Phillips has over 18 years of recruiting experience, including more than a decade of recent experience in executive search for public, private, and startup companies nationwide. Since joining Bob Murray and Associates, Valerie has completed over 160 searches in a diverse range of fields, including city and general management, planning, finance, human resources, transportation, communication and public relations, community and economic development, information technology, parks and recreation, and operations. She has recruited at all levels of municipal and non-profit organizations, from technicians and engineers to executive directors and chief executive officers. Valerie is valued for her passion for finding and retaining the most outstanding candidates for even the most difficult or untraditional assignments, and for her commitment to her clients' success. She is also active in a variety of industry organizations and in diversity-focused associations. Valerie is called upon often to serve as an expert speaker on topics such as managing one's online reputation, diversity issues in municipal and non-profit leadership, and how to identify a positive placement for the organizational culture. Ms. Gada Phillips, along with Executive Vice President Gary Phillips, has a passion for helping people, evidenced by fundraising, sponsorship, and involvement in raising awareness for organizations such as Autism Speaks, the UC Davis Mind Institute, and the Northern California Special Olympics. Bob Murray & Associates proposal for the City of Folsom. Page 9. Gary Phillips, Executive Vice President and Recruiter. Since joining Bob Murray & Associates, Mr. Phillips has completed over 125 searches for executives and professionals in a wide variety of fields, including animal services, city and general management, planning, legal counsel, cybersecurity, and human resources. Gary's clients have ranged from municipal government to non-profit and private sector organizations, and he has sourced outstanding candidates for positions from the level of division managers up to city managers, executive directors, and general managers. Gary started his career with a New York-based Fortune 100 company and quickly became a senior manager, building and running a large customer service organization that eventually expanded to 13 countries in Europe. He proceeded to hold senior leadership positions in several Fortune 500 companies, with noted successes such as building an organization from 2 to 250 employees worldwide and growing a company from 800 to 1,200 employees. As part of an executive acquisition and recruiting team, Gary helped build a startup enterprise software company in San Francisco, recruiting top-notch talent and building a world-class organization. He has maintained customer relationships in the public sector and the private sector, including medical and financial institutions. He prides himself on finding key talent and offering the best customer service to his clients. Mr. Phillips, along with Ms. Gada Phillips, is involved in his community as a soccer coach, as an organizer of fundraisers for Autism Speaks and the UC Davis Mind Institute, and as a sponsor of the Northern California Special Olympics. Mr. Phillips received his Associate of Science degree and completed additional coursework at Rochester Institute of Technology, New York. Stephanie Dietz, Executive Recruiter. Stephanie Dietz brings over 20 years of municipal and public agency experience to Bob Murray & Associates. Stephanie retired as the city manager for the city of Merced, a city with a population of nearly 100,000 and the newest University of California campus. She served as the Chief Executive Officer overseeing more than 500 employees who provided services within the areas of police, fire, development and inspection services, engineering, public works, parks and recreation, arts and culture, housing, and the Office of Neighborhood Safety. For 20 years, Stephanie garnered experience across city and county governments, along with the University of California, specializing in public finance and budgeting, human resources, labor relations, strategic planning, public safety, water management, redistricting, and leading city-initiated sales tax and charter ballot initiatives. Her professional career saw great success, with projects that included the construction of a new municipal airport terminal, the award of several state and federal grants to construct 850 affordable housing units, and the annexation of UC Merced. Throughout her professional career, she has been responsible for recruiting and retaining executive-level leaders who reflect the culture of their communities while fostering a spirit of innovation. Stephanie serves on the Merced Irrigation District Board, on the Merced College Foundation Board, and as an advisory board member for the Central California Small Business Development Bob Murray & Associates proposal for the City of Folsom. Page 10 Center. In 2023, Stephanie was recognized by the California State Assembly as Woman of the Year for her innovative solutions in affordable housing and transportation and her pioneering spirit as the first female city manager for the city of Merced. Stephanie also volunteers on the boards of several local nonprofits that support youth sports and local FFA chapters, ensuring students have the community support needed to be successful. Stephanie holds a Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Arts with a minor in Mathematics from California State University, Fresno, and a Master of Arts in English from National University. Bob Murray & Associates proposal for the City of Folsom. Page 11. Corporation Bob Murray & Associates was founded in May 2000 and operated under the corporation name MBN Services, Inc. until June 2014. Our new corporation name is GVP Ventures, Inc., incorporated in California in 2014. Contact information for the corporation and the firm is as follows: GVP Ventures, Incorporated or Bob Murray & Associates, 1544 Eureka Road, Suite 180, Roseville, California, 95661916784, 784-9080. Apply at bobmurrayassociation.com. Our corporation and firm are financially sound, and have been so since 2000, with documentation from our accountant available to your organization prior to final execution of a professional service agreement. We have never been involved in any litigation, aside from our personnel serving as expert witnesses when called to do so. Professional associations, our firm, represented by either our president or our executive vice president, are involved in the following organizations to remain engaged with current and future issues relevant to the work we conduct on behalf of clients like City of Folsom, California Special Districts Association, California City Management Foundation, CCMF, Engaging Local Government Leaders, ELGL, International City/County Management Association, ICMA, International Network of Asian Public Administrators, INAPA, League of California Cities, League of Women in Government, Municipal Management Association of Northern California, MANC, Municipal Management Association of Southern California, MASC, National Forum for Black Public Administrators, NFPA. Members of our leadership team not only attend events sponsored by these associations but are also frequently called upon to serve as panel members and to provide specialized lectures regarding industry-specific issues. Recent and upcoming speaking engagements and trainings provided by our staff include: Role of the Chief Class, annually presented by John Lewis on behalf of the California Police Chiefs Association, MANC and MASC. Annual Mock Interviews, Annual League of California Cities Booth, an Annual League of California Cities City Managers Conference, City Manager hosted event. Bob Murray & Associates proposal for the City of Folsom. Page 12. References: clients and candidates are the best testament to our ability to conduct quality searches. Clients for whom Bob Murray & Associates has recently conducted similar searches are listed below: client, position, reference, client, position, reference, client, position, reference. City of Newark, CA Public Works Director Ms. Lenka Havorka, Assistant City Manager 510-745-4858. City of Belmont Public Works Director Ms. Ann Ritzma, Interim Administrative Services Director 415-244-2782. City of Petaluma, CA Public Works Director Ms. Peggy Flynn, City Manager 707-778-4345. We appreciate the City of Folsom's consideration of our proposal and look forward to working with you. Bob Murray & Associates proposal for the City of Folsom. Page 13. Public Works Director. The community nestled in the heart of San Mateo County, the City of Belmont, CA, is known for its tight-knit community and picturesque surroundings. Positioned midway between the bustling cities of San Francisco and San Jose, Belmont is home to approximately 27,000 residents. With its serene, wooded hills, sweeping views of the San Francisco Bay, and abundant open spaces, Belmont offers a peaceful residential haven amidst the vibrant cultural and technological landscape of the Bay Area. Embracing a strong sense of community and a charming small-town atmosphere, Belmont is a highly sought-after residential destination. Encompassing 4.6 square miles of lush, wooded hills and bay marshlands, the city is conveniently located just a short drive from the Pacific coast, offering stunning vistas of the bay. As part of San Mateo County, Belmont benefits from its proximity to 3 major airports, ensuring easy access to domestic and international travel. With San Francisco and Silicon Valley within easy reach, Belmont enjoys a diverse, multicultural environment, adding to its cosmopolitan allure. Whether admiring the tranquil beauty of its surroundings or embracing the vibrant energy of neighboring urban centers, Belmont epitomizes the ideal blend of suburban tranquility and metropolitan convenience. Belmont's residents prioritize family, education, and community values, actively working to maintain their quality of life. Renowned for its exceptional educational institutions, both public and private, including Notre Dame de Namur University, the city underscores its commitment to learning. Additionally, Belmont has a long-standing tradition of supporting the arts, with various artist studios and the acclaimed Twin Pines Art Center contributing to its cultural vibrancy. The organization The City of Belmont was incorporated as a general law city in 1926 and continues to operate as a council-manager form of government. Under this form of government, the 5-member City Council provides legislative direction and sets city policy. The City Council is comprised of the mayor, vice mayor, and 3 council members. In addition to the city manager, the City Council appoints a city attorney. The organization is broken into six departments including administrative services, community development, finance, parks and recreation, police, and public works. Fire services are provided through a JPA with the cities of San Mateo and Foster City. Belmont is fiscally stable with a FY 2023 budget of $87.5 million. The city has a mission to enrich the quality of life for the community with services provided for a safe, fulfilling, and vibrant life. Belmont's vision statement touches on distinctive community character, easy mobility, natural beauty, thriving culture, and thriving economy. The City Council's strategic plan focuses on infrastructure and mobility, economic development and housing, fiscal and organizational sustainability, public safety, and quality of life. To learn more about the city and the strategic plan, please visit www.belmont.gov/home strategic plan. City of Belmont. The Belmont Public Works Department oversees various critical functions within the city, including management of the sewer and storm drain system, solid waste management, fleet management, streets and traffic, development review, infrastructure, mobility and engineering services. With a commitment to upholding the highest standards, the department ensures the maintenance of the city's infrastructure for the benefit of residents and visitors alike. Operating with a general fund budget of $11.9 million for fiscal year 2023-24 and a dedicated staff of 33 full-time employees, the department also manages a capital improvement program, CIP, for FY 2023-24 totaling $18.9 million and continues to provide significant funding towards improvements relating to streets, sewer system, storm drainage system, facilities, and parks and open space. Within the engineering division, responsibilities include spearheading capital improvement projects, offering expert service at City Hall, devising cost-effective solutions for transportation, mobility, street, and facility enhancements, pursuing relevant financial grants, regulatory compliance, and aligning with City Council objectives in infrastructure, development, and quality of life initiatives. Moreover, the engineering division oversees major programs, services, and operations funded by the sewer and solid waste enterprises. Meanwhile, the Field Operations Division oversees the upkeep and management of 70 miles of local streets and alleys, 15 signalized intersections, and various traffic safety enhancements. Additionally, the division is tasked with maintaining the city's streets, environmental services including wastewater collection, water pollution prevention and storm drainage systems, as well as the fleet and equipment. This division oversees 85 miles of sewer collection systems, 8,278 sewer service connections, 27 miles of storm drains, and a fleet of 71 city vehicles. Development and capital improvement projects serve as key drivers for the city's growth and enhancement. These endeavors encompass a range of projects such as annexation efforts, the integration of a sewer district, and upgrades to the JPA sewer treatment facilities, operated by external agencies. Additionally, the city is engaged in the development and implementation of impact fees, reviewing rate studies, finalizing a sewer master plan and storm water and drainage plan. The city is committed to delivering $20 million worth of capital improvement projects and strategy to deliver $100 million of projects for deferred maintenance for sewer and storm drain systems. Significant and exciting projects on the horizon include annual pavement maintenance projects funded by a dedicated sales tax measure, storm drain and sewer system master plans, and a new sewer lateral policy, completion of a multi-jurisdictional storm water detention and creek restoration design in Twin Pines Park, and construction funding and management strategy for a long-term storm water funding mechanism, development of a 10-year CIP plan, a citywide transportation master plan. Completion of the design and identification of funding for the Alameda de Las Pulgas Corridor Improvement, and Ralston Ave Phase 4 projects. The Public Works Department has cultivated a dynamic citywide environment focused on continuous improvement, workplace safety, emergency preparedness, and organizational enhancement. Currently, the department is in the final stages of completing the accreditation process with the American Public Works Association. Integral to the success of community development projects, the Public Works Department actively supports the One Belmont philosophy, fostering a culture of interdepartmental cooperation. Under the umbrella of Team Belmont, the department is actively engaged in numerous initiatives, including the development of over 500 units of housing, 500 units of multifamily housing, and the establishment of 4 life science campuses. Additionally, they are involved in the master planning efforts for the Harbor Industrial Area and the Stanford/Notre Dame de Namur University campus. In collaboration with the Parks and Recreation Department, the Public Works Department plays a crucial role in enhancing parks, introducing new sports facilities, and developing recreational facilities. Embracing a regional perspective of their role within the county and city, the department maintains collaborative partnerships with valued stakeholders throughout the community. Moreover, staff members maintain close working relationships with state, county, and neighboring jurisdictions, ensuring effective coordination and cooperation on regional initiatives. For more information, visit the Major Development Projects page on the City of Belmont's website, https://www.belmont.gov/ourcity/city projects. The ideal candidate will be a dynamic and proactive leader, adept at thriving in a small collaborative setting. As an enthusiastic and engaged leader, they should possess comprehensive expertise across all facets of public works. Directly reporting to the city manager, the Public Works Director assumes leadership of one of the city's multifaceted departments. The individual selected will have extensive experience interacting with elected and appointed officials and be accustomed to serving constituents with very high standards and expectations. They will exhibit superior verbal and written communication skills which are strengthened by outstanding interpersonal abilities. In addition to being outgoing and approachable, this director must be comfortable in front of a wide variety of audiences and enjoy interacting with stakeholders. Accustomed to operating in a demanding yet rewarding environment, the ideal candidate will have the proven ability to balance a multitude of high-profile priorities simultaneously. They will enjoy managing a substantial portfolio of responsibilities and be adept at keeping their fingers on the pulse of all activities within a dynamic department and team. A consistent pattern of good judgment and sophisticated political acumen are important attributes of the Public Works Director. By embodying the following characteristics, our ideal Public Works Director can lead the department towards continued innovation and excellence in serving the community. Leadership skills: they should have a proven track record of effective leadership, able to inspire and motivate teams to achieve departmental goals. Strategic thinker: an ideal candidate should have the ability to think strategically and develop long-term plans to address the city's needs while staying ahead of industry trends and technological advancements. Innovative mindset: given the city's leading-edge nature, the candidate should be forward-thinking and open to adopting new technologies, processes, and methodologies to improve efficiency and effectiveness. Strong communication skills: effective communication is crucial for collaborating with other departments, stakeholders, and the public. They should be able to articulate complex ideas clearly and concisely. Technical expertise: a solid understanding of public works principles, regulations, and best practices is essential. This includes knowledge of infrastructure systems, construction, maintenance, and environmental compliance. Financial management, the ability to develop and manage budgets efficiently is vital. They should be adept at securing funding, allocating resources effectively, and ensuring financial accountability. Problem-solving skills, public works projects often encounter challenges and obstacles. The ideal candidate should be adept at identifying issues, analyzing alternatives, and implementing effective solutions. Collaborative approach, they should be skilled at building partnerships with other agencies, local governments, contractors, and community organizations to achieve common goals and leverage resources. Adaptability, in a rapidly changing environment, the candidate should be flexible and adaptable, capable of adjusting strategies and priorities as needed to respond to emerging issues and opportunities. Commitment to service, above all, the ideal candidate should be dedicated to serving the community and improving the quality of life for residents through the effective management of public works projects and services. Previous experience with strategic planning is also highly desirable. 7 years of increasingly responsible experience in a comparable setting is required. A minimum of 5 years of supervisory/management and administrative experience is preferred. A combination of public and private sector experience will be considered favorably. A bachelor's degree in civil engineering, or related discipline is required. A master's degree in a relevant field is also desirable. Registration as a civil engineer is required. Compensation: the monthly salary range for the Public Works Director position is $16,456 to $20,570. Placement within this range is dependent upon experience and qualifications. The city also provides an excellent array of benefits that include: CalPERS Classic/Legacy employees will have a retirement formula of 2% at 55. New CalPERS members, PEPRA, will have a retirement formula of 2% at 62. City-paid life insurance policy for $350,000. 12 paid holidays per year. Administrative leave per year of up to 80 hours. Up to 2 floating holidays per year. General leave, sick and vacation, accrual based on years of service. Years 1 to 4 accrue 22 days per year. Auto allowance ranging from $200 to $350 per month. City contribution of $350 per month to a deferred compensation plan, $457. City contributes the equivalent of the CalPERS monthly premium for Kaiser employee and 2+ coverage towards flexible benefits plan, IRS Code 125. City contribution of full cost of dental coverage on behalf of employee. City contribution to retirement health savings account of $150 to $300 per month based on years of service. City contribution of full cost of vision coverage for employee and dependents. View the city's full compensation and benefits program to apply. If you are interested in this outstanding opportunity, please apply online at www.bobmurrayassociation.com. Filing deadline, May 1, 2024. Panel interviews, virtual, Thursday, May 23, 2024. Finalists interviews with City Manager week of June 3 to 7, 2024. Following the closing date, resumes will be screened according to the qualifications outlined above. The most qualified candidates will be invited to personal interviews with Bob Murray and Associates. A select group of candidates will be asked to provide references once it is anticipated that they may be recommended as finalists. References will be contacted only following candidate approval. Finalist interviews will be held with the City of Belmont. Candidates will be advised of the status of the recruitment following selection of the Public Works Director. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to call Ms. Adele Fress at 916-784-9080. Director of Public Works. The City of Tracy is made up of a community where neighbors and local merchants are welcoming and tradition, charity, and prosperity abound. The city is geographically located in the heart of California's Central Valley and at the center of a triangle formed by the convergence of three major California interstate freeways, 580, 205, and 5 just an hour's drive from the cities of San Francisco, San Jose, and Sacramento. Tracy's centralized location offers easy freeway access to the vast recreational resources of the Bay Area, the Delta, Yosemite National Park, and Lake Tahoe. Tracy was founded as a railroad transit hub and became an agricultural centerpiece for food processing plants and small manufacturing operations. In addition, the city has experienced a period of significant growth influenced by the East Bay Area of the San Francisco megaregion. Over the last 3 decades, Tracy has emerged as a prominent growth city where considerable demand for office, distribution, and industrial development has taken place. With this development and the lack of affordable housing in the Bay Area, Tracy has become an attractive residential choice for many Bay Area workers, thereby transforming the city to more of an outer suburb of the Bay Area. Today, Tracy is a richly diverse, predominantly residential community where family, education, tradition, and the arts are highly valued and celebrated. Downtown festivals, parades, farmers markets, holiday celebrations, and a strong sense of community pride are as active as ever, and even more opportunities are on the horizon. Excellent school systems, low crime, a variety of affordable home ownership options, and a high quality of life are just some of the reasons so many are proud to make Tracy their home. Tracy has an ongoing commitment to providing high-quality, economical, responsive services to the community. The city's pro-business atmosphere is reflected in its large, diverse economic base. Advanced manufacturing, distribution, technology, and health and human services employment sectors are projected to see the highest growth rates. Large employers in the area include Thermo Fisher Scientific, Sutter Health, Kaiser Permanente, Amazon, FedEx, Medline, Glass Fab Manufacturing, Pacific Medical, Contract Metal Products, Heirloom Carbon Technologies, and Safeway. The organization The City of Tracy is a full-service general law city operating under a council/manager form of government governed by a 5-member elected body consisting of the mayor and 4 council members. The mayor is directly elected to a 2-year term and council members are elected at large and serve 4-year terms. The mayor and council are subject to a 2-term limitation. The city council appoints the city manager and city attorney. The city treasurer is an elected position. Tracy is supported by 510 full-time employees and a FY 2023-24 general fund budget of $108.7 million, total budget of $313 million. The city manager appoints all department heads. In addition to the city manager and city attorney offices, other city departments include the Community and Economic Development Department, Finance, Human Resources, Innovation and Technology, Parks, Recreation and Community Services, Police, and Public Works. The Public Work Department provides maintenance services for streets, trees, traffic control systems, city buildings, city vehicles, graffiti removal, solid waste, and recycling. The department also maintains water distribution, sewer collection, and drainage systems within the city. The position the Director of Public Works is responsible for directing and participating in all activities of the Public Works Department, which encompasses the operations and utilities functions of the city, including short and long-term planning, development, and administration of departmental policies, procedures, and services. The Director also provides assistance to the city manager or designee in a variety of administrative, coordinative, analytical, and liaison capacities. The Director is responsible for accomplishing departmental planning and operational goals and objectives and for furthering city goals and objectives within general policy guidelines. Duties include but are not limited to the following: assuming full management responsibility for all Public Works Department programs, services, and activities, including Operations and Utilities Division operations. Developing, directing, and coordinating the implementation of goals, objectives, policies, procedures, and work standards for the department, establishing, within city policy, appropriate budget, service, and staffing levels. Managing and participating in the development and administration of the department's annual budget and capital improvement budgets, directing the forecast of additional funds needed for staffing, equipment, materials, and supplies, directs the monitoring of and approving expenditures, directing and implementing adjustments as necessary. Contributing to the overall quality of the department's service by developing, reviewing, and implementing policies and procedures to meet legal requirements and city needs, continuously monitoring and evaluating the efficiency and effectiveness of service delivery methods and procedures, assessing and monitoring the distribution of work, support systems, and internal reporting relationships, identifying opportunities for improvement, directing the implementation of change, evaluating the need for and developing, planning, and scheduling for long-term public works and utilities maintenance and improvement programs, organizing available resources for the maintenance, improvement, and repair of public works facilities, city equipment, water and wastewater treatment plants, wells, pump stations, water reservoirs, and other related facilities, compiling estimates, contract provisions, and specifications, conferring with engineers, developers, architects, and a variety of outside agencies and the general public in acquiring information and coordination of public works and utilities matters, providing information regarding these matters, overseeing the development of consultant requests for proposals for professional services and the advertising and bid processes, evaluating proposals and recommending project awards, coordinating with legal counsel to determine city needs and requirements for contractual services, negotiating contracts and agreements and administers same after award. Representing the department to other city departments, elected officials, and outside agencies, explaining and interpreting departmental programs, policies, and activities, negotiating and resolving significant and controversial issues. Conducting a variety of departmental organizational and operational studies and investigations, recommending modifications to programs, policies, and procedures as appropriate. Participating in and making presentations to the City Council and a wide variety of committees, boards, and commissions, performing financial review of matters pertaining to the various committees, such as determining appropriate rates for city utilities. Attending and participating in professional group meetings, staying abreast of new trends and innovations in the field of public works and utilities maintenance, operations, and other services as they relate to the area of assignment. Maintaining and directing the maintenance of working and official departmental files. Monitoring changes in laws, regulations, and technology that may affect city or departmental operations, implementing policy and procedural changes as required. Preparing, reviewing, and presenting staff reports, various management and information updates, and reporting on special projects as assigned. Responding to difficult and sensitive public inquiries and complaints and assisting with resolutions and alternative recommendations. This position requires knowledge of and the ability for training, motivating, and directing department personnel, evaluating and reviewing work for acceptability and conformance with department standards, including program and project priorities and performance evaluations, working with employees on performance issues, implementing discipline and termination procedures, responding to staff questions and concerns. The ideal candidate: the City of Tracy is seeking a motivated and collaborative team builder and community-oriented leader to serve as its new Director of Public Works. The successful candidate will have a passion for delivering high-quality services, strengthening community connections, and leading by example. The ideal candidate is technology-savvy and experienced in the areas of public policy, municipal functions, and activities, including the role of an elected city council. The ability to develop, oversee, and implement projects and programs in a variety of areas is essential. Qualified candidates will have knowledge of public policy, municipal functions, and activities, including the role of an elected city council, as well as the ability to develop, oversee, and implement projects and programs in a variety of areas. In addition to being outgoing and approachable, this director must be comfortable in front of a wide variety of audiences, including stakeholders, council, and staff. An innovative and team-oriented director will do well in this role. Accustomed to operating in a demanding yet rewarding environment, the ideal candidate will have the proven ability to balance a multitude of high-profile priorities simultaneously. The successful candidate will have excellent communication skills and will be able to establish and maintain effective working relationships with city staff, city council, consultants, and the general public. In addition to being intuitive, professional, and highly attentive to detail, the selected candidate will have a customer service mindset and will be highly responsive to the community and council. A candidate who is motivated to drive change and deliver results will be most competitive. Any combination of education and experience which would likely provide the required knowledge and abilities is qualifying. Qualified candidates will have the equivalent to graduation from a 4-year college or university with major coursework in business or public administration or a related field and 5 years of management experience in engineering, municipal utilities, or public works maintenance and operations. Previous experience at the level of Deputy or Assistant Director of Public Works or Utilities along with a master's degree is desirable. Compensation: the annual salary range for the Director of Public Works is $198,054.35, $240,694.28. Placement within this range is dependent upon qualifications. The city also offers an attractive benefits package including retirement. CalPERS formula is dependent on hire date and member status in CalPERS. Non-sworn, 2.5% at 55, hired on or before December 16, 10, 2% at 55, hired on or after December 17, 10 or classic, 2% at 62, hired on or after January 1, 13. PEPRA, Social Security deductible. City pays 6.2% plus 1.45% Medicare. Employee pays 6.2% plus 1.45% Medicare. Max taxable earning 2024 equals $168,600. Deferred compensation: a contribution to the department head's deferred compensation plan will be made in the amount of 5% of the department head's annual salary. City paid deferred compensation to a department head shall be paid to a 401A plan. Health benefits: choice of Kaiser, HMO, POS, PPO, Sutter HMO. Insurance plans available with generous city contribution. Kaiser HMO plan for family coverage is completely paid for by the city. Dental and vision plans: choice of Delta Dental or Bright Now Dental plans available. VSP is available as a vision plan. Life insurance and long-term disability individual coverage fully paid by the city. Life insurance plan of $225,000. Paid leave and holidays: general vacation accrues at the rate of 120 hours per year the first year and progresses up to 240 hours per year at 21 years of service. Management leave is accrued at 140 hours per year. Maximum accumulation of vacation, management leave, and floating holidays shall be 750 hours. Sick leave is accrued at a rate of 96 hours per year with unlimited accrual. There are 14 paid holidays per year, including 2 floating holidays. Management benefit: $960 annual allowance to be used at employees' discretion for job-related expenses. Car allowance of $500 per month. Additional benefits: dependent care and medical spending accounts, tuition reimbursement, employee assistance program, AFLAC, and direct deposit, among others. To apply: if you are interested in this outstanding opportunity, please apply online at www.bobmurrayassociation.com. Filing deadline, June 23, 2024. Following the closing date, resumes will be screened according to the qualifications outlined above. The most qualified candidates will be invited to personal interviews with Bob Murray and Associates. A select group of candidates will be asked to provide references once it is anticipated that they may be recommended as finalists. References will be contacted only following candidate approval. Finalist interviews will be held with the City of Tracy. Candidates will be advised of the status of the recruitment following selection of the Director of Public Works. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to call Ms. Stephanie Dietz at 916-784-9080. Attachment 3: Response to request for proposal. Executive search firm services. Public Works Director presented by Gomez Partners, Inc. 630-756-2673 Jory Boulevard Suite No. 126 Oak Brook, Illinois 60523. www.davidgomezpartners.com. Connecting people, sharing ideas. Creating solutions. Table of contents. Introduction letter, page 3 company details, pages 4 to 6 methodology and strategy, page 7 proposed project timeline, page 8 scope of services. Pages 9 to 11 marketing strategy and sample materials, page 12 clients and experience, pages 13 to 21 client references, page 22 leadership background and qualifications, pages 23 to 26 cost proposal, page 27 MBE. Certification, page 28 conflicts of interest with the City of Folsom and/or candidates, and/a proposal closing, page 29 City of Folsom attention, Allison Garcia, Human Resources Director email, agarcia@folsom.ca.us phone, 916-461-60550 Natoma Street Folsom California 95630 David Gomez Partners, Incorporated David P. Gomez, President and CEO email, david@davidgomezpartners.com phone, 630-686-1410 1100 Jory Boulevard Suite 126 Oak Brook, Illinois 60523 February 12, 2025 Dear Allison Garcia, we are excited to present ourselves as a qualified firm, specializing in consultation and professional executive search support in the recruitment and hiring of City of Folsom's Public Works Director. David Gomez Partners, Incorporated, hereinafter referred to as Gomez Partners, is proposing to assist the City of Folsom in nationally recruiting a diverse talent pool of qualified applicants and successfully hire a highly qualified candidate at a competitive cost. Since 1978, Gomez Partners has delivered our clients top-tier talent solutions. We understand that solid business relationships are built on trust. Our team of highly skilled consultants provide human capital solutions using grit, precision, and speed. As your executive recruitment partner, Gomez Partners approaches the executive search process with diligence and a niche focus on diversity inclusion. It is our specialty to provide your organization with high-performance professionals that have the passion and discipline to exceed the City of Folsom's expectations. As a certified minority business enterprise, we are mindful of the value of diversity for an organization's vitality, creativity, and future success. We recognize that diversity often transcends gender, racial, or cultural dimensions, to include novel and innovative thought leaders in any industry. Applying our effectively unique search process, we maintain our competitive position in the marketplace by consistently uncovering and discovering high-performance professionals. We appreciate your consideration and hope to have the pleasure of working with the City of Folsom to fill your next Public Works Director. Sincerely, David P. Gomez, President and CEO. David@davidgomezpartners.com 630-686-1410 Connecting people. Sharing ideas. Creating solutions. 3 David Gomez Partners, Inc., S Corp. David P. Gomez, President and CEO 1100 South Jory Boulevard No. 126 Oak Brook, Illinois 60523 Company details about us. Headquartered in Illinois, Gomez Partners is a national retained executive search firm with clients spanning multiple industries in the United States. Gomez Partners offers expert executive search and human capital services with specialties in diversity and succession planning. Over the past 45+ years focused on diversity, Gomez Partners has developed an inclusive methodology to recruit a diverse slate of candidates. Gomez Partners is a proud diverse executive search firm with a culturally inclusive and competent team of professionals. Serving you as a certified minority business enterprise, our executive search reach spans the United States. We understand that diversifying your workforce can be tough. Gomez Partners is relentless in our approach to bring your organization the best and brightest executive talent from a diverse pool of accomplished professionals. Our mission: Gomez Partners is on a mission to level the playing field for all professionals by providing wisdom to the executive search process, one candidate at a time. Our vision: Gomez Partners' vision is to facilitate the deployment of diverse executive candidates in inclusive environments that foster the change needed to sustain tomorrow's workforce. Our values: we understand as recruitment professionals that we provide a service that impacts the successful growth of teams, organizations, and individuals. For this reason, we are committed to adhering to our company's core values, known as SEARCH, which stands for service, ethics, accountability, results, communication, and honesty. For company details: values, search approach. As leaders in diversity recruiting, we invest time in understanding your organization's values, culture, and goals to ensure that our approach aligns seamlessly with your vision. With this understanding, we can create tailored strategies that not only attract diverse talent, but also resonate with the core principles driving your organization's success. For this reason, we are committed to adhering to our company's core values and SEARCH approach while recruiting our candidate pool. Our SEARCH approach service GP serves you as a strategic hiring partner and advocate for infusing diversity and inclusion into the work environments we place our candidates. Our goal is to serve your organization's vision and mission by selecting candidates that align with your future endeavors. Ethics: we maintain our standard of professional ethics with an active commitment to respecting the power of influence over hiring outcomes while sourcing prospective candidates and mediating the interview process. Accountability: we honor accountability and exceed expectations, with our sights on a bright future ahead. Our timeline process is simple and upholds the standard of accountability needed for our team to get the job done with excellence every time. Results: we drive real results by leveraging our in-house technology to its highest capabilities, ensuring a diversified and successful executive search process for each client. Communication: effective communication is the leading factor in building thriving relationships. We take the time needed to build strong relationships with both our clients and candidates, using proactive communication and transparent process planning. Honesty: building trust with our candidates and clients is our top priority. Our code of honesty puts your team at ease in knowing your organization receives the very best recruitment services available. 5PAG 6 Company details: our commitment to diversity inclusion. Diversity and representation matters. Comprised of a diverse executive recruiting team, we apply a culturally inclusive methodology to our approach. As emphatic advocates of diversity inclusion, we extend support to our clients and candidates, ensuring the very best services available. Representation of diversity in the workplace is imperative for any company or organization's success. Gomez Partners specializes in building diverse and collaborative teams of executive professionals as a certified minority business enterprise. Our stats for success: 20,000 plus diversity and inclusive executive searches 91% and average placement rate. Extensive network of industry professionals nationwide in our professional network 55% and diverse talent pool per search 46. Methodology and strategy. Each project begins with an intake meeting which focuses on understanding your organization's operations, objectives, culture, and the technical requirements of the role. At the beginning of each search, we take the information gathered from the meeting and create a customized work and customer service plan. Prior to submitting a candidate presentation, we discuss qualifications and requirements of the role and transpose this information onto our sample candidate matrix, which uses a rating scale to measure candidates' competencies. The search overview is a detailed guide that leads a search committee through an executive search process. Our search overview allows a committee the ability to participate in the planning and stay on track. Additionally, we help our clients revamp their role descriptions. Once the role description has been developed, we will conduct an interview questionnaire that is comprised of traditional and behavioral-based questions. Execution: successful identification of exceptional talent requires active investigation and direct recruitment. Passive talent helps drive results for your organizations, which we leverage by networking, databases, social media, and referrals. We pride ourselves on being a 100% minority firm to ensure our searches are done with the highest possible intention to be inclusive of all underrepresented groups. GP has created a best practice standard by encouraging each candidate to present a written explanation of their qualifications and interest in your unique opportunity, which provides insight into their communication capabilities. We carefully screen and qualify candidates to assess their performance, qualifications, and compatibility. As potential candidates are identified, they are taken through in-depth interviews and assessments. After screening candidates, we send a candidate presentation to the stakeholders and discuss each recommended candidate's fit. Our candidate presentations start by offering our search committee's analytics on their search, which are updated each time we present. Close: we fulfill our searches in 70 days or less. We can assist our clients in offer negotiations. Our strong experience in this stage of the process allows us to negotiate all components effectively and quickly with both sides. Our service extends beyond the finalized offer. We stay in close contact with all parties during the transition period to address any potential difficulties and to ensure a smooth transition, which occurs at 30, 60, 90, 180, and 360 days. In the event an individual voluntarily leaves our clients within 12 months of start date, GP will reinitiate a search to fill the position at no additional fee. 7. Proposed project timeline preparation. Weeks 1 to 2 initiation meeting. GP meets with your search committee to understand your company's culture and objectives, filling the position dependent on your expectations. Plan of action. GP creates a new job description to post to our outreach channels that aligns with your company's objectives for the position. Search strategy documents. GP presents an outline of search methodology, including a list of sourcing and outreach channels, candidate behavioral/personality assessments, pre-interview screening questions, and our proprietary matrix scale to rate candidates' competencies. Discovery. Weeks 3 to 7 candidate sourcing. GP identifies qualified candidates through extensive research, sourcing through our outreach channels, which include but are not limited to our company website, job boards, social media platforms, employee referrals, internal candidate database, and professional associations. Candidate screening. GP completes in-depth interviews before presenting to your search committee. We encourage candidates to provide a brief written summary explaining their interest in your organization. Candidate presentation. GP's recruitment team prepares and presents our diverse, qualified talent pool with a presentation which includes candidate overview, professional summary, educational background, work experience, and relevant skill set. Hiring execution. Weeks 6 to 8 client interview process. GP facilitates and coordinates candidate interviews, preparing both parties for each interview. This includes prepping candidates prior to their interview, and creating sample questions for your search committee to highlight each candidate's strengths. Advisory consultation. GP will offer expert consultation to help determine which candidates are best suited for the role. Closeout of recruitment process. Weeks 9 to 10 finalization process. GP completes background and reference checks. We assist in the negotiation of the job offer, confirming offer acceptance and candidate start date. Quality check process. GP completes quality checks with the hired candidate, and client at the 30, 60, 90, 180, and 360-day benchmark, to ensure both parties are satisfied with their placement. In the event an individual voluntarily leaves our clients within 12 months of start date, GP will reinitiate a search to fill the position at no additional fee. Gomez Partners will maintain communication with your search committee throughout the entirety of the recruitment process. 88 Scope of services. Pre-recruitment phase of Gomez Partners. Gomez Partners will provide assistance and work with your search committee to define and develop a written position description and supporting materials that will be used in marketing the position. Gomez Partners will work closely with the search committee to ascertain required information regarding ideal candidates for the position. Gomez Partners will develop a candidate profile, including the knowledge, skills, and abilities required to become a successful candidate for the position. We will also be responsible for coordinating with your search committee to ensure such list meets its requirements/desires. Gomez Partners will evaluate the competitive strengths and weaknesses of the national market for the position of Public Works Director. Gomez Partners will develop a customized strategy specifically designed to attract a diverse pool of highly qualified and competitive candidates, including women, men, and members of underrepresented groups, and review the search strategy with the search committee. Gomez Partners will market the position and identify a qualified and diverse pool of talent for the position, with the expressed approval from the City of Folsom. G. With the City of Folsom's approval, Gomez Partners will prepare and place advertisements for the position in appropriate journals, publications, and on websites, as well as take responsibility in following the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission guidelines applicable to job advertisements, posts, and recruitment guidelines. Page 15-9 Scope of Services 2. Recruitment Phase H. Gomez Partners commits to screening potential applicants for the position and identifying those meeting minimum qualifications, follow up with telephone/Zoom interviews to clarify each applicant's credentials, and keep the search committee apprised of screening activities that will be completed at a later time, and screening activities that Gomez Partners does not intend to complete with explanations as to why. Gomez Partners will assist candidates with submitting an appropriate application for the position as required by the City of Folsom and develop candidate profiles, including comprehensive background checks, education, criminal, and work experience, and other relevant reference information. J. Gomez Partners will request demographic voluntary self-identification information from candidates with the most promising qualifications. K. Gomez Partners will provide a list of candidates with the most promising qualifications and advise the search committee the diverse quality of this pool of candidates using our in-house candidate presentation. L. Gomez Partners will prepare and provide the search committee a written summary of candidates with the most promising qualifications. M. Gomez Partners will evaluate candidates with the most promising qualifications by conducting in-depth reference checks with individuals who are or have been in a position to evaluate the candidate's performance on the job. N. Gomez Partners will ascertain the strengths and personal characteristics that would qualify each candidate for the position, including areas in which the search committee should delve deeper during the interview process. O. Gomez Partners will continue to monitor the diversity of the candidate pool throughout the process and keep the search committee apprised, as well as remain prepared to complete any additional work necessary to complete an appropriately diverse pool of finalists. P. With the search committee's input, Gomez Partners will design and finalize the interview process, interview questions, panel makeup, scheduling, etc. 10 Scope of Services 2. Recruitment Phase, Con T. Q. Gomez Partners will coordinate candidates' participation in interviews by making travel arrangements, including transportation, hotel reservation, scheduling and expense reimbursement, if required. R. Gomez Partners will verify the educational histories of the finalists for the position, suggest any recommended additional background investigations, while conducting the search process with reference and educational background checks. Gomez Partners will rely on information given to us by sources, candidates, references, and private contacts, and Gomez Partners does not warrant the veracity of such information. Information available to Gomez Partners that may assist in determining veracity and completeness will be provided by us to the search committee. S. Gomez Partners will communicate with candidates not selected, and assist in offer negotiations with the final candidate selected. T. Gomez Partners will attend meetings with the search committee and staff as needed through virtual meetings, and will assist in the preparation of agendas for meetings, and guide your committee through the critical evaluation process of candidates. 11 Marketing Strategy and Sample Materials. Gomez Partners will design a customized marketing promotional strategy and plan that will market the position to prospective candidates using marketing materials produced in-house within our marketing department. Additionally, GP will distribute customized marketing materials highlighting the available role and distributing through various channels, including but not limited to, GP's Diversity Today newsletter, social media accounts, internal network distribution, display on our company website, sharing with colleagues, partners, and affiliates. Below are examples from our most recent marketing campaign for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, the MTA 12 Hiring Success. Metropolitan Transportation Authority, New York City. Gomez Partners has successfully partnered with the largest public transportation authority in the United States, serving 12 counties in downstate New York, carrying over 11 million passengers on an average weekday system-wide, and over 850,000 vehicles on its 7 tall bridges and 2 tunnels per day. Since 2019, Gomez Partners has emerged as a primary hiring partner for the MTA, filling over 50-plus executive-level roles across various departments over the past 6 years. They have renewed their contract as of 2025, to serve as a continuation of a successful partnership. Please see following page for project details and positions filled. MTA Stats $1T Physical Assets $18.5 billion Annual Operating Budget $2.6 billion Trips annually 8.8 m Daily Customers 56% NYC Residents use 13 2019 14 Directors of Change and Chief of Police 60% Minority Candidate Pool 30 Leaderships Roles filled in 90 days or less 2020 filled 4 executive-level HR office roles 100% minority candidate pool. Partnered with senior leadership to fill 6 deputy chief positions across the MTA. Solidified the leadership to manager those recruited during the Reformation Project. 2021 filled leadership roles across 4 departments. 50% minority candidate pool. Multidiscipline recruitment across 4 departments. All hires to take place within a 4-month window. 2022 continued work with the MTA leadership to assist in the redesign of its internal systems. Continued recruitment for senior IT leadership roles. Filled 2 Deputy Chief of Staff, Associate General Counsel and Contracts Director roles, SVP Capital Strategy and Planning, Director of Workforce, Director of Testing. 50% minority candidate pool. 2023 filled the role of SVP of Product Controls. Filled roles of Deputy Chief Enterprise Architecture, VP, Project Controls, VP of HR filled 4 Associate General Counsel roles, Manager Capital Technology Investments and Planning, Deputy CIO/Security Operations. Filled 3 roles for Application Development Specialist. 50% minority candidate pool completed in under 60 days. 2024 currently filling 10 Executive Agency Counsel roles, currently filling 2 Agency Attorney roles. DGP is on track to fill positions by end of 2024, and the MTA has extended to 2025, currently filling for SVP of Programs 14 hiring success. The City of Wichita, KS Wichita, the largest city in Kansas with a population 395,699, is the county seat of Sedgwick County. Major highways, including the Kansas Turnpike, US 400 and Interstate I-135, link the city with a large trade area that encompasses a population of more than 1 million people within a 100 mile radius. The City of Wichita, Kansas hired Gomez Partners to perform a national executive search to hire a diversity candidate to fill their role of the Transportation Manager and current Division Plans Manager. Gomez Partners sourced a variety of candidates with a focus on diversity and inclusion, successfully filling the roles in less than 70 days from start to finish. 15. Hiring success. Lake County Government. Illinois. Lake County is situated in the northeastern corner of the U.S. state of Illinois, along the shores of Lake Michigan. The county has a population of 714,342, making it the 3rd most populous county in Illinois. Its county seat is Waukegan, the 10th largest city in Illinois. The Lake County government hired Gomez Partners to perform a national executive search to hire a diversity candidate to fill their role of Chief Communications Officer to manage the contracts of the university with due diligence. Gomez Partners sourced a variety of candidates with a focus on diversity and inclusion, successfully filling the role of the Chief Communications Officer in less than 70 days from start to finish. 16. Hiring success. Louisville Metro Government, KY. The government of Louisville, Kentucky, headquartered at Louisville City Hall in downtown Louisville, is organized under Chapter 67C of the Kentucky Revised Statutes as a first-class city in the state of Kentucky. The Louisville Metro government hired Gomez Partners to perform a national executive search to hire a diversity candidate to fill the role of the Inspector General to manage the operations of the respective departments within the institution. Gomez Partners sourced a variety of candidates with a focus on diversity and inclusion, successfully filling the roles of the Inspector General in less than 70 days from start to finish. 17. Hiring success. Snohomish County, Public Works Division, WA Public Works is the largest department in Snohomish County and responsible for many services that affect residents' lives on a daily basis. Those services are divided into two main categories: roads and solid waste. Snohomish County hired Gomez Partners to perform a national executive search to hire a diversity candidate to fill their role of Public Works Supervisor 4 to manage the Engineering Services Division of the Public Works Department. Gomez Partners sourced a variety of candidates with a focus on diversity and inclusion, successfully filling the role of Public Works Supervisor 4 in less than 70 days from start to finish. 18 Hiring success. Feeding America. Chicago IL Feeding America is a United States nonprofit organization that has a nationwide network of more than 200 food banks that feed more than 46 million people through food pantries, soup kitchens, shelters, and other community-based agencies. Gomez Partners sourced a variety of candidates filling each position in less than 70 days. The roles filled were Director of Talent Management, Vice President, Financial Planning, and Vice President of Compensation and Performance. 19 Hiring success. UMOS, Milwaukee WI. In 1965, UMOS was formed by community and faith leaders who recognized the unmet needs and aspirations of migrant and seasonal farm workers. While never forgetting its origins and initial population, UMOS expanded its programs and services to assist people of all ethnic, racial, and linguistic backgrounds who struggle to meet their needs and dream of a better life for themselves and their families. UMOS hired Gomez Partners to perform a national executive search to hire a diversified candidate to fill the role of CEO and President. We sourced a variety of candidates with a focus on diversity and inclusion, filling the position in less than 70 days. 20 Hiring success. The Community and Economic Development Association, CEDA, is an organization that fosters community development and economic growth in Cook County, IL. With a mission to empower individuals, CEDA implements programs and initiatives to address various ways of promoting community well-being. By working collaboratively with communities, CEDA aims to enhance overall quality of life, promote economic stability, and create a positive impact on the individuals they serve. CEDA hired Gomez Partners to perform a national executive search to fill the roles of Chief Executive Officer and Director of Programs. We successfully filled both roles with diversity candidates in under 70 days, from start to finish. 21 Client references. Reference 1, Company name, New York Metropolitan Transportation Authority. Address, 130 Livingston Street, Kings, Brooklyn, New York, 11201. Contact and title, Sean Moore, Chief Administrative Officer. Telephone number, 646-252-4294. Email, sean.moore@mtacd.org. Reference 2, Company name, City of Wichita. Address, 3015 East 21st Street N, Wichita, Kansas, 67214. Contact and title, Michael Tan, Director. Telephone number, 814-490-4993. Email, mtan@wichita.gov. Reference 3, Company name, Feeding America. Address, 1734 East 41st St. Los Angeles, California, 90058. Contact and title, Maritza Ruano, VP Compensation and Performance. Telephone number, 312-273-5945 x 6055. Email, mruano@feedingamerica.org. Reference 4, Company name, United Migrant Opportunity Services, UMOS. Address, 2701 South Chase Avenue, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53207. Contact and title, Margaret Fishback, General Counsel. Telephone number, 414-389-6019. Email, margaret.fishback@umos.org. Reference 5, Company name, Community and Economic Development Association of Cook County, CEDA. Address, 567 West Lake Street, Suite 1200, Chicago, Illinois, 60661. Contact and title, Harold Rice, President and CEO. Telephone number, 312-795-8876. Email, ricky@apcc-changeo.org. PA 2G2E26. Our leadership team: David Gomez, President and CEO; Richard Gomez, DIR of Finance and Operations, CPA Matthew Lambert Client Service Manager and Executive Recruiter 23 Professional Bio, David Gomez President and CEO. A steadfast visionary leader, David Gomez has been serving the executive search industry as a leader of leaders since founding Gomez Partners in 1978. A first-generation Mexican from immigrant parents, David comes from humble beginnings, fueling his ambition that catapulted him to business success. Overcoming racial and financial barriers, David leaned on his strengths to navigate his path to reaching his dreams. Perfecting his business craft, David's skill in diversity consulting has earned him a consistent and prominent presence on the pages of national media and trade publications including The Wall Street Journal, Latino Leaders, Dinero Magazine, and Negocios Now. His passion for diversity and inclusion has coined him the King of Diversity, establishing himself as a relentless diversity and inclusion advocate. David has served as a vital catalyst for the development of valuable organizations, alliances, and advanced professional opportunities for executives of color. Some of these include but are not limited to, trusting in God to bring forth the best version of myself. Heal the soul and the body will follow. Every day do your best and trust God to take care of the rest. David Gomez, founder and CEO, an integral role in the development of the New American Alliance. Assistance in the development of Harvard University's Business School Certificate Program, catering to the unique needs of Latino professionals. Member of the Executive Committee of the United States Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. CO founded the University of Southern California's Marshall School of Business Executive Development Certificate of Professional Candidacy and Responsibility. A guest and keynote speaker for organizations that include the National Society of Hispanic MBAs and the National Black MBA Association. David Gomez continues to serve as the fearless visionary leader of Gomez Partners, continuing to disrupt the executive professional industry by instituting effective diversity strategies that nurture diverse and inclusive corporate environments. 24 Richard Gomez Director of Finance and Operations, CPA Professional Bio. Driven with a passion for small business management and entrepreneurship, Richard Gomez serves as the Director of Finance and Operations for Gomez Partners. As a team leader, Richard is in charge of the day-to-day operations with a strong focus on investing in his team, using professional development as the catalyst. Applying both grit and grace to his leadership approach, Richard believes a key to success is taking the time to embrace the delicate balance between our professional and personal lives. With more than 13 years of experience in recruiting and business finance, Richard specializes in optimizing operational performance, financial budget management, and identifying and mitigating risks. Richard came to Gomez Partners in 2018 with the hope of making an impact for diverse professionals searching for career advancement opportunities. Motivation gets you going and habit gets you there. Zig Ziglar completing his higher education at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, Richard earned Bachelor of Arts and Master of Science degrees in accounting. Richard is an active member of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, Illinois CPA Society, and seeks to complete the process of becoming a chartered financial analyst. Committed to personal development, Richard is an avid reader, challenging himself to improve daily. A dedicated husband and father of 7 children, Richard invests his free time into raising his family and mentoring the next generation of leaders through his passion for teaching and coaching hockey. 25 Professional Bio, Matthew Lambert Client Relationship Manager and Executive Recruiter. Matt has a results-oriented mindset and passion for connecting talent with opportunity as Gomez Partners Client Relationship Manager and Executive Recruiter. With over 8 years of experience in technical recruiting, Matt brings a unique focus and perspective to filling positions across a variety of industries, managing the entire candidate recruitment life cycle. Matt's commitment to professional growth is evident in his approach to recruitment, as he blends strategic thinking with a deep understanding of industry trends. His ability to build strong relationships and his keen eye for talent contribute significantly to his success. Matt begins by creating and implementing marketing campaigns to attract top talent. His detailed approach enables him to meticulously vet candidates, ensuring they meet specific needs of each client. Matt is adept at working with candidates to refine their resumes to highlight their individual strengths and accomplishments. Matt also assists candidates prior to interviews, providing them with useful background information and helping them to prepare for success. If you are working on something you really care about, you don't have to be pushed, the vision pulls you. Steve Jobs. With the goal of optimizing candidate sources, Matt engages in extensive networking and community outreach to build strong relationships and expand his talent pool. He attends industry events, collaborates with professional organizations, and leverages social media platforms. His dedication to excellence and his highly personal approach ensures that both clients and candidates receive exceptional support and guidance throughout the recruitment process. 26 Client City of Folsom Public Works Director Cost Proposal Confidential Project Details David Gomez Partners, Incorporated, herein referred to as GP, will assist the City of Folsom to recruit, hire, and onboard new employees. This agreement will take effect when the cost proposal is signed by a City of Folsom executive. Work agreement. Throughout the course of any project, we will provide you with incremental information as we receive it. And client participation should you wish to alter the scope, sequence, target organization, any facet of the project, or decide to hire an internal candidate, please notify the President and CEO, David Gomez. Should the changes materially affect the A. feasibility, B. projected completion time, or C. cost, we will need to mutually agree on a role specification and fee structure. Fee and miscellaneous fees. The expected fee, payable in multiple installments as outlined in the below fee structure section, is based on 22.5% of the position average salary. The above expected fee excludes all travel and expenses for candidate interviews and Gomez Partners travel to be covered by the City of Folsom. Payments. A reduced fee can be negotiated if multiple searches are awarded. In consideration of the services provided by GP pursuant to this cost proposal, both parties agree that A. the expected fee will be divided into multiple payments as outlined in the subsequent paragraphs. I. City of Folsom will remit the first 1/3 of the expected fee, upon signing by both parties of this cost proposal and upon submittal of the GP work plan. 2. City of Folsom will remit the second 1/3 of the expected fee, upon acceptance of 3 candidates as bona fide candidates for the position under search and is due upon receipt. 3. City of Folsom will remit the remainder of the expected fee, after the successful candidate's signing of an offer letter and mutually agreed start date, which is due upon receipt. Performance guarantee. If in the first 12 months of employment the hired candidate is asked to leave for reasons of underperformance, or leaves of their own volition, provided that there has not been a material change in the nature or location of the position, we will relaunch a search for a new candidate, under the original role specifications. In such case, we will do so for no additional professional fee, though charging expenses as provided for in this original search. If the nature, location, or reporting structure has changed materially since we closed on the original hire, we will need to mutually agree on a revised role specification and fee structure. Tab 2C7, page 26. MBE certification. David Gomez Partners, Inc. is a certified minority business with less than 10 employees, and registered with the City of Chicago and is in good standing. Please see proof of certification below. 28. Thank you for your consideration. Contact us 630-756-2673 www.davidgomezpartners.com 1100 Jory Boulevard No. 126, Oak Brook, Illinois 6052329. Attachment 4 Executive Recruitment Services Public Works Director City of Folsom Submittal date, February 12, 2025. Submitted by Koff & Associates 2835 7th Street, Berkeley, California 94710. Frank Rojas. Recruitment Manager Frank_Rojas at ajg.com 510-495-0448 koffassociates.com February 12, 2025. Allison Garcia, Human Resources Director City of Folsom 50 Natoma Street, Folsom, California 95630. Dear Ms. Garcia, thank you for the opportunity to submit our proposal to assist the City of Folsom with executive recruitment services. We are excited about the possibility of developing this partnership and supporting the city with the search for its next Public Works Director. Koff & Associates, K&A, a Gallagher company, is uniquely qualified based on over 38 years of assisting public agencies with finding and placing candidates dedicated to public service. Our unique selling proposition lies in K&A's experience supporting public sector clients in California and throughout the USA. Through our investment in modern recruitment technology, we offer forward-thinking services that not only provide advanced extensive sourcing and outreach but allow us to tell the story of each project through easy-to-understand data. Conducting countless executive search efforts has made K&A an expert in identifying, targeting, recruiting, and successfully placing women and minority candidates in many of our recruitments. Diversity recruiting is an area of focus, and our firm has a vast pool of resources at our fingertips to provide outreach on an industry-wide basis to the public and private sector for qualified candidates nationwide. We pride ourselves on transparency, flexibility, and quality work. As K&A's recruitment manager, I am available to answer questions about this proposal, as well as our team and recruitment services. You can reach me at 510-495-0448 or frank_rojas@ajg.com. Sincerely, Frank Rojas, Recruitment Manager, Recruitment Services for City of Folsom. Table of Contents: Business Information 1, Experience and Qualifications 1, Recent Successful Recruitments 2, Project Team 6, Project Approach/Methodology 7, References 11, Pricing Proposal 12, Professional Services Agreement Acknowledgement 13, Signature Page 14, Attachment, Sample Brochure 2835, 7th Street, Berkeley, California, 94710510658. 5633 koffassociates.com. Business Information: Koff & Associates, K&A, is a full-spectrum, public sector human resources and recruiting services firm founded by Gail Koff in 1984 and has been assisting cities, counties, special districts, other public agencies, and non-profit organizations. As of April 30, 2021, we merged with Arthur J. Gallagher and are now officially a Gallagher division. Our headquarters are in Berkeley, CA, and we have satellite offices in Southern California, the Central Valley, the Sacramento region, and the Western U.S. region. Gallagher Benefit Services, Inc. is our legal name. It is a Delaware company, and the FIN is 3624291971. Experience and qualifications: with nearly 40 years of HR experience, Koff & Associates knows public sector employment inside and out. We are familiar with public sector organizational structures, agency missions, operational and budgetary requirements, and staffing expectations. Our team is ready to support you at any level you wish, providing sourcing expertise, full-cycle recruitment at the start of your search through the start date of your newest employee, and everything in between. We build enduring relationships. K&A provides personal attention to and creates long-term relationships with our clients. Because we care about and understand your organization's people, culture, leadership, and unique needs, we identify highly qualified candidates to support your goals. We value strength in diversity with our focus on inclusion, networking, and advertising with minority-based associations. We source top talent and our placements reflect the agencies we serve. We leverage innovative search technology. K&A identifies candidates which traditional recruiting strategies may miss. We leverage innovative sourcing methodologies and technologies for a robust and advanced sourcing strategy that will attract hard-to-find passive job seekers. Our long list of clients indicates our firm's reputation as a quality organization that produces comprehensive, sound, and cost-effective results. K&A is hands-on and responsive with the ability and expertise to identify the ideal candidate for the city of Folsom. K&A uses its vast network to leverage recommendations and referrals of past clients in combination with modern sourcing techniques and technology to build the best candidate pools in the market. We are a team of true recruiters with over 60 years of combined experience. Our work speaks for itself, and our primary goal is to provide professional and technical consulting assistance with integrity, honesty, and a commitment to excellence. Recruitment services for City of Folsom. One recent successful recruitments following is a partial list of recent executive recruitments conducted by the K&A recruitment team. Agency: City of El Monte, City of Commerce, City of Gilroy, City of Lawndale, City of Lomita, City of Los Banos, City of Oxnard, City of Woodland, City of Avalon, City of Millbrae, City of San Bernardino, City of Seaside, County of Butte, City of Chico, Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, California Utilities Emergency Association, City of Bell, City of Chula Vista, City of East Palo Alto, City of Glendale, City of Hayward, City of La Mesa. Title: Public Works and Utilities Director, Director of Human Resources, Chief of Police, Public Works Director, City Engineer / Transportation Engineer, Public Works Director, Utilities Director, Fire Division Chief, Finance Manager, Fleet Superintendent, Director of Public Works / City Engineer, Director of Finance / City Treasurer, Public Works Director, Water Systems, Superintendent, Finance Director, Assistant Public Works Director, Assistant Fire Chief, Library Manager, Associate Traffic Engineer, Chief Financial Officer, Environmental Resources Division Manager, Safety Training Officer, Planning and Environmental Manager, Budget Manager, Senior Planner, City Traffic Engineer, Assistant Director of Housing, Assistant Public Works Director, Water Utilities, Controller, Public Works Director, Deputy Director of Public Works Utilities, Public Works Director, Director of Community Development, Public Works Director, City Manager, Deputy Director of Human Resources, Risk, Director of Human Resources, Chief of Police, Director of Public Works, Senior Civil Engineer, Assistant Public Works Director, Assistant Civil Engineer, Associate Planner, Assistant Planner, Assistant Public Works Director. 2. Public Works Director, Chief Executive Officer / General Manager, Executive Director, Accounting Manager, Deputy City Manager, Assistant City Manager, Chief of Police, City Manager, Water Engineering Manager, Accounting Manager, Assistant Community Development Director, Risk Manager, Director of Human Resources. Year: 2025, 2023, 2022, 2024, 2024, 2021, 2024. 2022, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2021, 2024, 2023, 2023, 2022, 2023, 2021, 2023, 2021, 2022, 2021, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2023, 2024, 2024, 2024. Recruitment services for City of Folsom. 2. City of Menlo Park, City of Oceanside, City of Ontario, City of Palm Springs, City of Palmdale, City of Palo Alto, City of Patterson, City of Pomona, City of Rancho Palos Verdes, City of Redlands, City of Rialto, City of Richmond, City of Riverside, City of San Leandro, City of Sanger, City of Scottsdale, AZ, City of Stockton, City of Tulare, City of Visalia, Coachella Valley Water DIST. Assistant Administrative Services Director, Finance, Human Resources Manager, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, City Manager, Risk Manager, Accounting Administrator, Budget Administrator, Accounting Supervisor, Investments and Treasury Officer, Assistant Community Development Director, Airport Deputy Director, Planning and Engineering, Senior Civil Engineer, Fire Chief, City Manager, Community and Economic Development Director, Deputy Director of Human Resources, Assistant Director of IT, IT Project Manager, Senior Technologist, Water Treatment Plant Manager, Water Quality Control Plant Assistant Manager, Fire Chief, Director of Recreation and Community Services, Director of Finance Development Services, Director Human Resources and Risk Manager, Principal Engineer, Associate Engineer Utilities, Capital Projects, Associate Engineer Utilities, Operations, Senior Engineer Transportation / Traffic, Operations, Senior Engineer Civil / Roadway, Capital Projects, Director of Human Resources, City Engineer, Director of Finance, Assistant City Manager, Assistant Director of Finance, Director of Community Development, Director of Engineering Services / City Engineer, Senior Civil Engineer, Director of Finance, Information Technology Manager, Deputy Director of Community Resources, Employment and Training, Budget Administrator and Accounting Manager, Utilities General Manager, Deputy Finance Director, Debt and Treasury Manager, Budget Manager, Assistant Finance Director, City Manager, Economic Development Director, Chief Financial Officer, Administrative Services Director, Associate Engineer, Stormwater and Sanitation, Director of Environmental Services, 2024-2023, 2024, 2022-2024, 2023-2024. 2023, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2022, 2024, 2024, 2023, 2024, 2024, 2022, 2024, 2021, 2024, 2022, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2023. Recruitment services for City of Folsom, 3 County of Riverside, County of San Bernardino, Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transaction District, Irvine Ranch Water District, Marin/Sonoma Mosquito and Vector Control District, Metropolitan Water District of Southern CA, Mid-Peninsula Water DIST, North County Transit DIST, Ontario Municipal Utilities Company, Port of Long Beach, San Bernardino County Transportation Authority, San Bernardino Superior Court, Santa Clarita Valley Water Agency, Solano Transportation Agency, State Bar of CA, West Valley Water District, Westlands Water District, California Association of Sanitation Agencies, City of Long Beach, City of Los Altos, City of Modesto, City of Pasadena, City of Pittsburgh. Director of Animal Services, Director of Human Resources, Department Public Information Officer, DEI, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Officer, County Council. County Labor Relations Chief, Chief of Homeless Services, Senior Electrical Engineer / Construction and Facilities Collections Manager, Accounting Supervisor, Senior Human Resources Analyst, Human Resources Analyst, District Manager, Climate Adaptation Planning Program Manager, Conveyance and Distribution Group Manager, Integrated Support Services Group Manager, Treatment and Water Quality Group Manager, Administrative Services Manager, Chief People Officer, Chief Executive Officer, Utilities Customer Service Director, Director of Security, Chief Financial Officer, Human Resources Business Partner, Controller, Finance and Budget Manager, Director of Projects, Senior Accountant, Program Coordinator, Chief Information Officer, Chief Financial Officer, Director of Engineering, Assistant General Manager, General Manager, General Counsel, Manager of Association Services, Data Center Officer, City Treasurer, Housing Manager, Engineering Division Manager, Utilities, Wastewater Division Manager, Director of Parks, Recreation and Community Services, Director of Library and Information Services, Chief of Police, Controller, Water Utilities Manager, Assistant City Engineer, 2024, 2022, 2024, 2023, 2024, 2024, 2023, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024, 2024. 2022, 2024, 2024, 2023, 2024, 2023, 2023, 2022, 2023, 2023, 2022, 2023, 2022, 2023. Recruitment services for City of Folsom, 4 City of Salinas, City of San Jose, City of Santa Fe Springs, City of Santa Monica, City of Signal Hill, City of Soledad, City of Vista, City of West Hollywood, Contra Costa Water District, East Bay Regional Park DIST, Fresno Irrigation District, Mountain House Community Services District, Mountain View Sanitary DIST, Orange Co Mosquito and Vector Control District, South San Joaquin Irrigation District, South Tahoe Public Utility District, Transportation Corridor Agencies, Valley Sanitary District, Yolo Transportation District, Alameda Housing Authority, California Association, Local Agency Formation Commission, City of Berkeley, City of Calexico, City of Carson Planning Manager, Assistant Finance Director, Senior Civil Engineer, Chief of Police, Finance Director, Assistant Chief Information Officer, Chief Information Officer, City Manager, City Engineer, Director of Transportation, City Manager, Director of Engineering, Director of Community Development, Assistant City Manager, Fire Chief, Economic Development Director, Assistant General Manager, Water Resources, Operations and Maintenance, Assistant General Manager. Engineering and Construction, Director of Finance, Chief of Interpretive and Recreation Services, Chief of Design and Construction, Chief Information Officer, Senior Civil Engineer, Utilities Manager, Chief Plant Operator / Wastewater Operations Manager, Director of Human Resources, Telemetry System Supervisor, Finance and Administration Manager, General Manager, Chief Capital Program Officer, General Manager, Director of Finance and Administration, Administrative Manager, Executive Director, Accounting Manager, Director of Information Services, Director of Engineering, Chief of Police, City Manager, Director of Finance, Public Works Operations Manager, 2023, 2021, 2023, 2022, 2023, 2023, 2023, 2023, 2023, 2023, 2023, 2022, 2023, 2022, 2023, 2023, 2023, 2023, 2023, 2022, 2023, 2023, 2023, 2023, 2022, 2022, 2022, 2021, 2022 Recruitment Services for City of Folsom 5 Project Team. Frank Rojas, Recruitment Manager. Frank brings more than 35 years of recruiting experience from the highly competitive direct placement and contracts labor industries and the corporate environment. He has significant experience placing corporate leaders, executive, professional, and technical staff, including individual contributors for the government sector, non-profits, aerospace, architectural and engineering, information technology, petroleum and chemical, energy, power, civil/structural, transportation, and private industry. Frank began his career in contract labor. Over the next 30-plus years, he launched 7 startup offices in several states and locations, providing direct placement and contract support to hundreds of clients in virtually all industries and levels of talent. He continued his career in the nonprofit environment, managing and building talent acquisition support during significant growth periods. Having been a speaker at several networking and career coaching venues, Frank believes in utilizing traditional recruiting methodology with social media. In addition to recently completing recruitments for the City of Vista, County of Riverside, City of Riverside, City of Pasadena, and West Valley Water District, recent successful efforts include positions of Public Works Director, Economic Development Director, City Manager, Finance Director, Animal Services Director, Director of Human Resources, City Treasurer, DEI Officer, Chief of Police, and Director-level hires for Information Technology, Social Services, Community Development, Community Services, Fire Cheer, and Division/Site General Managers. Frank has been named in the top 1% viewed profiles on LinkedIn and has established a strong client and customer base through trust, effective recruiting, relationship building, and teamwork. Chelsea Freeman, Recruiting Supervisor. Chelsea's professional experience includes almost 20 years in human resources, which includes both the public and private sectors. She began her HR journey in private sector manufacturing and then later transitioned to the public sector. Her previous role was as the Classification, Compensation, and HR Operations Manager at California State University, Monterey Bay, where she was responsible for developing and implementing a compensation philosophy for staff and faculty, as well as implementing process improvement efforts within the HR operations. She provided ongoing consultation to executives relating to organizational effectiveness, recruiting, and best practices in hiring, which included diversity and inclusion training and properly classifying and compensating employees. Since joining K&A, a Gallagher company, Chelsea has partnered her classification and compensation experience, marketing skills, and recruitment experience to bring a full-service experience to all clients. She currently manages full-cycle recruitments for California public sector agencies including cities, counties, and special districts. She provides supervisory oversight for technical, professional, and management recruitments. Chelsea earned her BA degree in communications from Sonoma State University. Ember Plummer, Recruitment Coordinator/Project Support. Ember supports the Koff & Associates team as a recruiting coordinator/project support. Since joining K&A, they have helped to develop efficient processes to streamline recruiting services. They support the recruiting team in a broad range of administrative needs and in preparing reports and documentation for clients. Ember earned their BA in English Language and Literature and World Literature from Smith College in Northampton, MA. Recruitment services for City of Folsom 6 project approach/methodology. Our philosophy ensures thorough, thoughtful, and strategic sourcing, evaluation, selection, and vetting of candidates. We reach out directly to potential candidates, referral sources, professional associations, and user groups, etc. by using business media, outreach emails, general advertising, and most importantly picking up the phone and actively calling passive applicants. This strategy also includes focused advertising on websites and in publications specific to women and minority candidates. K&A will provide weekly progress reports to the city and participate in conference calls and on-site meetings as requested. We are responsible for ensuring compliance, adhering to, and maintaining all legally mandated documentation throughout the process. Step 1. Ideal candidate profile. Step 2. 5-week window of application and sourcing. Step 3. Recommendation of candidates. Step 4. Interview facilitation. Step 5. Background, references, and offer recruitment services for City of Folsom 7. Step 1. Ideal candidate profile. Developing the profile for the ideal job candidate for the position is crucial for a successful search process. We will coordinate with the city in identifying and developing the various organizational needs, vision, mission, goals, strengths, challenges, opportunities, and culture of the organization, position competency requirements, i.e., knowledge, skills, and abilities, personal and professional attributes required of and priorities for the new incumbent, type of working relationship, senior leadership desire with the new incumbent, advertising strategies in conjunction with a national and/or regional outreach campaign, compensation levels, and schedule of deliverables from K&A. After meeting with the city, there will be a consensus of the key qualifications and characteristics of the position and the process, action plan, and timetable to be utilized for the recruitment process. Brochure design and posting. Following the development of the candidate profile, an eye-catching recruitment brochure will be professionally produced in coordination with the city's feedback. The brochure will highlight the strengths of the City of Folsom and the surrounding community. The brochure will feature the organizational structure and services of the city, its mission and goals, pertinent facts regarding the position, and necessary and desirable candidate qualifications. Step 2. 5-week window of application and sourcing. K&A can, at the request of the city, facilitate community surveys or community outreach forums to encourage feedback from residents. A report of resident comments will be provided to the city prior to first-round interviews. Our effort will include a variety of activities designed to build the best available candidate pool. Our techniques and methodologies allow us to source from extensive pools of potential candidates and referral sources. In coordination with the city, K&A will identify prospects, provide each potential candidate with access to the recruitment brochure, capture interested candidates in our recruitment project database, and provide representative data to the city, including candidate documents, interview notes, and an outline of the recruitment process. Recruitment services for City of Folsom 8. Step 3. Recommendation of candidates. K&A will provide the city with a report of the leading candidates to further narrow the pool to the most highly qualified and establish the best organizational fit of each potential finalist. This screening process is specifically designed to assess the personal and professional attributes the city has identified and will focus on each candidate's ability, technical competency, and fit with the city's values, culture, and needs. Our assessment will consist of experience and qualifications, cultural fit based on our understanding of essential intangibles, clarity of any issues identified in the submitted documents, reasons for position interest, the level of commitment to the position and the organization, and other issues, including salary requirements. Step 4. Interview facilitation. We will advise and develop interviewing strategies and a menu of questions that will help analyze candidates' qualifications and management/work styles. We will facilitate all necessary communications with the city and candidates to ensure everyone is well prepared. Interview questions will elicit information about each candidate's technical skill set, experience, leadership skills, adaptability, political astuteness, self-awareness, and other important aspects of the ideal candidate profile. Questions, evaluation tools, and additional materials will be assembled in intuitive and user-friendly interview packets. We will use evaluation criteria agreed to by the city. The project manager will coordinate interviews, interview schedules, and finalize the process. We will provide oversight during the panel interview process and facilitate a focused discussion with the city at the beginning and conclusion of the interviews to identify the most qualified candidate, for final interviews. Step 5. Background, references, and offer. K&A provides a thorough and quality reference and background check process for our clients. We start by calling candidates' employment and professional references and having an in-depth discussion, covering their strongest business characteristics, work style, interpersonal skills, and position-specific knowledge. All references will be documented and presented in a concise, user-friendly manner. Background checks are conducted in coordination with a third-party firm to verify educational degrees and employment records and confirm clear driving records, criminal records, and financial history/credit. Reports can be tailored to clients' needs upon request. Safety for clients and their communities is our priority, so rest assured that we, as well as our background contract firm, meet or exceed relevant reporting requirements. K&A can facilitate and lead the negotiations of the final terms and conditions of employment, such as the compensation package, benefits, and other perquisites, perks. We will notify all candidates not selected as finalists for the position. Recruitment services for City of Folsom 9 project schedule. The following is a typical schedule for conducting recruitment efforts. Search efforts for executive recruitments generally take 12 to 14 weeks to complete, allowing enough time for all steps of the process and client schedules. Weeks 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3, Step 4, Step 5. K&A diversity statement. In 2024, 72% of our placements were women or people of color. We source candidate pools that are representative of our clients' communities, and we present highly achieved slates of finalists with the same diversity. We use a variety of industry-specific diversity advertising to source a diverse and representative population of candidates. For example, a fire chief advertising campaign included posts to International Association of Women in Fire and Emergency Service, Women in Fire, International Association of Black Professional Firefighters, Inc., National Association of Hispanic Firefighters, and International EMS and Firefighters Pride Alliance. This statement serves to reaffirm our commitment to providing equal employment opportunities to all employees and applicants for employment in accordance with equal opportunity and affirmative action laws. We affirm our personal and official support of these policies, which provide that K&A is committed to implementing the affirmative action policies, programs, and procedures included in this plan to ensure that employment practices are free from discrimination. Employment practices include but are not limited to the following: hiring, promotion, demotion, transfer, recruitment or recruitment advertising, layoff, disciplinary action, termination, rates of pay or other forms of compensation, and selection for training, including apprenticeship. We will provide reasonable accommodation to applicants and employees with disabilities. Recruitment services for City of Folsom. 10 references. We are proud of our past recruitment work with clients to successfully place candidates to meet their organization's needs. City of Riverside Recruitment and Agency. DEI, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Officer, Debt and Treasury Manager, Budget Manager. City of Palm Springs Fire Chief, City Manager. City of Pasadena Director of Library and Information Services, Chief of Police, Controller, Director of Parks, Recreation and Community Services. West Valley Water District General Manager. Contact Edward Enriquez, CFO 951-826-5972. E. Enriquez at riverside.gov. 3900 Main St. Riverside, California 92501. Stephanie George, Director of Human Resources. 760-323-8217. Stephanie.George at palmspringsca.gov. 3200 East Tahquitz Canyon Way, Palm Springs, California 92262. Tiffany Jacobs Quinn, Human Resources Director. 626-744-53 4126 TJO Cobbs Quinn at cityofpasadena.net 100 Garfield Avenue, Pasadena, California 91101 Haiti M. Sains Human Resources and Risk Manager 909-820-3712 H. Sains at wvwd.org 855 West Baseline Road, Rialto, California 92377 Recruitment Services for City of Folsom 11 Pricing Proposal Public Works Director Total not to exceed professional fee of $25,000, which includes all professional services and expenses, including brochure development and design, advertising, printing, and shipping, associated consultant travel if required, and background. Invoices will be billed monthly in 4 equal increments of $6,250. Note: expenses do not include candidate travel. Optional: recruitment video. In addition to the standard recruitment brochure, K&A can develop a recruitment video to better highlight the positive elements of the organization and community. These videos have proven to attract more job seekers and effectively expand the talent pool. Videos run approximately 3 minutes in length and highlight the workplace environment, local landscape, and include interviews with selected staff. This video is optional and costs $4,000. Placement guarantee: K&A is committed to recommending only the most qualified candidates who meet all the necessary requirements and qualifications and are also a cultural fit for the city. We proactively recruit for each search effort until a successful candidate is placed. Therefore, we promise to present to the city a selective pool of candidates that met or exceeded our standards during the thorough screening processes and have been identified as ideal matches for the position. Should the city disapprove of all final candidates or should none pass the final interview and reference check process, we will work to find a new slate of candidates at no added cost, with the possible exception of necessary advertising. In addition, for full recruitments for executive and mid-management positions, should the incumbent leave the position or be terminated from employment within 12 months of hire due to performance issues, we commit to conducting a one-time additional executive search to identify a replacement and only charge related expenses as described in the pricing proposal. Overall, K&A's retention rate during the first 12 months of hire is robust and has been above 95% over the last several years. Recruitment Services for City of Folsom 12 Professional Services Agreement Acknowledgement: we will be pleased to sign the city's professional services agreement for recruitment services. However, we respectfully request that the city will allow for a period of negotiation of certain terms in the professional services contract related to liability, indemnity, insurance, and other terms. We have found that we have always come to an agreement with all of our clients in the past and appreciate the city's flexibility in reviewing certain terms in a collaborative fashion between our legal counsels. Insurance Acknowledgement: Gallagher shall at all times during the term of this agreement and for a period of 2 years thereafter, obtain and maintain in force the following minimum insurance coverages and limits at its own expense: commercial general liability, CGL, insurance on an ISO form number CG0001, or equivalent, covering claims for bodily injury, death, personal injury, or property damage occurring or arising out of the performance of this agreement, including coverage for premises, products, and completed operations, on an occurrence basis, with limits no less than $2 million per occurrence, workers' compensation insurance with statutory limits, as required by the state in which the work takes place, and employer's liability insurance with limits no less than $1 million per accident for bodily injury or disease. Insurer will be licensed to do business in the state in which the work takes place. Automobile liability insurance on an ISO form number CA0001 covering all hired and non-owned automobiles with limit of $1 million per accident for bodily injury and property damage. Umbrella liability insurance providing excess coverage over all limits and coverages with a limits no less than $10 million per occurrence or in the aggregate. Errors and omissions liability insurance, including extended reporting conditions of 2 years with limits of no less than $5 million per claim, or $10 million in the aggregate. Cyber liability, technology errors and omissions, and network security and privacy liability insurance, including extended reporting conditions of 2 years with limits no less than $2 million per claim and in the aggregate, inclusive of defense cost, and crime insurance covering third-party crime and employee dishonesty with limits of no less than $1 million per claim and in the aggregate. All commercial insurance policies shall be written with insurers that have a minimum AM Best rating of no less than A6, and licensed to do business in the state of operation. Any cancelled or non-renewed policy will be replaced with no coverage gap, and a certificate of insurance evidencing the coverages set forth in this section shall be provided to client upon request. Recruitment Services for City of Folsom 13 Signature Page. We thank you for your consideration of our proposal. We are committed to providing high-quality service and investing in a long-term partnership. This proposal is valid for 90 days. Respectfully submitted, by Koff & Associates, State of California. Frank Rojas, Recruitment Manager. Date, February 12, 2025. Recruitment Services for City of Folsom 14 City of El Monte, California. Public Works and Utilities Director. Governance. The city was incorporated as a municipality in 1912 as a general law city. The 5 members of the City Council, including the mayor, are elected at large, on a nonpartisan basis, and are responsible for overseeing the delivery of local government services. The City Council serves 4-year staggered terms and the mayor is elected for a 2-year term. The city clerk and city treasurer are also elected to serve a 4-year term. The City of El Monte is a full-service city with approximately 300 full-time employees and 300 part-time employees. The total general fund budget for 2024 to 2025 is $72 million. About the City of El Monte. The City of El Monte is the hub of the San Gabriel Valley, located approximately 12 miles east of downtown Los Angeles, where 2 major freeways, Interstate 10 and 605, intersect. El Monte offers its residents a mix of housing, employment, and community amenities. With an area of 9.6 square miles and a population of approximately 115,000, El Monte is characterized by an ethnically diverse and dynamic population, which is nearly 70% Hispanic and 25% Asian. The community's residents share a growing pride and awareness that El Monte is a great place to live, work, and play. Over its history, the city has established an extensive portfolio of community assets. This includes an emerald necklace of rivers, quality neighborhoods, equestrian areas, and a historic downtown featuring a vibrant community center. El Monte has established a reputation as one of the area's economic development leaders, with over $1 billion in private investments under construction, approved or in the review process. This includes the Gateway Center mixed-use project with over 500 residential units and retail space adjacent to the El Monte Transit Center, the largest bus station on the West Coast, the 115,000 square foot Santa Fe Trails Shopping Center and Hotel, and multiple mixed-use developments along significant corridors. Major existing businesses include Longo Toyota, one of the largest auto dealerships in the United States, Home Depot, Sam's Club, and the regional offices of Cathay Bank. The Department Operations. The Public Works Department is comprised of 6 principal operating divisions: Engineering, Environmental Services, Public Works Maintenance, Transportation Services, and Utilities. Environmental Services. The Environmental Services Division manages solid waste collection, hazardous waste collection, and recycling services provided to the residents and businesses of the City of El Monte. This includes contract management for the private service providers contracted by the city to provide these services, management of a variety of waste and recycling grant programs, and providing special outreach and educational programs relating to solid waste and recycling. Engineering. The Engineering Division manages the design and construction of all capital improvement projects for the city's public infrastructure systems and public buildings/facilities, prepares technical studies/reports, regulates construction activities within the public right-of way by private entities and utility companies, and maintains infrastructure records. The Engineering Division also works closely with the Community Development Department and Building Division to perform plan review and inspection services of tract/parcel maps for subdivisions and grading and drainage improvements on private property, provides technical support to the Public Works Maintenance Division, and works with neighboring cities and regional agencies whose policies and projects affect the city of El Monte. Public Works Maintenance. The Public Works Maintenance Division operates and maintains the city's public infrastructure systems and facilities including streets and medians, street lights and traffic signals, the urban forest, sidewalks and pathways, parks, public buildings, bus stops and shelters, and maintains the hazardous waste collection storage facility. Public Works maintenance crews also help set up and clean up for city-sponsored special and holiday events throughout the year such as the summer concerts in the park, Holiday House, Children's Day Parade, press conferences, etc. Transportation. The Transportation Services Division manages and operates a variety of public transportation programs serving El Monte's residents and visitors. This includes 5 El Monte transit routes, transportation for youth and senior services and events, a Dial A Ride program for senior and disabled residents, and a commuter shuttle services linking some of the regional transportation services provided by MTA and Metrolink within the city. The division also provides subsidized bus passes for El Monte residents and coordinates services with regional transit providers, and maintains the city's transportation vehicle fleet. Utilities Division. Water. The City Water Division currently owns and operates a water system which encompasses the central business district and parts of the northwestern and southern portions of the city. There are approximately 3,460 active services which serve approximately 22,700 businesses and households. Currently there are 6 deep wells, one 1 million gallon reservoir and a 200,000 gallon elevated tank utilized to serve this water supply. Revenue to support the water fund is exclusively from the sale of water. This water division crew monitors the system 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Standby crews respond to emergencies on weekends, holidays and after hours. Sewer. The City Sewer Division is responsible for the maintenance and repair of 8 sewage lift stations, 125 miles of mainline sewer pipeline and 2,687 manholes. This division utilizes equipment, Vector 2100 jet rotor truck, for cleaning the system's main lines, as well as a new state-of-the-art camera truck, Q's Industries, to assist with the video inspection and recording of the structural integrity of the main lines. This sewer division crew monitors the system 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Standby crews respond to emergencies on weekends, holidays and after hours. Department Mission Statement. The Public Works Department provides and maintains the City of El Monte's physical and environmental infrastructure systems and provides plan review and inspection for private building projects. We are dedicated to providing safe, functional, and sustainable infrastructure systems that improve the quality of life for the residents, businesses and visitors of the City of El Monte in a responsive and cost-effective manner and in accordance with local, state and federal regulations. Our services cover streets, streetlights, and traffic signals, the urban forest, sidewalks and pathways, parks, sewers and storm drains, the drinking water system, public buildings, solid waste collection, the city's public transportation services, and capital project delivery. The position reporting to the city manager. This position directs, plans, organizes, manages, and provides administrative direction and oversight for all functions and activities of the Public Works and Utilities Department including engineering, maintenance, transportation operations, short and long-term planning, environmental and utility divisions. This includes formulating departmental policies, goals, and directives, coordinating assigned activities with other city departments, officials, outside agencies, and the public, and fostering cooperative working relationships among city departments and with intergovernmental, regulatory agencies, and various public and private groups, and staff. Successful performance of the work requires knowledge of public policy, city functions, and activities, including the role of the City Council, and the ability to develop, oversee, and implement projects and programs in a variety of areas. The incumbent is accountable for accomplishing departmental planning and operational goals and objectives, budget, and for furthering city goals and objectives within general policy guidelines. Duties and responsibilities include, but may not be limited to the following: manage and participate in the development and administration of the department's budget. selects, trains, motivates, and directs department personnel. Continuously monitor and evaluate the efficiency and effectiveness of service delivery methods and procedures. Monitors legal, regulatory, technology and societal changes and court decisions that may affect the work of the department, determines equipment acquisition, training programs, and procedural changes to ensure retention of qualified staff and the provision of services to the community in an effective, efficient and economical manner. Oversee the development of consultant requests for proposals for professional services and the advertising and bid processes. Performs site inspections during construction to ensure all city and mandated safety rules, regulations, and protocols are in compliance. Participates in and makes presentations to the City Council and a wide variety of committees, boards, and commissions. Attend and participate in professional group meetings, stay abreast of new trends and innovations in the field of public works and utilities. Prepare, review, and present staff reports, various management and information updates, and reports on special projects as assigned by the city manager. Respond to public inquiries and complaints and assist with resolutions and alternative recommendations to ensure excellent customer service. Serve as a spokesperson for the department at a variety of community events, meetings, and other public relations activities. Performs other duties as assigned. Flexible. Able to provide clear goals and expectations, while remaining agile and can adapt to changing priorities. The ability to effectively communicate with staff. Remove roadblocks and be willing to allow for project ownership, employee development, and a sense of pride. Able to attract and retain a solid, high-performing workforce. Stays current in new technologies and legislation. Effective at community engagement and follow-through. A listener. Education and experience. Any combination of training and experience that would provide the required knowledge, skills, and abilities is qualifying. A typical way to obtain the required qualifications would be equivalent to a bachelor's degree from an accredited college or university with major coursework in civil engineering or a related field. 7 years of experience in civil engineering, municipal public works maintenance, utilities, and administration. 5 years management experience. The ideal candidate. The ideal candidate is a confident, strategic, and visionary leader and effective communicator with broad experience in all areas of public works, possessing extensive expertise managing staff and creating organizational structure and a sense of team and purpose. Water utilities experience will be ideal. As the director interacts with a variety of internal and external stakeholders, exceptional interpersonal skills and political acumen are of the utmost importance. The successful candidate will have a proven track record creating efficiencies, implementing best practices, and removing unnecessary bureaucratic obstacles, while establishing clear procedures and policies, both written and verbally. A background effectively engaging with labor unions and ensuring positive outcomes is critical. The ideal candidate will possess a passion for public service, especially serving an underserved community, an entrepreneur from within who recognizes this opportunity to create and establish an effective and efficient administrative infrastructure for long-term success. Key characteristics and attributes: a supportive leader who creates a cohesive structure and team-oriented working environment. An inclusive and positive management style that ensures accountability, responsibility, and encourages discussion and ideas from staff and key stakeholders. Good organizational skills with a transparent style of leadership, outward-facing and willing to use the city website to promote projects, engage with the community, and be approachable. Salary and benefits. The salary range for this position is $167,834.98, $203,998.58. The city also provides an attractive benefits package that includes the following. Retirement. The city offers a CalPERS retirement package of 2% copyright 55 for classic members and 2% copyright 62 for new members as defined by new PEPRA legislation. The employee pays the full employee portion for new members and 6% for classic members. Vacation 16 days, equivalent to 160 hours, per year, with a maximum accrual of 360 hours. Hours earned in excess of 360 are paid out at current rate of pay. Sick leave 12 days, equivalent to 120 hours, per year. Holidays 13 designated holidays, equivalent to 120 hours, plus 1 floating holiday, equivalent to 10 hours, per calendar year. Bereavement leave 4 days, equivalent to 40 hours, for the death of immediate family members. Executive leave 10 days, equivalent to 100 hours, per year. Health insurance. The city contracts with CalPERS for employee health insurance benefits. Cafeteria allotment equivalent to the second lowest cost HMO family plan rate offered by CalPERS for Region 3, $1,920 per month for 2025. Up to $600 per month cash out of unused allotment or cash in lieu of city medical coverage. Dental and vision family coverage provided at no cost to the employee, not deducted from the cafeteria allotment. Life and ADSD insurance $25,000 policy provided at no cost to the employee, not deducted from the cafeteria allotment. Ancillary insurance, i.e. accident, cancer, etc., voluntary plans available through American Fidelity using cafeteria allotment and/or pre-tax payroll deductions. Technology allowance $125 per month. Deferred compensation voluntary program available through Nationwide Insurance. Education incentive highest of the following, not cumulative. Associate's degree equals $200 per month, bachelor's degree equals $400 per month, master's degree equals $600 per month. Application and recruitment schedule. This position is open until filled. To be considered, please electronically submit your resume, cover letter, and a list of 5 professional references. References will not be contacted in the early stages of the recruitment. 2. https://coffassociates.com/elmontpued. Resumes should reflect years and months of positions held, as well as size of staff and budgets you have managed. For additional information, please contact Frank Rojas 510-495-0448 Frank_Rojas at ajg.com. Website, https://coffassociates.com/resumes will be screened based on the criteria outlined in this brochure. Candidates with the most relevant qualifications will be given preliminary interviews by the executive recruiter. Coff and Associates will report the results to the city. The city will then select candidates who will be invited to participate in a formal interview process. Extensive reference and background checks will be completed on the selected candidate. Attachment 5 Proposal February 12, 2025 Public Works Director City of Folsom, California submitted by Michelle Morosky Client Services Manager 790 Frontage Road Suite 213 Northfield, Illinois 60093224, 415-3791 M. Morosky at mgt.us. Cover letter February 12, 2025 Allison Garcia, Human Resources Director City of Folsom 50 Natoma Street, Folsom, California 95630. Dear Ms. Garcia, as the nation's leading provider of executive recruitment and selection solutions, MGT Impact Solutions, LLC, MGT, is uniquely well qualified to partner with the City of Folsom, City, to exceed all your expectations on this Public Works Director recruitment. How can we support you? Following are the keys to our successful methodology: industry leadership, with 1,500 completed executive recruitment engagements in 45 states and a diverse range of communities, we're a proven leader in local government recruitment. Over 40% of our clients are repeat customers, and 94% rate our performance as outstanding. Subject matter expertise: our team includes former local government leaders, human resources experts, and industry veterans, ensuring that we understand the specific challenges and opportunities in government, education, and nonprofit sectors. We leverage our deep understanding of organizational culture and sector-specific needs to identify top-tier candidates who align with our clients' goals. Top talent, guaranteed. We use advanced recruitment strategies, including social media outreach and video interviews, to thoroughly vet candidates. Our recruitment brochures showcase in-depth knowledge of your community, and we conduct extensive reference checks and background searches to ensure we recommend the best fit. True partnership, from start to finish, we collaborate closely with you. You'll have full access to candidate resumes, and we'll offer honest assessments to ensure the perfect match. Whether evaluating internal candidates or exploring non-traditional talent, we're committed to your complete satisfaction. Flexible solutions, we offer customizable recruitment services to suit any budget, from full executive searches to limited scope and virtual recruitments. Our proposal outlines the service scope that best meets your needs. Our comprehensive and tailored executive recruitment services are designed to meet the unique needs of your organization. With a proven track record, a focus on quality, and a commitment to partnership, we ensure that every step of the process is handled with expertise and care. Whether you're seeking top-tier talent, exploring non-traditional candidates, or working within a specific budget, we are here to deliver the best fit for your organization. We look forward to working with you to find the ideal candidate who will drive success and elevate your community's leadership. City of Folsom, CA Public Works Director, Page 1 Cover Letter. MGT Contact Information. MGT Headquarters. Proposal. Contact MGT Impact Solutions, LLC, 4320 West Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33609. Phone 81-089007. www.mgt.us. Michelle Morosky, Client Services Manager, 790 Frontage Road, Suite 213, Northfield, Illinois, 60093224, 415-3791. M. Morosky at mgt.us. The following proposal has been tailored to your specifications and provides a detailed plan of how we will partner with you to meet your objectives. Thank you for the opportunity to present our qualifications to the City of Folsom. Should you have questions on any aspect of this proposal, please contact Michelle Morosky at 224-415-3791 or mmorosky@mgt.us. Regards, Patrick J. Dyer, Vice President authorized to bind the firm. City of Folsom, CA Public Works Director. Page 2 Firm Profile. Impacting Communities for Good. MGT brings 50 years of experience driving positive social change and performance in education, government, nonprofits, and critical infrastructure/private industries through assisting clients to strengthen their foundation, change systematically, and enable resiliencies for long-lasting change. Since inception, MGT has significantly grown in size and capacity, working with state and local governments and education partners. Today, we bring a team of over 900 professionals who offer in-depth market knowledge and understanding so we can hit the ground running. MGT is a privately held, employee-owned and financially stable limited liability company with a deep roster of staff and a commitment to serving the public. Our clients care about addressing the world's most pressing problems, and so do we. Their why is our why. MGT First Look Name, MGT Impact Solutions, LLC, MGT, Locations, Headquarters in Tampa, FL, Branch Offices nationwide. Cooperative Contracts, ASC 20-7359, 24-7484, Omnia LS 4612, TIPS 220,601, 220,802, 230,105, TX Share 2024-019. Structure, privately held, employee-owned, client-driven limited liability company. Lines of business, strategy and implementation, performance and operations, IT infrastructure, and cybersecurity and resilience for public sector and commercial companies. What sets us apart is our ability to customize and offer individualized support, but also the resources of a larger infrastructure to enable flexibility in impacting to scale. Throughout our history, MGT has successfully delivered more than 30,000 projects through a thoughtful balance of balancing the immediate needs while changing systems to plan for future resilience and success. Our commitment: MGT embraces the most complex challenges on the leadership agenda, with deep commitment, agility, and local expertise to make a measurable and profound impact. Simply stated, we are impacting communities for good. 50 years, 900 consultants, 30,000 projects. City of Folsom, CA Public Works Director, page 3. A social impact commitment firm profile defined by impact. Making a profound impact on society is at the heart of who we are and what we do. City of Folsom should be proud to make a difference in the lives of the citizens in your community, and we are proud to work with you toward this goal. Our team empowers organizations through innovations in people, processes, and technology to lift and strengthen your solutions. MGT's expertise. Our firm includes more than 900 professionals, structured into the following primary groups, along with various internal infrastructure groups to support our operations and growth. Strategy and implementation. Working alongside an organization's XUT, we help leaders create strategy through organizational reviews and data analytics to create actionable roadmaps for success. Cybersecurity and resilience. From real-time, 24/7 monitoring to proactive threat detection and rapid incident response, we can give you the tools to heighten your network's security posture and keep it there. IT infrastructure and digital. We provide engineering expertise to modernize IT infrastructure and ensure your technology implementation is properly designed, integrated, modernized, and maintained. Performance and operations. Bridging the gap between strategy and enduring change, we support efficient revenue allocation, promote economic development, and create fairness in hiring and contracting systems. City of Folsom, CA Public Works Director, page 4. Firm profile. Our MGT vision. Markets we serve. To achieve our mission of being the social impact and performance leader in our industry, we are continuously improving to earn the privilege of being selected as our client's partner of choice in the mission-critical domains we impact. By elevating education systems, managing and securing critical networks, solving complex human capital and fiscal problems, and advancing equity as a performance imperative, we can impact communities for good through client partnership. Higher education. Prec 12 government, nonprofits, commercial industries. We deliver these solutions through our 3-point stance of technology, education, and performance offerings. With our long-term vision of creating profound social impact through client performance, we seek out the best of the best to join us in our work supporting clients' top priorities. City of Folsom, CA Public Works Director, page 5. Firm profile. MGT's differentiator, full suite of services. Cyber and network solutions. Our cybersecurity and network security solutions team is a deep technical engineering bench of seasoned, certified experts, working in the security trenches in complex IT environments. For the Managed Detection and Response, MDR, solution, our Security Operations Center, SOC, doesn't sleep so our clients can. Our flagship, best-in-class managed firewall services are unparalleled. We detect, respond, and recover from cyber incidents proactively and harden our clients' security posture. Human Capital Solutions. Our experts are former local government and school leaders who understand the challenges facing today's public sector organizations. We offer consulting, recruiting, and staffing solutions that include a full suite of human resources and management studies, executive recruitment services, and interim, managed, and outsourced staffing options. Our experts can assess your organizational culture, permanent and temporary staffing needs, and evaluate your systems and structures, all to maximize efficiency and effectiveness. 100 in-house certified engineers, 24x7 NOC and SOC 1,725 plus interim employees placed, 1,500 plus executive recruitments, 500 plus consulting studies in 48 states. Education Solutions. We create recommendations for our educational clients that are reliable, actionable, and based on proven research and a thorough understanding of each district or system's program needs and long-term goals. Our team is led by former state education commissioners, district superintendents, school board members, principals, and teachers. Our partnerships have allowed clients to reinvest hundreds of millions of dollars back into the classroom. Financial Solutions. Public agencies face increasing pressure to improve effectiveness and efficiency, while operating in a transparent and sustainable manner. We partner with government organizations, school districts, higher education institutions, and not-for-profits to help them achieve long-term success. 50 million students served 38 state does as clients 50+ years of trusted relationships proprietary software diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, solutions we help public sector clients address issues and challenges related to policies and practices which adversely impact DEI. We are one of the largest providers of disparity studies and other DEI solutions designed to increase equitable and inclusive organizational outcomes. Public Affairs Solutions. Our team of former nationwide leaders in policy development and education leadership partner with our clients to provide business advisory and public opinion architecture solutions which lift up and evolve education ecosystems and impacts public policy programs. 225 disparity studies, DEI assessments and training, equity audits. Global clientele staff are former policy makers. City of Folsom, CA Public Works Director. Page 6. Scope of work, project approach and methodology. A typical recruitment and selection process takes approximately 175 hours to conduct. At least 50 hours of this time is administrative, including advertisement, placement, reference interviews, and due diligence on candidates. We believe our experience and ability to professionally administer your recruitment will provide you with a diverse pool of highly qualified candidates for your position search. Our clients are informed of the progress of their recruitment throughout the entire process. We are always available by mobile phone or email should you have a question or need information about the recruitment. Phase 1 Position Assessment, Position Announcement, and Brochure. MGT treats each executive recruitment as a transparent partnership with our client. We believe in engaging with stakeholders early in each recruitment process to fully understand the challenges and opportunities inherent in the position. Understanding the organizational culture is critical to successful recruitment. We gain this insight and information through meetings, one-on-one and in small groups, surveys, and a review of relevant information. This information is reflected in a polished marketing piece that showcases the organization and the area it serves. Information gathering, one-on-one or group interviews with stakeholders identified by the client. Community forums, in person or via video, can be used to gather input and feedback. Surveys can be used for department personnel and/or the community to gather feedback. Conversations/interviews with department heads. A combination of the items listed above can be used to fully understand community and organizational needs and expectations for the position. This proposal includes 12 hours of meetings. Additional meetings can be added for a fee of $195/hour plus actual expenses if incurred. One organizational survey is included. A community survey can be conducted for $2,500. Community forums are conducted as an optional service. Development of a position announcement to be placed on websites and social media. Development of a thorough recruitment brochure for client review and approval. Agreement on a detailed recruitment timetable. A typical recruitment takes between 90 to 120 days from the time you sign the contract to the appointment of the finalist candidate. City of Folsom, CA Public Works Director. Page 7. Scope of work. Phase 2 Advertising, candidate recruitment, and outreach. We make extensive use of social media as well as traditional outreach methods to ensure a diverse and highly qualified pool of candidates. Our website is well known in the local government industry. We typically have 17,000 plus visits monthly to our website and career center. Additionally, our weekly jobs listings are sent to over 8,000 subscribers. Phase 2 will include the following. MGT consultants will personally identify and contact potential candidates. Develop a database of potential candidates from across the country unique to the position and to the client, focusing on leadership and management skills. Size of organization. Experience in addressing challenges and opportunities also outlined in Phase 1. The database will range from several hundred to thousands of names. An email campaign will be sent to each potential candidate. Placement of the position announcement, public sector online career centers. Social media, LinkedIn, posted on MGT executives' LinkedIn news feeds to reach over 50,000 connections, Facebook, and Instagram. MGT will provide the client with a list of advertising options for approval. Phase 3 Candidate Evaluation and Screening. Phase 3 will include the following steps. review and evaluation of candidates' credentials with consideration to the criteria outlined in the recruitment brochure. Candidates will be narrowed down to those that meet the qualification criteria. Candidate evaluation process, completion of a questionnaire explaining prior work experience. Live video interview, 45 minutes to 1 hour, conducted by consultant with each candidate selected for further consideration. References provided by the candidate are contacted. Internet/social media search conducted on each candidate selected for further consideration. All resumes will be acknowledged and inquiries from candidates will be personally handled by MGT, ensuring the client's process is professional and well regarded by all who participate. City of Folsom, CA Public Works Director. Page 8. Scope of Work. Phase 4. Presentation of recommended candidates. Phase 4 will include the following steps. MGT will prepare a recruitment report presenting the credentials of those candidates most qualified for the position. MGT will provide an electronic recruitment portfolio which contains the candidate's materials along with a mini resume for each candidate so that credentials are presented in a uniform way. The client will receive a log of all applicants and may review resumes if requested. Report will arrive in advance of the recruitment report presentation. MGT will meet with the client to review the recruitment report and provide additional information on the candidates. Phase 5. Interviewing process and background screening. Phase 5 will include MGT completing the following steps: develop the first and second round interview questions for client review and comment. Coordinate candidate travel and accommodations. Provide client with an electronic file that includes candidate's credentials. Set of questions with room for interviewers to make notes. Evaluation sheets to assist interviewers in assessing the candidate's skills and abilities. Background screening will be conducted along with additional references contacted. MGT background screening. Social Security trace and verification. County/statewide criminal. U.S. federal criminal search. Civil search. Enhanced verified national criminal. Bankruptcy, liens, and judgments. National sex offender registry. Motor vehicle record. Most wanted lists. Federal Bureau of Education verification. All degrees earned. Investigation, FBI, drug enforcement. Optional, credit report. TransUnion with Score Agency, DEA, Bureau of Alcohol, based on position and state laws, tobacco, firearms and explosives, ATF, optional. Interpol Professional License Verification. Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, Drug Screen. Terrorist Database Search. Office of the Inspector General, OIG, Employment Verification. General Services Administration, GSA, System for Award Management, SAM, Food and Drug Administration, FDA, all felonies and misdemeanors reported to the National Database. City of Folsom, CA Public Works Director. Page 9. Scope of Work. MGT will work with you to develop an interview schedule for the candidates and coordinate travel and accommodation. MGT consultants will be present for all the interviews, serving as a resource and facilitator. MGT will coordinate a two-step interview process. The first round interviews will include 4 to 5 candidates. The second round interviews will include 2 or 3 candidates. MGT will supply interview questions and an evaluation form. In addition to a structured interview, the schedule can incorporate tour of client facilities, interviews with senior staff. Phase 6. Appointment of candidate. MGT will assist you as much as requested with the salary and benefit negotiations and drafting of an employment agreement, if appropriate. MGT will notify all applicants of the final appointment, providing professional background information on the successful candidate. Project timeline. Based on our experience in conducting similar projects, we anticipate the proposed project can be completed within 14 weeks of project initiation as illustrated in Exhibit 1. Work Plan Tasks. Phase 1, Interviews and Brochure Development. Phase 2, Advertising, Candidate Recruitment and Outreach. Phase 3, Candidate Evaluation and Background Screening. Phase 4, Presentation of Recommended Candidates. Phase 5, Interview Process and Additional Background Screening. Phase 6, Appointment of Candidate. Exhibit 1. Proposed Schedule. Week 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14. City of Folsom, CA Public Works Director page 10 Full Scope Recruitment Price Scope of Work Summary of Costs Price Recruitment Fee Recruitment Expenses, not to exceed. Expenses include candidate due diligence efforts advertising ** advertising costs over $2,000 will be placed only with client approval. If less than $2,000, client is only billed for actual cost. Total, $26,500 $1,500 $2,000 $30,000 consultant travel expenses are not included in the price proposal. If the consultant is requested to travel to the client, travel costs will be estimated at time of request. Only actual expenses will be billed to the client for reimbursement. Possible in-person meetings could include recruitment brochure, interview process, presentation of recommended candidates, interview process. Any additional consultant visits requested by the client, beyond the 3 visits listed above, will be billed at $195/hour. The additional visits may also result in an increase in the travel expenses billed. * This fee does not include travel and accommodation for candidates interviewed. Payment for fees and services. First invoice, contract award, 40% of the recruitment fee. Second invoice, presentation of candidates, 40% of the recruitment fee and expenses incurred to date. Final invoice, completion of recruitment, 20% of the recruitment fee plus all remaining expenses. Payment of invoices is due within 30 days of receipt. City of Folsom, CA Public Works Director page 11 Scope of Work. Our guarantee full scope recruitment. MGT is committed to assisting our clients in the selection and appointment of a suitable candidate. In today's competitive hiring market, it is critical to move expeditiously to interview candidates and make key hiring decisions. Failure to do so may result in the loss of desirable candidates. If the client has not responded to multiple requests for decisions and/or guidance within 6 weeks of candidates being presented for interview or following finalist interviews, MGT may choose to cancel the contract and bill the client for work completed to date. It is MGT's goal to provide the client with well-qualified candidates for their hiring needs. If the client rejects the list of qualified candidates and/or fails to negotiate in good faith and come to terms for hiring a candidate and instead chooses to re-advertise the opportunity, MGT reserves the right to charge additional consulting fees commensurate with the additional work requested. Upon appointment of a candidate, MGT provides the following guarantee: should the selected and appointed candidate, at the request of the city or the employee's own determination, leave the employ of the city within the first 12 months of appointment, we will, if desired, conduct one additional recruitment for the cost of expenses and announcements. Reimbursable expenses may be incurred should the recruitment process require the consultant to travel to the city. To engage in this guarantee, the request must be made within 6 months of the employee's departure. City of Folsom, CA Public Works Director page 12 Areas of Expertise: Local Government Management, Non-Profit Management, Recruitment and Organizational Analysis, Performance Evaluations, Classification and Compensation Studies, Community and Economic Development, Public Works Administration, Strategic Planning and Fiscal Management, Solid Waste Management, Community Association Governance, Education, MPA, Organizational Communications, Murray State University, BS, Business Administration, Management, Murray State University. Sarah McKee, Senior Consultant. Sarah McKee is a seasoned professional with over 25 years of experience in local government and non-profit management. As a senior consultant at MGT, she has led recruitment efforts and organizational analyses across 23 states, specializing in performance evaluations and classification and compensation studies. Her tenure in city management roles in Johnstown, O, and Rolling Meadows, IL, highlights her strategic leadership, including successful community growth initiatives, comprehensive planning, and school management during economic downturns. Ms. McKee's extensive public works experience includes innovative cost-saving measures, such as the establishment of Kentucky's RST biosolids waste composting facility. Her international expertise through the ICMA's program includes developing Bulgaria's solid waste management program and contributing to Lebanon's economic development plan. She also served as the executive director of the Issaquah Highlands Community Association, managing a large-scale urban village and enhancing community services and infrastructure. Memberships and Affiliations: International City/County Managers Associations, ICMA, Coach Illinois Government Finance Officers Association, Indiana Municipal Managers Association, Illinois City/County Management Association, Professional Experience Executive Director, Issaquah Highlands Community Association, 2011 to 2014, City of Rolling Meadows, City Manager, 2008 to 2011, Village of Johnstown, Village Manager, 2003 to 2008, City of Paducah, Public Works Director, 1999 to 2003, Solid Waste Superintendent/Fleet Superintendent, 1994 to 1999, Areas of Expertise: Executive Recruitment, Strategic Planning, Civic Engagement, Community Visioning, Community Engagement, Staff Mentoring Programs, Stakeholder Engagement, Park Expansions and Green Space Preservation, Workforce Training Initiatives, Municipal Management Education, Master of Public Administration, University of Kansas Bachelor of Arts, International Relations, Pomona College Training and Instruction Instructor, International City and County Management Association, ICMA, Emerging Leaders Development Program and Mid-Career Institute presenter and speaker for ICMA, MCMA, and State Association and Affiliate Groups. Charlene Stevens, Vice President. Charlene Stevens brings over 20 years of municipal management expertise to her role as Vice President at MGT. With a distinguished career that spans rural, suburban, and urban settings across Minnesota, Kansas, and Pennsylvania, Charlene has led more than 80 executive recruitments nationwide. Her experience includes significant roles in civic engagement, community visioning, workforce development, and downtown revitalization. Charlene is known for her professionalism and commitment to public service. She has held numerous leadership positions throughout her career and across the country. A dedicated mentor and advocate for inclusive environments, she excels in stakeholder engagement and has successfully managed projects involving park expansions, green space preservation, and workforce training initiatives. Charlene leads MGT's recruitment services and directly conducts recruitments and general consulting services. She is a frequent speaker at state and national conferences. Memberships and Affiliations: International City/County Manager Association, ICMA, current member, past Regional Vice President, past Committee and Task Force Chair, Minnesota City/County Managers Association, MCMA, current member, League of Minnesota Cities, past board member, Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities, past board member, Women in Public Service, Wichita/Sedgwick County, Kansas, founding member, Professional Experience, Cottage Grove, MN, City Administrator, 2015 to 2018, Wilmar, MN, City Administrator, 2011 to 2015, Sedgwick County, KS, Assistant County Manager, 2006 to 2011, Lower Gwinnett, PA, Assistant Township Manager, 1999 to 2006, Buckingham, PA, Assistant Township Manager, 1997 to 1999, City of Wichita, KS, Neighborhood Assistant, 1995 to 1996, State: Alabama, Arkansas, Colorado, Delaware, Florida, Illinois. Client: Decatur, Bella Vista, Commerce City, Fort Collins, San Miguel County, Kent County, Apopka, Largo, Orlando, Barrington, Bensonville, Brookfield, Burr Ridge, Cary, Charleston, Cherry Valley, Clinton, Crest Hill, Crest Hill, Decatur, DeKalb, East Dundee, Elgin, Evanston, Freeport, Galesburg, Glen Ellen, Glencoe, Glenview, Grace Lake, Gurnee, Hanover Park, Highland Park. Public Works. Client list: position title: Landfill/Recycling Director, Professional Outreach, Assistant Street Superintendent, Professional Outreach, Director of Public Works, Senior Specialist, Floodplain Management, Professional Outreach, Director of Road and Bridge Department, Total Director of Public Works, Public Services, Deputy Director, Director of Public Works, Director, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works / Village Engineer, Director of Public Works and Engineering, Assistant Public Works Director, Professional Outreach, Director of Public Works, Assistant Director of Public Works, Professional Outreach, Director of Public Works, Virtual, Director of Public Works, Professional Outreach, Director of Public Works. Professional Outreach, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Services Engineering. 2. Sister Engineer, Public Works Operations, Street Supervisor, Water Operations Engineer, Director of Public Works Engineering Division Manager, Superintendent of Streets and Sanitation, Director of Public Works Director, Virtual, Director of Public Works, Professional Outreach, Public Works Director, Assistant Director of Public Works Director/Village Engineer, Assistant Director of Public Works/Village Engineer, Public Works Director, Director of Public Works. Year population 2019, 2022, 2018, 2023 54,844, 29,475, 53,969, 165,080, 2024, 2024, 2018, 2022, 2022, 2010, 2017, 2015, 2023, 2023, 2012, 2023, 2018, 2024, 2017, 2015, 2017, 2013, 2014, 2014, 2010, 2014, 2009, 2012, 2011, 2020, 2017, 2023, 2011, 2023, 2016, 2024, 2018, 2014, 2012, 187,954, 55,496, 82,244, 307,573, 10,455, 20,703, 19,500, 10,700, 17,840, 20,141, 3,081, 6,982, 21,169, 21,169, 76,178, 44,862, 3,182, 108,108, 108,108, 108,000, 75,000, 75,000, 75,000, 25,000, 25,000, 33,706, 27,000, 8,947, 475, 20,831, 31,207, 38,510, 31,365. Indiana, Iowa, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Hinsdale, Kane County, Kenilworth, Log Range, Lake Bluff, Lake County, Lincolnwood, Litchfield, Mullen, Morton Grove, Niles, Norridge, Northbrook, Oak Brook, Olympia Fields, Oregon Park, Forest, Peoria, Plainfield, River Forest, Schaumburg, South Holland, Tinley Park, Vernon Hills, Villa Park, Waconda, West Chicago, West Dundee, Westmont, Wheeling, Winnetka, Munster, Dubuque, Sioux City, Brookline, Battle Creek, Berrien County Road Commission, Ferndale, Oakland County, Rochester, Salt Ste. Marie, Blaine, Public Services Director, Construction Resident Engineer, Virtual, Project Manager / Traffic Safety Engineer, Virtual, Director of Public Works, Virtual, Director of Public Works, Village Engineer, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Streets, Superintendent, Professional Outreach, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Virtual, Village Engineer, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Professional Outreach, Public Works Director, Professional Outreach, Public Works Director, Professional Outreach, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Director of Engineering and Public Works, Director, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works / Engineer, Director of Public Works, Virtual, Public Works Director, Director of Public Works, Director, Director of Public Works, Limited, Public Works Director, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Industrial Pretreatment Coordinator, Professional Outreach, City Engineer, Public Works Commissioner, Public Works Director, Managing Director, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Service, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Virtual, Assistant Director of Public Works, Deputy Director of Public Works 2014-2020 17,631 534,667 2020 2017 2021 2015 2016 2023 2016 2023 534,667 2,562 15,610 5,698 703,462 703,462 12,590 12,590 2017 2021 2023 2024 2024 2015 2015 6,877 43,100 23,530,001 15,251 35,000 8,058 2022 4,821 2024 4,821 2022 2013 2013 2022 2014 2013 2020 2015 2022 2019 2021 2021 2014 2022 2020 2023 2020 2014 2016 3,660 21,975 115,234 41,734 11,635 75,000 22,030 56,831 25,911 22,038 14,125 27,221 8,000 24,767 38,878 12,417 12,417 23,603 23,603 2023 2013 2020 2022 2012 2021 2021 2021 2019 2021 2023 59,783 58,732 52,721 156,941 20,428 1,251,000 13,017 13,631 67,939 67,939 Missouri, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Toronto, Virginia, Wisconsin, Blaine, Burnsville, Van Ness Heights, Woodbury, University City, Fayetteville, 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 Holly Springs, Cleveland Heights, Lancaster, Fountain in Germantown, Recycle, Coach, Roanoke, Virginia Beach, Bellevue, Beloit City, Burlington, 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 Cottage Grove, Fontana on Geneva Lake, Franklin, Grand Chute, Lisbon, Oak Creek, Oshkosh, Portage, Ripon, Sister Bay, Waukesha, Wausau, Wauwatosa, Director of Public Works, Director / City Engineer, Professional Outreach, Public Works Director, Director of Public Works, Assistant Public Services Director, Transportation, Professional Outreach, Capital Projects Program Manager, Limited, Director of Public Services, Fleet Manager, Solid Waste Manager, Professional Outreach, Street and Row Infrastructure Maintenance Manager, Professional Outreach, Director of Public Works, Assistant Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Customer Success Manager, Midwest, Professional Outreach, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Virtual, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Deputy Director of Public Works and Utilities, Professional Outreach, Public Works and Utilities Director, Virtual, Director of Public Works, City Engineer / Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works Director, Virtual, Design Engineer, Professional Outreach, Neighborhood Preservation Officer, Virtual, Director of Public Works, Director of Public Works, Professional Outreach, Assistant Director of Public Works, Professional Outreach, Director of Public Works, Professional Outreach, Director of Public Works Director of Public Works 2022 2023 2023 2018 2022 2023 2023 2018 2022 2023 2023 2021 2019 2019 2024 2024 2024 2023 2020 2021 2017 2012 2015 2024 2022 2023 2012 2014 2018 2024 2019 2021 2015 2021 2023 2020 2023 2014 2016 2010 67,939 60,000 13,080 70,559 35,172 210,000 210,000 210,000 210,000 210,000 210,000 42,000 46,238 61,564 13,864 41,333 multi 100,000 220 442,707 15,524 36,966 10,511 10,511 10,511 9,749,748,000 36,155 22,000 10,734 35,243 35,243 66,700 10,500 7,833 6,571 1,158 39,160 47,000 47,000 Let us know how we can assist you. Reach out to us today by contacting Michelle Morosky at 224-415-3791 or mmorosky@mgt.us. Page 13 Germantown, Tennessee Public Works Director Germantown, Tennessee Public Works Director. The city of Germantown is a vibrant, welcoming community, the community of choice, offering outstanding quality of life for all generations. The government is resilient and fiscally sound, providing top-quality public safety and services responsive to community requirements. Engaged residents honor the past, treasure the present and responsibly shape Germantown's future. About Germantown, Germantown, where tradition meets innovation and Southern charm defines our community. Whether you're a long-time resident or new to the area, you will share a sense of pride in the community. With a population of 41,333 and a median household income of $140,429, Germantown is a thriving city that blends graciousness with forward-thinking vision. Its exceptional offerings include award-winning schools, top-notch public safety services and a cultural hub, the Germantown Performing Arts Center. Dining, retail, parks and recreation. Germantown has it all. Its culinary scene caters to every palate, and parks are where the community comes together for relaxation. To Germantown, Tennessee Public Works Director. Our community values a culture of excellence and kindness, community strength, health and sustainability, excellence in education, innovation, creativity and continuous improvement, lifestyle opportunities as part of the fabric of everyday life, local and regional partnerships, modern and reliable public infrastructure, natural and designed beauty and strategic growth. Germantown has one of the best school systems in Tennessee and is a point of pride in the community. The Germantown Municipal School District ensures that education excels, celebrating diversity and providing a welcoming environment for every child. Safety is paramount in Germantown, with first responders ensuring a secure environment and a cardiac arrest survival rate 4 times higher than the national average. Germantown also has one of the lowest crime rates in Tennessee for communities its size. Excellence is not just a goal, it's a way of life in Germantown. It's a vibrant community, where every day is an opportunity to connect, thrive, and experience the best of Southern living. As part of the Memphis metropolitan area, Germantown is an easy 30-minute drive to professional sports teams including the NBA Memphis Grizzlies and the Memphis Redbirds, St. Louis Cardinals AAA team, and Elvis Presley's Graceland and the Rhythm and Blues of Bale Street. 3. Germantown, Tennessee Public Works Director. The organization, the City of Germantown, values employees and realizes that they are the ones that bring the city's motto of excellence, every day to life. It's an exciting time to work for the city. The city's government is recognized for its professionalism and innovative service delivery. Germantown has received the Malcolm Baldrige Award by the U.S. Department of Commerce. This achievement distinguishes Germantown as a world-class community. This position touches 2 of Germantown's 4 Ps and makes all 4 Ps possible: public schools, public safety, public infrastructure, and parks. The position, this is a critical leadership role responsible for overseeing the efficient and effective delivery of essential public services, with a direct impact on the quality of life for the residents. The Public Works Director reports to the Assistant City Administrator, who reports to the City Administrator. The Director of Public Works plays a critical role in the planning and development process for 3 of the Germantown 2035 key performance areas: land use and transportation, natural resources, and quality of life. Germantown Organization Chart. For Germantown, Tennessee Public Works Director. Key responsibilities: oversee a department with an annual budget of $27 million and a staff of 59 dedicated employees. Direct and manage the construction, maintenance, and repair of city streets and storm drains. Administer the city's solid waste contract, ensuring effective and environmentally responsible waste management. Oversee the maintenance and operation of the city's water and sanitary sewer collection system, including 2 12 million gallons per day water treatment plants. Ensure the smooth operation of the city's animal control services, maintaining high standards of public health and safety. Provide strategic leadership and direction to the Public Works Department, fostering a culture of excellence and accountability. Collaborate with the Assistant City Administrator and other city officials to develop and implement policies and procedures that enhance public services. Ensure compliance with all federal, state, and local regulations related to public works and environmental services. 5. Germantown, Tennessee Public Works Director. Qualifications: bachelor's degree in engineering, environmental science, or a related field. A minimum of 7 years of experience in environmental services, public works, or a closely related field, with at least 3 years in a managerial role. Proven ability to manage large budgets and lead a diverse team. Strong knowledge of public infrastructure, water and sewer systems, solid waste management, and environmental regulations. Exceptional communication and leadership skills, with the ability to effectively interact with city officials, staff, and the public. Professional engineer, P. License preferred. Ideal candidate: knowledge of the fundamental principles and accepted practices of engineering, modern methods and techniques of civil engineering as applied to the design, construction, and maintenance of municipal infrastructure and utilities. Experience in the operation of water and sewer utilities. Strong communication, team collaboration, and customer service skills. Experience working in a high-performing organization. Compensation: the salary range for this position is $131,277 to $154,398. In addition, the City of Germantown offers a competitive benefits package. How to apply? Apply by September 27, 2024, with a resume, cover letter, and contact information. 4. 5. Professional references to the attention of W. Lane Bailey, MGT Executive Recruiter, MGT Tel 847-380-3240, extension 140. The City of Germantown is an equal opportunity employer. Attachment 6. Tampa International Airport, IT Support Specialists, Credential Support Specialist, HR Operation Support, and more as needed. The Middlesex Corporation Construction, Marine, Asphalt, and Utilities. $350m/year, accountants, controllers, engineers, foremen, and superintendents, etc. Clemson University Recruiting and Executive Search. Cal Optima Executive Search and Recruiting Services for various number of positions. Long-term relationships. Sunshine Enterprise USA consultants have built long-term relationships with our clients, conducting multiple searches for many of them. Our dedication to client satisfaction and our strategic approach executive search, consulting and recruitment services have made us a trusted partner in achieving their staffing goals. J. Fairwinds Creditunion Re. Samehes Faragala Rania Jihana Sunshine Enterprise USA LLC. This letter is to inform you that the above referenced clients have been members of Fairwinds Credit Union since August 4, 2015. All accounts are in good standing and have been handled as agreed for the entire time period. Please contact me if you should need any additional information. 2 Justs in Inkyo as VP Branch Manager Credit Union Fairwinds 407-277-5045 J. Senkiewicz at fairwinds.org 1475 Tuscaloosa Road Winter Springs, Florida 32708 Phone 407-277-5045 I toll-free 800-443-6887 I fax 407-658-7937 Fairwinds.org Request for Proposals Executive Search Firm Services City of Folsom February 12, 2025 7. Other relevant information Sunshine Enterprise USA LLC is pleased to enclose the following pages, which contain our licenses and certifications that are relevant to the request for proposal, RFP, issued by the City of Folsom. These documents demonstrate our compliance with industry standards and our commitment to maintaining the highest levels of professional qualifications. We believe that these licenses and certifications will provide assurance of our capability to meet the requirements and expectations outlined in the RFP. State of Florida Department of State. I certify from the records of this office that Sunshine Enterprise USA LLC is a limited liability company organized under the laws of the state of Florida, filed on June 29, 2017, effective July 1, 2017. The document number of this limited liability company is L170140922. I further certify that said limited liability company has paid all fees due this office through December 31, 2024, that its most recent annual report was filed on February 9, 2024, and that its status is active. Given under my hand and the Great Seal of the State of Florida at Tallahassee, the capital, this the 9th day of February, 2024 tracking number 46659958859 To authenticate this certificate, visit the following site, enter this number, and then follow the instructions displayed. https://services.sunbiz.org/filings/certificate of status/certificate authentication. Please note, though DBE certification does not expire, to keep DBE status, you need to file a no-change declaration and complete business tax return forms yearly, on the anniversary of your certification. Anniversary date annually on December 17. The Florida Department of Transportation, Department, has certified Sunshine Enterprise USA LLC under the Florida's Unified Certification Program, UCP, as a disadvantaged business enterprise, DBE, in accordance with Title 49 Part 26, Code of Federal Regulations, CFR. DBE certification does not expire. It is contingent upon the firm maintaining eligibility annually through this office. We will notify owners of their responsibilities in advance of the anniversary date. We have listed the firm in the Florida's DBE certification directory, found at the following link, https://fdots02.state.fluidus/equal opportunity office business directory. Prime contractors and consultants must verify the firm's DBE certification status, and identify eligible work area, through the directory. The department makes available DBE support service providers, offering managerial and technical assistance at no cost. Contact us at 850-414-4747 or via email dbecert.help@state.fl.us with your questions or concerns. Thank you. Samuel Febra, Sammy, DBE and Small Business Development Manager, Equal Opportunity Office. Attachment 7 Proposal Recruitment Services Public Works Director, February 10, 2025. www.wbcpink.com. Table of Contents. Subject I. Cover Letter 2. Background/Qualifications 3. Guarantee 4. Organizational Chart VWBCP Key Staff 6. Recruitment strategy / phases 7. Scope of work 8. Recruitment timeline 9. References X marketing material examples 11. Cost sheet / timeline policy 12. Other page 1 to 2 3 to 9 10 10 11 to 13 14 to 15 16 17 18 18 19 20 confidential www.wbcpink.com page 1 I cover letter. February 10, 2025 Allison Garcia Human Resources Director 50 Natoma Street Folsom California 95630 RE, City of Folsom, Public Works Director Recruiting Services. It is our pleasure to submit this proposal for recruitment services to secure your ideal candidate to serve as the Public Works Director of the City of Folsom. WBCP has worked on many public works recruitments, and we look forward to the opportunity to partner with your organization on this critical position. We trust our proposal will showcase our client-focused recruitment process and will act as a testament that we are passionate about what we do to make our clients happy. Exciting news! WBCP has partnered with the National Association of Counties, NACO, and its Public Promise Procurement, PPP, program to offer a game-changing solution. With our new streamlined service, you can piggyback on the County of San Diego's Master Service Cooperative Agreement, saving you time, money, and effort. This opportunity is available nationwide for cities, counties, special districts, nonprofits, state agencies, and educational institutions. If this is something that is of interest for this or our future procurement processes, please visit our site at https://hubkipin.com/naco/ It has been proven that great employees are looking for great employers, not just a paycheck. WBCP provides a broader perspective to recruitment services going beyond securing the ideal candidate. We brand your organization as an employer of choice. We use eye-catching marketing materials, innovative search practices, and responsive and respectful communications with your applicants and stakeholders. Additionally, we guarantee this placement for 18 months, and we provide a fair and equal recruitment process that also focuses on attracting ethnic and gender-diverse applicant pools. WBCP is talented at working with you to identify the strengths, challenges, and opportunities of this job, the ideal candidate, and your community and organizational culture. WBCP will work with your stakeholders to design a recruitment strategy that will include a customized engagement process. We will have a series of meetings, discussions, stakeholder interviews, and surveys to get to know you, the organization, the community, the culture, and the staff whom the future Public Works Director will lead. My team and I know the California candidate marketplace and have many clients in your region, such as the City and County of Sacramento, City of Roseville, City of Davis, Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, SFCSA, Sacramento Water Forum, and Sacramento Employment and Training Agency, CETA, Cosumnes Community Services District, CCSD, just to name a few. We have exceptional experience successfully recruiting for public works positions, with several recent notable recruitments including, but not limited to, Director of Public Works, County of San Diego, CA Director of Public Works, City of Sacramento, CA Director of Public Works, City of Sonoma, CA Director of Public Works, City of Roseville, CA Deputy Public Works Directors, Engineering and Transportation and Operations and Zero Waste, City of Berkeley, CA. To see a full list of our clients and successful recruitments, visit https://tinyurl.com/3j9bdd79. We have over 2 decades of experience in public sector executive search services and have provided direct search services through WBCP since 2004. WBCP's executive recruiters are all highly personable and have unique backgrounds that make them well equipped to take on your recruitments, as you will read their biographies in this proposal. WBCP now has offices in California, Oregon, Washington, Texas, and North Carolina. www.wbcpink.com Page 2 I cover letter. Recruiting top talent has become the #1 topic among administrators. New and innovative recruitment strategies are critical to identifying and securing candidates with a deep understanding of how to assess and meet community needs and address future challenges. WBCP understands the complexity of community leadership, and we are prepared to provide a thorough, complete, and fair recruitment process to provide a diverse applicant pool. Upon our 2024 year-end review, we found that over the last 3 years 63% of our placed candidates came from diverse backgrounds. In fact, we are often selected and told that we bring a larger, more qualified and diverse groups of candidates than they have ever received from past professional recruiters. Clients also choose our firm over others because of our ability to work with your support staff and stakeholder group, including boards, appointed/elected officials, and engaged constituents, manage all details of a recruitment process, and secure great candidates. Our dedication and commitment to the client are complemented by our deep understanding and ability to effectively navigate challenging political climates. Our clients have great things to say about the quality of the service we provide and the amazing candidates we find them. In fact, many of our clients are return customers. Please feel comfortable reaching out to these organizations to get their feedback directly. Diversity: 63% of WBCP candidates placed in positions come from a diverse background. Lastly, we love what we do, and we are passionate about finding exceptional candidates who are also passionate about serving others. WBCP staff are driven and desire to exceed client expectations. I appreciate your consideration in retaining our services and hope to have an opportunity to work with you in the future. Best regards, Wendy Brown, Founder/President, WBCP, Inc. Wendy at wbcpinc.com. 541-664-0376 www.wbcpinc.com www.wbcpinc.com. Page 32. Background and qualifications. Principal, Wendy Brown, President/CEO. Company legal name, WBCP, Incorporated, W. Brown Creative Partners, Tax ID, 8125454037. Website, www.wbcpinc.com. Phone, 866-929-WBCP, 9227/541-664-0376. Address, Oregon, 3 offices including WBCP, Incorporated Headquarters, 213 East Main St. Rogue River, Oregon 97537, City of Grants Pass and City of Tigard, California, 5 offices San Jose, Gilroy, Roseville, Los Angeles, and Santa Barbara, Washington, City of Seattle, Texas, City of Dallas, North Carolina, City of Jacksonville. Women-owned. WBCP is a 100% women-owned business, an S corporation, not part of a parent company, and is a registered small business through the U.S. Small Business Administration, SBA. WBCP is registered to do business in all states we serve, and files and pays California S corporation and personal income tax to the state of California. Business history. WBCP, Inc. has been in business since 2004, and serves non-profit and public sector organizations. WBCP offers a variety of services, including partial and full service search services for individual contributor, supervisor, management, and executive management positions, human resources consulting, organizational development, training, classification and compensation studies, analysis and assessments, etc. www.wbcpinc.com/job-board. Page 42. Background qualifications. WBCP has over 20 years of experience providing search services for public sector and non-profit organizations. We have successfully secured professionals and provided other consulting services in California, Arizona, Colorado, Idaho, Nevada, New York, Oregon, Texas, Utah, and Washington. Cities of Anaheim, CA, Arcata, CA, Ashland, or Astoria, CA, Atwater, CA, Berkeley, CA, Boulder City, NV, Calistoga, CA, Central Point, or Ceres, CA, Chandler, AZ, Colfax, CA, Corte Madera, ca. Culver City, ca. Davis, ca. Dunsmuir, ca. Duval, wa. Fort Worth, tx. Fremont, ca. Fresno, ca. Garibaldi, or Gold Hill, or Grants Pass, or Hemet, ca. Hubbard, or Independence, or Irvine, ca. Laguna Beach, ca. Larkspur, ca. Lincoln, ca. Livermore, ca. Livingston, ca. Long Beach, ca. Medford, or Milpitas, ca. Napa, ca. Novato, ca. Oakland, ca. Orinda, ca. Oxnard, ca. Palo Alto, ca. Park City, UT, Pasadena, ca. Petaluma, ca. Phoenix, AZ, Phoenix, or Pismo Beach, ca. Port Hueneme, ca. Portola Valley, ca. Redding, ca. Riverside, ca. Rochester, New York, Rockland, ca. Rogue River, or Roseville, ca. Sacramento, ca. San Francisco, ca. San Rafael, ca. Santa Maria, ca. Santa Monica, ca. Santa Paula, ca. Santa Rosa, ca. Solvang, ca. Sonoma, ca. South Pasadena, ca. Sutter Creek, ca. Talent, or Truckee, ca. Ventura, ca. Vernon, ca. Victorville, ca. West Hollywood, ca. Windsor, ca. Counties of Alameda, ca. Colusa, ca. Contra Costa, ca. Del Norte, ca. El Paso, co. Fresno, ca. Humboldt, ca. Jackson, or King, wa. Lake, ca. Lane, or Los Angeles, ca. Marin, ca. Mariposa, ca. Mendocino, ca. Merced, ca. Mono, ca. Napa, ca. Nevada, ca. Orange, ca. Placer, ca. Riverside, ca. Sacramento, ca. San Benito, ca. San Bernardino, ca. San Diego, ca. San Francisco, ca. San Joaquin, ca. San Luis Obispo, ca. San Mateo, ca. Santa Barbara, ca. Santa Clara, ca. Santa Cruz, ca. Shasta, ca. Solano, ca. Sonoma, ca. Stanislaus, ca. Tehama, ca. Tuolumne, ca. Yolo, ca. Yuba, ca. Local and national councils, boards, and districts: Bear Valley Community Services District, Boulder Creek Fire Protection District, California Prison Industry Authority, CalPIA, Cosumnes Community Services District, Hass Avocado Board, HAB, Jackson County Fire District 5, Los Angeles County Employees Retirement Association, Los Era, Mendocino County Air Quality Management District, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, MTC, Modesto Irrigation District, Monterey One Water, Nevada Irrigation District, Newark Chamber of Commerce, North American Blueberry Council /U.S. Highbush Blueberry Council, NABC/USHC, Oakland Housing Authority, Olivehurst Public Utility District, Orange County Employees Retirement System, OSERS, Placer County Transportation Planning Agency, PCTPA, Port of Long Beach, CA, Rogue Valley Sewer Services, Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, SFCSA, Sacramento Area Sewer District, Sacramento Employment and Training Agency, SETA, Sacramento Public Library Authority, Sacramento Suburban Water District, San Benito Council of Governments, San Benito County Water District, San Joaquin County Employees Retirement Association, SHCIRA, San Joaquin Tributaries Authority, San Rafael Sanitation District, SRSD, San Ramon Valley Fire Protection District, Sonoma County Library, South Coast Air Quality Management District, Tri-City Mental Health Authority, PMHA, Truckee Donner Public Utility District, Teedpud, Tuolumne Utilities District, Valley Water, West Basin Municipal Water District. Nonprofit and Joint Powers Authorities, JPA's California Corrections, California Municipal Utilities Association, CMUA, CenterPoint, Central California Legal Services, CCLS, Community Food Bank, Community Works, Dogs for Better Lives / Dogs for the Deaf, Downtown Streets Team, East Bay Regional Communications Systems Authority, First 5, Alameda County, California Association, Fresno, Santa Barbara County, San Mateo, Futures Without Violence, Family Violence Protect Fund, Gold Coast Health. Greater Richmond Interfaith Program, GRIP, LA Public Media, Latino Public Broadcasting, Los Angeles Unified School District, LAUSD, Northern Valley Catholic Social Service, NVCSS, Options Recovery, Radio Billing, Sacramento County Superior Court, Sacramento Public Library Authority, SPLA, Santa Barbara Superior Court, Santa Cruz County Animal Services Authority, Teton County Joint Housing Authority, KIHA, Transitions Mental Health Association, Valley Consortium for Medical Education. VCME, Water Forum, West Angeles Church of God in Christ. Private organizations, CDs Publications, Central California Truck and Trailer, Morton and Pitalo, Nava, Swede, Tech Management, Touchstone Accounting. Consulting Services, Classification and Compensation Services, Competency Modeling, Job Description Development, Job Family Development, Job Analysis. City of Fremont, CA, City of Medford, or, City of Santa Maria, CA, City of Santa Paula, CA, County of Humboldt, CA, County of Mariposa, CA, County of Santa Barbara, CA, and County of San Luis Obispo, CA. www.wbcpink.com/job-board page 52. Background and Qualifications. Industries, Organizational Leadership, Economic Development, Facilities and Operations, Financial, Administrative Services, Accounting, Auditing, Health and Human Services, Housing, Unhoused HR, Risk, Labor/Employee Relations, Information Technology, Legal, Counsel, Clerk, Library, Marketing, Communications, PR, Parks and Rec, Community Services, Arts Planning, Environmental, Community Development, Building, Transit, Public Safety, Public Works, Transportation, Engineering. Below is a list of similar recruitments WBCP has managed: Public Works, Transportation, Engineering. Chief Operating Officer, Administrative and Contract Services, Valley Water, CA. Chief Operating Officer, Water Utility Enterprise, Valley Water, CA. Director of Electric Utility, City of Roseville, CA. Director of Electric Utility, Truckee Donner Public Utility District, TPUD, CA. Director of Engineering, City of Ceres, CA. Director of Engineering, Monterey One Water, CA. Director of Power Systems, Nevada Irrigation District, CA. Director of Public Works and Transportation, City of Irvine, CA. Director of Public Works, City of Ashland, or Director of Public Works, City of Petaluma, CA. Director of Public Works, City of Roseville, CA. Director of Public Works, City of Sacramento, CA. Director of Public Works, City of San Rafael, CA. Director of Public Works, City of Santa Maria, CA. Director of Public Works, City of Solvang, CA. Director of Public Works, County of Nevada, CA. Director of Public Works, County of Shasta, CA. Director of Public Works, County of Yuba, CA. Director of Public Works, County of San Diego, CA. Director of Transportation, County of Riverside, CA. Director of Utilities, City of Sacramento, CA. Planning Director, San Bernardino County, CA. Assistant Director of Land Use Services, San Bernardino County, CA. Assistant Director of Public Works Transportation, City of Davis, CA Assistant Director of Public Works, City of Santa Paula, CA Assistant Director of Public Works/City Engineer, City of San Rafael, CA Assistant Director Public Works, County of Marin, CA Assistant General Manager, Water Operations, Modesto Irrigation District, CA Assistant Operating Officer of Watershed Stewardship and Planning DIV, Valley Water, CA Assistant Operating Officer, Dam Safety and Capital Delivery, Valley Water, CA Assistant Operating Officer, Treated Water, Valley Water, CA Utilities Systems Superintendent, City of Calistoga, CA Deputy Director Public Works, Civil/Traffic Engineer, County of Marin, CA Deputy Director Public Works/Traffic Engineer, City of San Rafael, CA Deputy Operating Officer, Raw Water, Valley Water, CA Deputy Operating Officer, Water Utility Capital, Valley Water, CA Deputy Operating Officer, Watersheds Design and Construction, Valley Water, CA Deputy Operating Officer, Watersheds Operations and Maintenance, Valley Water, CA Deputy Public Works Directors, Engineering and Transportation and Operations and Zero Waste, City of Berkeley, CA Deputy PW Director/Principal Civil Engineer/Traffic Engineer, City of Santa Maria, CA Deputy Transportation Officer and Transportation and Mobility Planning Manager, City of Culver City, CA Operations and Maintenance Manager, Rogue Valley Sewer Services, or www.wbcpink.com/job-board page 62. Background and Qualifications. Public Works, Transportation, Engineering, Conti, Manager of Engineering, City Engineer, City of Berkeley, CA Public Works Manager Utilities, City of Milpitas, CA Project Director, City of San Rafael, CA Transportation and Mobility Planning Manager, City of Culver City, CA Unit Manager, Asset Management, Valley Water, CA Unit Manager, Engineering Utility Operations and Maintenance Manager, Valley Water, CA Unit Manager, Treatment Plant Design and Commissioning Manager, Valley Water, CA Engineering/CIP Manager, City of Petaluma, CA Industrial/Mechanical Senior Engineer, Swede or Town Engineer, Town of Portola Valley, CA District Engineer, San Benito County Water District, CA Civil Engineer, Project Manager and Assistant Project Manager, Morton and Pitalo, CA Civil Engineering Manager Structures and Capital Group, County of Santa Barbara, CA Civil Engineer, County of Tehama, CA City Engineer, City of Milpitas, CA City Engineer/Deputy Director of Community Development, City of Rockland, CA Civil Engineers, Development Services, Santa Clarity Valley Water Agency, CA Senior Civil Engineer and Civil Engineer, County of Marin, CA Senior Civil Engineer and Civil Engineer, County of Marin, CA Senior Civil Engineer or Associate Civil Engineer, City of San Rafael, CA Senior Professional Engineer Plant Operations Division, City of Fort Worth, TX Senior Engineer Dam Safety, Nevada Irrigation District, CA Senior Civil Engineer, City of Petaluma, CA Senior Civil Engineer, City of San Rafael, CA Principal Civil Engineer, City of Santa Maria, CA Principal Engineer and Engineering Series, San Rafael Sanitation District, CA Principal Engineer, Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, SFCSA, CA Senior Engineer, Water Utilities Division, City of Roseville, CA Senior Engineer, Water Utilities Division, County of Santa Barbara, CA Senior Engineer Dam Safety, Nevada Irrigation District, CA Senior Engineer, City of Roseville, CA Senior Engineer, Environmental/Water Utilities, City of Roseville, CA Senior Engineer, Town of Corte Madera, CA Senior Engineer, County of Tehama, CA Principal Engineer, Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, SFCSA, CA Traffic Engineer, City of Pasadena, CA Project Engineer/Power Engineer, City of Palo Alto, CA Engineering Series, 3 positions, City of Los Altos, CA Senior Environmental Planner, Valley Water, CA Senior Professional Engineer Plant Operations Division, City of Fort Worth, TX District Engineer, San Benito. County Water District, CA Engineering Manager Plant Operations Division, City of Fort Worth, TX Street Maintenance Superintendent, City of Roseville, CA Structures and Capital Group Manager, County of Santa Barbara, CA Electric Lines Person/Cable Splicer, High Voltage Lineman, City of Palo Alto, CA Electric Operations Manager, City of Palo Alto, CA Electric Project Engineer, City of Palo Alto, CA Assistant Engineer and Junior Engineer, City of San Rafael, CA Multiple Civil Engineering and Project Management Positions, City of Petaluma, CA Power Engineering Manager, City of Roseville, CA General Manager, San Benito County Water District, CA. Check out our full list of recruitments here, https://tinurl.com/3j9bdd79 www.wbcpink.com/job-board page 72. Background and qualifications. Recruiting with diversity in mind. Since partnering with the country's largest network of diversity job boards, we have seen a 21% increase in diverse applicants and a 13% increase in diverse candidates placed in positions with our clients. This demonstrates WBCP's dedication to expanding outreach and removing barriers to apply, ensuring access to a highly qualified and diverse applicant pool. 600 diversity job boards. When you post a job with WBCP, it is automatically shared across 600 diversity job boards, maximizing reach and ensuring access to a wide and inclusive pool of talent. We also utilize the largest diversity database with over 160 million resumes and 15,000 community-based organization contacts to expand our search. LinkedIn. As LinkedIn recruiters, we have access to over 1 billion profiles, allowing us to evaluate candidates' backgrounds, education, experience, licensure, and more. AI. WBCP also leverages AI tools to gather additional information to effectively reach future applicants and candidates' contact information for emails and phone numbers. WBCP understands the complexities of meeting the needs of a diverse community, and we provide a thorough, complete, and fair recruitment process. Streamline and satisfy the RFP process to receive recruiting on demand. Reach out to WBCP today for more information. Scan to learn more. www.wbcpink.com/job-board page 82. Background and qualifications. Why choose WBCP? Proven expertise, over 20 years in business and 100+ years of experience, with over a century of combined experience. Our recruitment professionals excel in public service sectors, including cities, counties, utilities, special districts, joint powers authorities, and non-profits. Our proven track record ensures expertise tailored to your needs. 100% success rate. In 2024, we achieved a 100% success rate, successfully filling every position we managed, including partial and full scope services from engineering, planning, finance, health and human services, legal, legislative, hard-to-fill civil service positions, and many more. We deliver results no matter what the challenge. Employer recognition. WBCP has been recognized as Oregon's top 100 employers. HR teams trust us. We simplify the recruitment process, managing every detail so HR teams can focus on other priorities. From sourcing candidates to scheduling interviews and providing updates, our seamless approach saves time, reduces stress, and ensures results. Strategic marketing and advertising. Our marketing team designs targeted campaigns using diverse, cost-effective channels powered by AI. These campaigns maximize reach while staying within budget and include diverse applicant pools, access to over 600 diversity-focused job boards, 15,000 diversity affiliations, and 120 million resumes. Ensures diversity is integral to our process. LinkedIn recruiter expertise. With access to 230 million U.S. profiles, we connect you with top-tier talent. AI-driven talent acquisition. Advanced AI strategies enhance efficiency and uncover new candidate engagement opportunities. Trusted partners and culture cultivators. We go beyond finding candidates by building trust with your team and stakeholders. Our tailored strategies align top talent with your organizational culture, ensuring a collaborative and thoughtful recruitment process. Recruiting with competencies ensures a fair, measurable, and effective hiring process. This strategic approach helps identify the client's needs and then assesses candidates on the critical skills and behaviors for success. Benefits: fairness, focuses on role-specific competencies. Measurability, provides objective evaluation criteria. Better matches, aligns talent with organizational and cultural needs. Equitable, reduces bias with standardized assessments. Recruiting with competencies delivers high-quality, measurable solutions that ensure the best candidates for your team's success and cultural alignment. Timely and effective background and reference checks. WBCP partners with a trusted third party for thorough background checks and relies on a 30-year public safety veteran, retired as a police chief, and an expert in employee investigations, to conduct expert reference verifications. This ensures accuracy, professionalism, and confidence in every hiring decision. Guaranteed satisfaction. We stand behind our work with a 12 to 24-month guarantee. If the initial placement doesn't work out, we will conduct a replacement search at no additional consulting fee, ensuring lasting value for your investment. www.wbcpink.com/job-board page 92. Background and qualifications. WBCP's impact-proven expertise, over 20 years in business and 100+ years of experience. Impact, leverage unmatched industry knowledge to recruit the best talent for your organization. Whether you're a city, utility, or nonprofit, our expertise ensures tailored solutions that drive operational success and meet your unique challenges. 100% success rate. Impact, gain peace of mind knowing every position, no matter how specialized or hard to fill, will be successfully filled with top talent, ensuring your team remains fully staffed and operational without delays. WBCP is one of Oregon's top 100 employers. Impact, ensuring employee satisfaction, and a supportive workplace culture, reflecting our dedication to our team and clients. HR teams trust us. Impact, free up your HR team to focus on strategic priorities while we manage the details of recruitment. This reduces workload, eliminates stress, and ensures a seamless hiring experience with top quality results. Strategic marketing and advertising. Impact, reach the most qualified candidates while staying budget conscious. Our innovative marketing ensures diverse and inclusive applicant pools, connects you with elite talent, and uses AI-driven strategies to optimize efficiency and engagement. Diverse talent pools, builds teams that reflect your community and drive innovation through diverse perspectives. LinkedIn recruiter expertise, ensures an inclusive process that quickly identifies top-tier professionals that meet your specific needs. AI-driven tools, keeps you ahead of the curve with faster, smarter and more effective hiring solutions. Trusted partners and culture cultivators. Impact, build a stronger, more cohesive team by hiring talent that aligns with your organization's culture and values. Our collaborative approach fosters trust and creates long-term benefits for your workplace. Recruiting with competencies. Impact, make confident hiring decisions with a proven model that targets technical and interpersonal skills, ensuring candidates not only meet role requirements but excel in them. This reduces turnover and boosts performance and promotes fairness, focuses on role-specific competencies. Measurability, provides objective evaluation criteria. Better matches, aligns talent with organizational and cultural needs. Equity, reduces bias with standardized assessments. Timely and effective background and reference checks. Impact, hire with confidence knowing every candidate has been thoroughly vetted. Our expert-led investigations ensure you onboard reliable, trustworthy individuals, safeguarding your organization's reputation and operations. Guaranteed satisfaction. Impact, reduce the risk of a bad hire with our 12-24-month guarantee. If a placement doesn't work out, we'll find a replacement at no additional cost, maximizing your return on investment and ensuring long-term success. www.wbcpink.com page 10.3. Guarantee. WBCP Incorporated provides either a placement guarantee, or a replacement guarantee as determined by the recruitment outcome and defined below. Successful placement guarantee. We guarantee a successful placement and will provide continued consulting services for one additional recruitment at no extra consulting fee. The client will be responsible for any direct expenses. Or replacement guarantee. If a candidate selected and appointed by the client leaves their position for any reason before completing 18 months of service, WBCP will provide consulting services at no additional cost to secure a replacement. The client will be responsible for any direct expenses. This guarantee applies to one replacement within 1 year of the candidate's departure. 4. Organizational chart. Executive League Zed Surtsavia Polianati Bursohvipn PR Wesiednan DT/ISRB. Riakruhudner President/Sister Recruiter Richard Coons Vice President of Recruitment and Culture Heather Jack Director of Finance and Operations Management/Recruiters Mjayansa Egtetmi and/Retir Sir Muiachurs Regionos El Tudkin Ryanki Kulti Yuvkin Recruiter Executive Relikerviater Coleman Executive Recruiter Tenrias Mikohasran. Iksaya Kuthive Recruiter Senior Executive Ulrikeruiatan Rajerson Executive Recruiter Adam Opgard Executive Recruiter DD Grissom Talent Acquisition Manager Maggie Alexander Executive Search Associate Stephanie Lawson Recruitment Manager Curly Beckstead Marketing and Communications Manager Administrative Professionals Leah Murphy Naomi Oral Birayoj Hecht Muarnap Garitha Priajay Skatmganal Glirns Project Manager Michaela Pagel Project Manager/Executive Assistant Alex L.E. Copywriter Anna Brown Talent Acquisition Specialist Sophia Kuraishi Talent Acquisition Specialist Martha Chaveria Talent Acquisition Specialist Angela Edwards Talent Acquisition Specialist Maddie Swartz Marketing and Events Coordinator Amy Coleman Operations Assistant Jamie Gilman Marketing Assistant Ryan Brown IT Technician 2 Katie Garauto Recruitment Assistant Delores Recruitment Assistant Lane Nolan Recruitment Assistant Jace Herbold Recruitment Assistant Creative Partners/Senior Advisors Bruce Griffiths Organizational Psychologist Steve Brown National Account Manager Bill Landis Public Safety Investigator Alan Rosen Executive Recruiter/Sister Facilitator Bernie Licata Organizational Development Consultant Mike Lucan Senior Facilitator William Rakowski Fire/Public Safety Christy Worcester Senior Facilitator Rivka Sass Retired Library Director/Sister Facilitator WBCP Statistics WBCP is a 100% woman-owned business. Staff and consultants are a diverse mix of gender/ethnicity age ranges from 24, 70 plus www.wbcpink.com page 11 VWBCP Key Staff. Wendy Brown Lead Consultant/Sister Executive Recruiter I am the President of WBCP, with over 20 years of experience in marketing and advertising and combine this with my background in recruiting to successfully place hard-to-fill, management, and executive positions. My team and I are passionate about helping organizations improve their recruitment services, place great talent, conduct department assessments, redesign antiquated processes, revise job descriptions, conduct salary and benchmark studies, and more. I have worked in various industries: advertising and public relations, national real estate franchisor, global manufacturing, and I have worked with non-profit and public sector organizations since 1999. Formerly, I was an internal human resources consultant for the County of Orange, California, providing county-wide communications, human resources, executive search, and recruiter training services to the Assistant Chief Executive Office/Human Resources Director and, at that time, 25 decentralized departments, with 17,000 employees, serving a community of 300,000. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Business Administration with an emphasis in marketing from Colorado Technical University, have earned several certificates in project management, global business, marketing, and human resources, and working toward a master's in management at Southern Oregon University. Richard Coons Vice President of Recruiting and Culture. Richard Coons is a retired county administrative officer with over 28 years of experience in the public sector. He is currently the VP of Recruiting and Organizational Culture for WBPC. Richard began his career in law enforcement, transferring his focus to administration where he served as the Director of Housing and Community Action, Behavioral Health, General Services, and Solid Waste. Richard has a find a way mentality. With his vast knowledge and experience in the public sector, he has an intuitive understanding of working with government leaders, policymakers, and the public. Richard achieved a Bachelor of Science in Business Management, a Master of Arts in Behavioral Science with an emphasis in conflict resolution and negotiations, and a doctorate in clinical psychology. For the past 3 years, Richard has worked as an executive recruiter and behavioral health consultant. As a consultant, he worked with several Northern California counties creating and implementing the newly state-mandated 24/7 mobile crisis. He has now focused his time and efforts on assisting WBCP clients in finding and securing the top candidate for your organization. www.wbcpink.com Page 12 VWBCP Key Staff. Terry Mouse-Nizick, Senior Executive Recruiter. Terry Mouse-Nizick holds a pivotal role as one of our senior executive recruiters, leveraging her extensive background as a distinguished leader in local government. With a local government career spanning over 40 years, Terry's journey includes transformative roles within the County of Santa Barbara, where she ascended from Parks Director to Assistant County Executive Officer, overseeing vital municipal and health/human service departments. Her remarkable impact encompasses leadership in homeless services, communications, and emergency management, driving community engagement, disaster recovery, and support for vulnerable populations. Before her tenure in Santa Barbara, Terry spent 15 years with the city of Santa Clarita in roles ranging from analyst to deputy city manager. Throughout her remarkable career, Terry prioritized strategic planning, organizational development, and innovative problem-solving, garnering numerous awards. She holds a bachelor's degree from UC Santa Barbara, a master's of public administration from Cal State Northridge, and a graduate certificate from Harvard University's JFK School of Government. Levi Coleman, Executive Recruiter. Levi Coleman is an executive recruiter at WBCP, and an experienced professional with a multifaceted career spanning across executive recruitment, real estate, and entrepreneurship. He has worked extensively with local municipalities, special districts, and not-for-profit organizations across the Western region, with a focus in California, Oregon, and Idaho. Levi has conducted many successful recruitments in various industries including planning, rent stabilization and housing, engineering, finance, city management, transportation and transit, community development, building and safety, public safety, risk management, and information technology. Levi serves as a skilled and diplomatic liaison, earning a reputation for his personalized approach to recruiting. Before joining the ranks of WBCP, he advocated on behalf of tenants, landlord, and clients. With a diverse skill set and a commitment to excellence, Levi continues to make significant contributions to WBCP, his clients, and broadening the professional community one recruitment at a time. Lauren Gerson, Executive Recruiter. Lauren Gerson is a seasoned executive recruiter at WBCP, where she draws on over 15 years of experience in career services, customer relations, and operations. Her recruiting expertise extends across various industries, with notable success in health and human services, utilities, and finance. Lauren has helped organizations across multiple states fill hard-to-hire positions at every level, from individual contributors to executives. Lauren's diverse professional journey began in operations and events management, where she honed her expertise in human resources, business management, and regulatory compliance. She later transitioned to career services, and prior to joining WBCP, worked with a career coaching company helping job seekers better leverage their skills and overcome barriers to employment. Lauren holds a bachelor's degree in philosophy from Whittier College. She brings a unique perspective to her role, and is committed to making a positive impact both professionally and personally. With her unwavering dedication and client-centric focus, Lauren continues to drive success and excellence in executive recruitment at WBCP. www.wbcpink.com Page 13 VWBCP Key Staff. Josette Reynalucan, Executive Recruiter. Josette, an executive recruiter at WBCP, specializes in government finance and the water industry with nearly 30 years of experience. Her career began in IT, managing software implementations and leading training and sales teams. After earning her MBA, she transitioned to municipal agencies, holding various management positions, including administrative manager and financial manager. With expertise in budgeting, strategic planning, and organizational development, Josette has made significant contributions to the agencies she's served. She holds a bachelor's degree in political science/public administration from the University of South Florida, an MBA from the University of Phoenix, and certificates in human resources from the California State University and leadership from the University of Davis. Adam Opgard, Executive Recruiter. Adam is an executive recruiter at WBCP with nearly 10 years of recruitment experience and a strong foundation in HR. He began his career in education and employee training, transitioning to HR where he held roles such as team coordinator and foreign HR advisor, managing recruitment, onboarding, and employee relations for international employees. Adam also worked as a project office/communication specialist for a foreign government agency, managing international projects and designing training workshops. He served as a learning and development specialist for a national diplomatic training institution, developing training for senior diplomats. Recently, Adam was a lead talent acquisition specialist for an HR consulting organization and the director of recruitment and employee development for a financial services company, overseeing full-cycle recruitment, employee engagement initiatives, and leadership development. Adam brings his expertise in talent acquisition, project management, stakeholder engagement, employee relations, and HR consultation to WBCP, helping clients secure top candidates for their organizations. Review other employees and consultant partners on our website, www.wbcpink.com/wbcp-team www.wbcpink.com Page 14-6. Recruitment Strategy/Phases. WBCP knows how to customize your search strategy to meet your unique recruitment needs. We customize your recruitment based on the specific needs, target audience, and challenges for each recruitment. However, below is a baseline approach for most recruitments. Client and stakeholder meetings. We require the client and/or search committee, and other stakeholders identified by the client, be involved in the initial and final phases of this recruitment. These are critical phases to ensure we obtain a clear sense of the priorities and the successful hire of the right candidate. WBCP will meet with various stakeholders as warranted by the client and the level of the position in the organization. These meetings will allow us an opportunity to gather information and gain knowledge about the organization, community, and unique aspects of the recruitment to design the ideal candidate professional profile, advertising materials, and strategic approach. Feedback outcome/timeline development. Following the client/stakeholder meetings, we will develop a detailed timeline for the recruitment along with a proposed advertising plan for approval. Creative development. Immediately following the client feedback activities, we will draft the competencies for the recruitment and advertising materials/recruitment brochure for the client's review. This information will summarize what was learned from client-related interviews and will be used to advertise the opening. Phase I. Marketing Strategy and Implementation. WBCP will execute a customized marketing/ad plan once the job announcement is created. An ad plan could include the following, based on assumptions, and will be customized based on information gathered in Phase I. Digital advertising with diversity in mind. WBCP utilizes digital advertising to obtain diverse applicant pools, leveraging local and national job boards, associations, and social media. In partnership with a diversity platform, our postings reach up to 600 local employment and diversity websites, connecting across 15,000 plus community organizations and niche sites, tapping into a job bank of 2 million resumes. Our 2024 review indicates that 63% of candidates placed with WBCP clients have diverse backgrounds, a 21% increase from last year's review. Email and direct mail advertising. In addition to tapping into WBCP's existing pool of potential applicants, we have the capability to access various professional lists. We actively seek out additional lists through associations, contacts, and other strategic channels. Sourcing/headhunting. WBCP employs a proactive approach by reaching out to targeted individuals and cultivating new connections through referrals from reputable sources. As a LinkedIn recruiter, we harness the power of over 350 million profiles to identify and engage with ideal candidates. Additionally, WBCP utilizes cutting-edge AI tools for precise Boolean searches, enabling us to uncover niche candidates effectively. Communication with client. We will provide weekly updates on the progress of this search unless the client prefers more or less frequent communications. We tailor our communications in accordance with our client's needs. Phase 2. www.wbcpink.com page 15.6. Recruitment strategy/phases. Resume assessment. WBCP will review resumes as they are received and/or at the close of the recruitment. Those candidates determined to be the most highly qualified will be selected for a screening interview. Screening interviews/report to client. WBCP does not restrict the number of applicants or candidates to be screened. Rather, we interview candidates who meet our ideal candidate criteria. Frequently this group amounts to 20 candidates, or on average 20% of the applicant pool. Following the completion of the phone screen interviews, we will develop a report/recommended short list of candidates, which includes resumes, cover letters, and a one-page profile summary of candidates' professional history, including a brief overview of WBCP's assessment and the results of their phone screen. We will meet with the selection committee/client to review this report and select candidates for interviews. In this meeting, we will review the recruitment plan and discuss the final stages of the selection process. Communication with candidates. WBCP will take responsibility for communicating with the applicants/candidates during each phase of the search process, and clients should refer any inquiries from potential or existing applicants directly to WBCP. Phase 3 Selection process. WBCP will design and administer an appropriate final selection process based on the needs of the client, tailored to the need and recruitment. WBCP will facilitate the invitation and coordination of these meetings/interviews and provide additional assessment tools/recommendations such as interview questions, writing and presentation exercises, problem-solving scenarios, etc. Communication with client. Following the interviews and the client's top candidate's selection, we will assist the client with facilitating a thorough background and reference check. A typical approach includes a review of federal, state, and local criminal background checks and academic verification by a licensed background agency. Reference checks are conducted over the phone by a senior consultant and a final report is provided to the client. References are completed on candidate's being considered after initial/panel interviews. Negotiations. Once the client reviews and is comfortable with the findings in the background and reference report, we are available to assist with negotiations on compensation, benefits, start date, and other transition details. Phase 4 www.wbcpink.com page 16.7. Scope of work. Facilitate initial kickoff meeting with client and other meetings that may include executive leadership, staff, community, and other stakeholders to assist with identifying the ideal candidate profile. Assist client hiring authorities/stakeholders in modifying the job description, as needed, and develop a recruitment announcement, marketing materials, and advertising plan for the recruitment. Attend all other meetings and engagements as needed or identified by the client. Implement advertising plan including publication, headhunting, direct mail, and other online and email marketing efforts. Provide timely updates and progress reports to the client regarding search services, every 2 weeks or as client identifies as needed. Preliminary internet searches will be conducted on recommended candidates. Coordinate interview panel, as needed, or coordinate this process with client. Receive and review applicants and screen those applicants to identify top candidates. Top screened paper applicants will be video/phone screened by recruiter to identify the key competencies, technical and interpersonal, to assist in identifying the top group of candidates who will be recommended at the client/WBCP shortlist meeting. Facilitate shortlist meeting with client review and select candidates who will be invited to interview. Coordinate invitations to candidates. Develop interview questions and other selection details to meet specific needs and identify key competencies of candidates. Facilitate interviews with panel. Background and reference checks will be conducted with candidates who are identified as final candidates after initial client interviews have been conducted. Background checks will typically include the following: criminal, local, state, and federal, education, credit, social security. References will be conducted based on a 360-degree perspective and will include staff, peers, and superiors. On-site background services are available at an additional fee. See fees for details. Facilitate offer and negotiations with selected candidate, as directed by client. www.wbcpink.com page 17-8. Recruitment timeline. Below is a sample of an executive search timeline that WBCP will customize for this recruitment week 1. Secure services with search firm, WBCP, Incorporated. WBCP can schedule a kickoff meeting as soon as we are selected. WBCP, review search parameters and recruiting processes with client interview with hiring authority and other stakeholders for competencies, identification of advertising venues and ideal candidate prospects, calls, meetings, or coordination with other stakeholders for information gathering. Weeks 1+2, develop and approvals, recruitment process, deadlines, ad plan and strategy, recruitment timeline and brochure print coordination, if applicable. Weeks 2+3, open recruitment and AD plan. Implement marketing plan and direct mail, if applicable. Secure panel member calendars. Timeline may be extended if direct mail piece is included, i.e., print/postage. Finalize panel members and interview logistics and invitations to panel members. Weeks 4, 5+6, receive applications, collect and source applicants will continue until recruitment closes. Weeks 7+8, close recruitment and advertising. Conduct initial phone screen to identify shortlist of candidates. Preliminary check on shortlist. Candidates, Google search, candidate profiles developed and shortlist recommendations to client. Weeks 9+10, meeting, client confirms selection of candidates to be advanced to panel interviews. Finalize questions, presentation, in basket, as determined, coordinates invitations with selected top candidates, shortlist, produce panel candidate interview packets. Weeks 10+11, WBCP facilitates interview process. Interview process will be customized based on client and community needs. Day 1. Panel interviews conducted. Day 2. Second interviews with executive leaders. Third interviews may be scheduled as needed with boards/commissions, etc., as needed. Schedule staff and/or community discussions/meetings. Week 12. WBCP conducts background and reference checks. Backgrounds may be conducted by client if current contract exists. WBCP conducts full reference checks for candidate selected for board/commission interviews, or when client is interested in making an offer. Negotiations/hire. Hire date to accommodate possible candidate relocation. Client, WBCP available to assist in process, conducts offer and facilitates salary negotiations with preferred candidate. www.wbcpink.com page 18-9. References. 1. City of Sacramento, California. Similar positions filled: Director of Public Works, Director of Utilities, Assistant City Manager, Municipal Services. Contact information: Ryan Moore, Assistant City Manager, Public Works, R. Moore at cityofsacramento.org. 916-808-5704. Howard Chan, City Manager, H. Chan at cityofsacramento.org. 916-808-74882. Monterey 1 Water, California. Similar positions filled: Director of Engineering. Contact information: Lyra Sampson, Director of Employee Services, Lyra at my1water.org. 831-645-5485. 46503 City of Berkeley, California. Similar positions filled: Deputy Public Works Directors, Engineering and Transportation and Operations and Zero Waste Solid Waste Operations Manager. Contact information: Monica Walker, Human Resources Manager, mwalker@berkeleyca.gov. 510-981-6818. Marketing material examples. Click below to see our marketing samples for similar positions. To see all of our brochures, visit wbcpink.com/closed-jobs-private and use the password WBCP202510*. Director of Public Works, County of San Diego, CA. Director of Public Works, City of Sacramento, CA. Director of Utilities, City of Sacramento, CA. Director of Public Works, City of Sonoma, CA. Director of Public Works and Transportation, City of Irvine, CA. Director of Public Works, County of Shasta, CA. Director of Public Works, City of Roseville, CA. Deputy Public Works Director, Engineering and Transportation and Deputy Public Works Director, Operations and Zero, City of Berkeley, CA. Assistant City Manager, Municipal Services, City of Sacramento, CA. www.wbcpink.com. Page 1911. Cost sheet/timeline policy. WBCP will not limit the number of hours we work on a recruitment, rather we charge a flat rate and will spend the time necessary to ensure we are successful. Consulting fees will be billed in thirds at the beginning, open for applications and advertising campaign launched, middle, shortlist selection, and end of the recruitment process, selection made and background/references concluded. Service cost per recruitment. Public Works Director. Description of services/deliverables, inclusive rate per recruitment, DC Socken Recipolcio OSEF Arsvakervazk EPSH/AD CS Rentals, Proposals. Recruitment strategy/phases section. Inclusive rate per recruitment, $24,900, flat rate, expenses include travel to client location, up to 2 trips, document shipping fees/delivery charges to facilitate virtual meetings, panel packet content, fees for background and reference checks, may include fee for one additional consultant to travel, and related expenses, and facilitate an additional panel for 1 day, $700/day, brochure/graphic design, $950, marketing and advertising which may include print and postage, if applicable, online job boards, social media, sourcing, and may include flat fee pricing for LinkedIn $395, InMails $300, Circa Diversity job boards $295, Zoom Info $299. These expenses will be billed based on what is expended and based on the needs of the client/recruitment. Up to $5,500 to $7,900, direct expenses not to exceed. Cost and timeline policy. To ensure the success and efficiency of our recruitment services, the following policies regarding cost and timelines are in place. 1. Timeline development. Timelines provided to our clients are valid for 10 business days. If a timeline is not secured or confirmed within this period, it may no longer be available. In such cases, the timeline may be reassigned to another client, and a revised timeline will be provided. 2. Work performed out of scope. To deliver optimal results, adherence to agreed upon dates and times for critical recruitment milestones, e.g., shortlist meeting and interview dates, is required. Any changes to these timelines after the recruitment process has commenced may result in a. Forfeiture of the recruitment guarantee. Deviating from the agreed timeline will void the recruitment services guarantee. b. Additional charges. Adjustments to timelines will incur additional fees, billed at our standard hourly rate. 3. Cost negotiable. While our standard pricing reflects the value and quality of our recruitment services, we understand that each client's needs are unique. As such, pricing may be negotiated depending on the specific scope and requirements of the engagement. Please feel free to discuss your needs with us, as we may be able to negotiate pricing. These policies ensure clarity, fairness, and high-quality outcomes for all parties involved. www.wbcpink.com page 2012. Other Insurance. WBCP and its sub-consultants have reviewed the contractual agreement and the insurance requirements. If selected, WBCP will execute said agreement and will provide the required insurance documents. WBCP will submit certificates of insurance as evidence of the required coverage limits. Insurance policies include liability, errors and omissions, workers' compensation, and vehicle insurance. Confidentiality safeguards. Confidentiality is paramount in the work we do. We ensure that the client and candidate information we receive, and conversations with our client, and certainly discussions in closed session, are kept confidential. There are several physical safeguards we have in place, including locked and alarmed office space, password and encryption protected information on our computers and servers, multiple backup systems. As information is shared with our client, we discuss the importance of confidentiality and why it is important to the candidates they are considering, but also brands the organization appropriately. We also ask candidates who are interviewed to keep candidate information confidential, as they may see or meet a candidate during the process. We emphasize that confidentiality is not just until the recruitment is completed, and a candidate is hired. Confidentiality is in perpetuity. Leaked information is not a reputation that a client wants to receive, as this could deter future applicants from applying. Organizational diversity statement. WBCP embraces cross-cultural diversity, and we are committed to equitable treatment and elimination of discrimination in all its forms at all organizational levels and throughout all consulting practices, including search services. We strive to reach diverse groups of people to inform them of leadership opportunities. Upon our 2024 year-end review, we found that over the last 3 years, 70% of our applicants and 63% of our placed candidates came from diverse backgrounds. We will make extensive efforts to attract a qualified applicant pool that represents a broad range of gender and ethnically diverse individuals. Force majeure. Client agrees that WBCP, Inc. is not responsible for any events or circumstances beyond its control, e.g., including but not limited to war, riots, embargoes, strikes, and/or acts of God, that prevent WBCP, Inc. from meeting its obligations under this agreement. Wendy Brown, President Client, Title February 10, 2025 Date WBCP Recruitment Services Option 1 OPTION 1.5 Option 2 OPTION 2.5 Option 3 Partial Recruitment Advertising and Headhunting Consulting Services, $5,900 Consulting services include *U hiring authority and stakeholder meetings, up to 2 hours for community/employee engagement. You develop ideal candidate profile and recruitment timeline. You produce recruitment announcement. You produce and implement advertising campaign. You headhunt, LinkedIn, past lists, databases, associations, etc. You implement direct mail campaign, as needed, plus expenses, between $3,000 $4,500 for the advertising plan and creative brochure * partial recruitment and resume review consulting services, $10,900 consulting services include * everything in option 1, plus, UWBCP will review and score resumes. Plus expenses, between $3,000 $4,500 for the advertising plan and creative brochure * partial recruitment and up to interviews consulting services, $18,900 consulting services include * everything in option 1.5, plus, U hiring authority and stakeholder meetings, up to 8 hours for community/employee engagement. You present recommended short list of candidates. You produce recommended selection assessment tools. You coordinate candidate scheduling and invitations to interview plus expenses, between $3,000 $4,900 for the advertising plan and creative brochure * partial recruitment and day 1 interview consulting services, $19,900 consulting services include * everything in option 2, plus, U panel coordination. You facilitate first round virtual interviews for 1 panel, additional panels may adjust the cost to account for increased expenses, you coordinate candidate scheduling and invitations to second round interviews plus expenses, $3,000,4,900 for the advertising plan and creative brochure * full. Search services consulting services, $24,900 $28,900 depending on position. Consulting services include * everything in option 2.5, plus, you hiring authority and stakeholder meetings, up to 2 days of community/employee engagement, panel coordination. You facilitate all interviews, background and reference checks. You virtual and/or in-person interviews, travel up to 2 trips to client location. You 12-24-month guarantee plus expenses, between $5,500 $7,900 for the advertising plan and creative brochure. Travel expenses, shipping, multiple panel facilitation, etc. equals streamline and satisfy the RFP process for contract recruiting. Options 1-2.5 do not include travel to client location, negotiation of candidate offer, background or reference checks, 12-24-month guarantee. Hourly recruitment services, $250/hour. Senior recruitment consulting services WBCP COM 866.929.WBCP 9227 HRSOLUTIONS at WBCPINC.com. Other consulting services at WBCP Inc. We provide the Polaris Registered Trademark Competency Model, Public Sector Edition, that drives long-term success by helping you identify, develop, and retain top talent. Backed by over 50 years of research, it ensures your recruitment practices and organizational development strategies align with proven results. Providing you a common language, you strategic alignment, you measurable results, you scientific framework. With Polaris Registered Trademark, WBCP helps you build a sustainable, high-performing talent pipeline. Strategic solutions that transform recruitment teams, ensuring your recruitment professionals are prepared to navigate the complexities of modern hiring landscapes, delivering a strategic advantage that propels your organization forward. Precise, accurate, and timely classification and compensation studies, tailored to public and nonprofit organizations. Job description development, that transform lengthy, outdated, or ineffective job descriptions into clear, concise, and equitable tools that align with your organization's needs. Modernization of civil service and selection rules, that streamline processes, and create agile, efficient recruitment systems that align with your future goals. WBCPinc.com 866.929.WBCP 9227 HR Solutions at WBCPinc.com